York Giant fans, America's game of the week, Bad Dog. New York Giants, Dallas Cowboys. Giants coming off a big win against the New Orleans Saints. We'll see if we can make it 2 straight.
This one's going to be tough. But you see what the Saints have done to Washington today. So, I mean, it was a pretty good game. Again, just you want to see the Giants build off their performance against New Orleans. You want to see them come out with that confidence on offense. And, defensively, like I said, like we talked about, last night, you got to try to stop Zeke. That's obviously the big thing. Key is to, stop Zeke. Dallas is going to move the ball. They're going to get the points. We're not shutting them down. But if we're going to win, we're going to have to stop the run, and we're going to have to run a little bit ourselves.
Roldy, what's going on, my man? And I'm in complete agreement with you. We talked about that extensively last night, man. Yeah. We got to find a way to at least contain their run. Roldy, man, thank you very much, man. Thanks for popping in. He says, what up, fellas? Let's get this win. Can you send a shout-out to my cousin Joanne and Aunt England? Of course, my man, Roldy. What's going on, Joanne? What's going on, Aunt England? Thank you for popping in the stream. Thank you guys for all the support that you guys always show. Let's talk to a couple people in the chat as
Cincinnati missed another field goal. It missed another field goal. Did I say that was good?
No, no good.
That was no good. That's three missed field goals in overtime in this Cincinnati Packers game.
I saw Crosby miss one as well. Let's say hello to a couple people in the chat. Jordan Singh, Booze, Michael, man, what's going on? James Jones in the chat. Old Man Rob in the chat. Irish Rover in the chat. What's going on there, Matt? What's going on there? Daniel, what's going on? Super Mario, JP3, Matt, Amazing Guy, Roman, Mr. Mini Guy, Silo, Ren, Ryan D. Thank you to everybody for being here. If you haven't done so, hit that thumbs up, subscribe, ring the bell. More importantly, go into the link in the description. Subscribe to Bad Dog Sports. We alternate this every single week. And we'll be on his channel next week on the next Giants game, hopefully coming off for 2 straight wins. Tim, man, thank you very much. Let's get this one out the way early. Thanks for the stream, guys. Happy game day. Let's go Big Blue. That's right, my man, Tim. Thanks for popping in, buddy. And Abby says, let's make it happen. Enough said. Go Giants. What's going on, Abby, man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. And Michael says, season-altering win today, boys. Let's go. I'm with them on that. If we can win today, I think it changes the complete mindset of the fan base. I think Giants fans start to believe that this team actually potentially could do something this year. If we get back to 2-3, you beat 2 good opponents in a row on the road. Mm-hmm. But it's not going to be easy. You got to respect this Dallas Cowboys team. I'm not going to take them lightly. To me, they're one of the top, 6, 7, 8 teams in the league so far this year. So we know this isn't going to be an easy game. But if we play our game, I think we got a shot. Their defense doesn't scare me. We got to move the ball. We got to have ball control. We got to be able to establish the run. And we can't be afraid to create big plays, Bad Dog.
We got to win the turnover battle, too. That's another thing. We can't afford to make mistakes against Dallas. There's no way. There's no way we can have, big runs, on 3rd down and 1, you get a big play and it's come back for a holding or, one of those stupid offensive pass interference calls. If you have a 3rd and 1, you can't have a false start, make it 3rd and 6. Those type of things, they may not be huge. You might not think of them as huge plays, but obviously it changes the course of what you're doing. We can't do that. Dallas is very good. They're very balanced. And again, I think their defense can be had. It's an aggressive defense. And I think the Giants can win with some misdirection, some double moves on the outside. I talked about it last night. John Ross's speed adds another element to this team that we didn't have the first 3 weeks of the season. So we'll see. Kadarius Toney probably going to be more involved. Galladay and Jones look like they got some rapport in that game against New Orleans. It'll be exciting to see if the offense can continue to move in the right direction because it definitely looked good the last quarter and a half against New Orleans, and hopefully they bring it into the game against Dallas.
Gonna need it, man. And what's going on, Alien Man? Thanks for popping in. Sup, guys? Go Giants. And Asia, thank you for being a member for 22 months. Stand up, my sexy tan. Too many missed field goals. Yeah, a lot of missed field goals in this game today. And
not just here, a lot of missed extra points today, too. Tons of them.
Yeah, a lot of sloppy. And it makes you appreciate our kicker, even though he's missed one so far this year. But I don't want to see a lot of Gano. I want to talk about that as well, Bad Dog. I don't want to see a lot of Gano today.
Only on extra points.
Yeah, only on extra points and kickoffs. You got an opportunity to go for it on 4th down in enemy territory, 4th and short. You go for it today. We need 7s. We don't need 3s. That is a huge crucial key for me as well. Obviously, it has to be the right circumstance. You're not going to go for 4th and 5 on your own 30, but in the right scenario, we need Judge and this offense to be aggressive and try to put 7s on the board.
Yeah, I agree. You can't settle for 3 against Dallas. There's no way. Dallas is too good. The Giants have to score points, and they have the opportunity to score points. And again, you have to take some shots. Dallas is a better team than us. That doesn't mean we can't win, but if you're going to beat a better team, you have to take some shots. You're the underdog. You got nothing to lose. All the pressure's on Dallas in this game. Nobody expects the Giants to win. So you go out, you take some shots, especially early. Like I said, I believe that the first deep pass we threw early against New Orleans, and it wasn't completed, but it kind of puts that in the back of your mind. Then you're able to hit John Ross in the deep pass. It just opens things up, in the middle a lot more, which is why I think Galladay had such a good game, because it just opened things up for Kenny Galladay. John Ross definitely adds a different factor to this team, and hopefully Tony and Galladay can get it done again today.
I hope so. And if you guys haven't hit that thumbs up, let's try to get the thumbs ups up. We appreciate all the support. Thank you for being here. Peter says, I love both you guys, but the Cowboys going to win. I mean, I don't blame you for thinking that way. The Cowboys
I don't either.
Cowboys are 6.5, 7-point favorite, whatever it is, for a reason. They're coming in at 3-1. We're 1-3. It's any given Sunday, though. That's what I'll say right now. And I never go into a game thinking there's no chance. It's a divisional game. There's familiarity there. The Giants, Dak Prescott was out last year, but Dak Prescott doesn't play defense. The Giants were able to put points on the board against Dallas last year. If they could do that, if they don't turn the ball over, find a way to create some turnovers, we may have a closer game than people think, and we'll see. That's why they play the games. Canody, man, thank you very much. Sup, fellas? We need this win. The D really needs to have a complete game. Thanks for the great content, guys. Appreciate that, Canody. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the support that you always show on the channel. And I just want to, no, I didn't miss anybody. Okay, good. And next up is John. John says, stand up. Let's go, Big Blue Record Crew. I hope we can get a nice win today. My Giants familia would piss off my Cowboys family, but who cares? Let's go.
I hope your family's pissed off at the end of the day. I know.
Yeah, I think we all do, man. And no disrespect towards your family. Looks like Rodgers about to win this game for the Packers as he completed.
Oh, you give him 6 opportunities. I mean,
looks like Bengals will drop to 3-2 now. Mike, man, thank you very much. Darnold became a Jet again today. Yeah, the only thing that I take out of that game, and listen, the Eagles don't scare me. I mean, it was congratulations to the Eagles fan. That's a big win for you guys, and I'm sure you guys are pumped up. But what I took out of that game, Bad Dog, more so than anything else was, well, Carolina is a lot more beatable than some people thought after 3 weeks. Based off the way and maybe, Dallas beating Carolina doesn't look as hot as it did. The fact that the Eagles were able to go in and beat them today. So it's the NFL, man. Your opinions of teams change week to week, but Darnold certainly didn't impress me today against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, listen, I mentioned it before we went live. Carolina beat the Jets, and they beat a third-string quarterback in Houston. So, I mean, how good are they really? I've been saying Sam Darnold is poverty since he came into the league. I don't think he's done anything to change that opinion. This is an Eagles team that gave up 80 points the last 2 weeks. He threw 3 interceptions. They barely cracked the end zone. The guy's garbage. And Eagle fans can talk about, we won it. You guys are terrible. Jalen Hurts threw 37 freaking passes. He had less than 200 yards, and one of them came on a blown coverage, and 40 yards came before the half when Carolina was letting him complete in the middle of the field. That was terrible. He had 30 pass attempts for 93 yards with an interception and a fumble at one point in that game. Hang your hat on that, Eagles. You're a terrible team. I don't care if we're terrible or not. You are a freaking terrible team. And so is Carolina. 2 teams that we should definitely be able to beat without a doubt. I don't want to hear nothing about Hurts is better than Jones. I don't want to hear nothing about Darnold's better than Jones. They're not better than Daniel Jones. Awful quarterbacking in that game for both teams.
Neither team concerns me. Obviously, I don't take any team for granted. As a Giants fan, we can't.
No, we can't.
I'm not saying there's any guaranteed wins, but those are 2 teams that I look at and I think we certainly could beat.
But then again, we should have beaten the Falcons, and that didn't happen either.
You're absolutely right. That's why you don't take any team for granted. Matt, thank you very much. Let's go, G-Men. Let's kick some ass. Aikman, been doing a lot of talking lately. Should add fuel to the fire. Love you guys. Hashtag G-Men Nation. Hey, bulletin board material. I'll take it when I can get it, man.
Yep.
And Christopher, man, thank you very much. Chris from the UK, another late night. Go Giants. By the way,
not too bad. It's only 9 o'clock over there today.
So it's not horrible. It's not bad.
It's not too bad. It's not like it's an 8 o'clock game.
Job, Bad Dog, by the NFL today, picking the Jets and the Falcons to represent the NFL in England. That's not going to attract a lot of new fans.
No, that was pretty bad. And honestly, I guess this game ended up being pretty good here in upstate New York, but I have no idea why I had Bengals Packers. Normally, I had the same game. I get Washington. Normally, I get Washington up here if the Giants aren't on and there's no local team. So I was surprised I got this. I thought I would get the Washington game today.
Yeah. And DJ says Bengals are legit. And hey, Bengals are this close to being 4-1. So, I mean, yeah, they're off to a good start. We'll see. They've beaten some. I'd have to look at their schedule. I was looking at it early this morning. They've beaten some opponents, but either way, 3-1's 3-1. They're a much improved team, and we'll see how they do throughout the rest of the year. I still think the Browns and the Ravens are going to end up being above them, but they're definitely a much improved team, and they're trending down the right path.
Yeah, this Jamar Chase kid can freaking flat out get it, man. He is good. That Burrow to I mean, we saw it at LSU we're seeing it in the NFL, man. That's a good combination for years to come in Cincinnati. If you're a Bengals fan, you got to be pretty excited about the future of your team for sure.
Yeah,
especially with Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon can ball too, man. They're good.
They got an exciting offense.
Pretty good.
For sure. Hard store, man. Thank you very much. Just read my comment. Period. Let's get that win today for you, Hardstorm. I know you're a huge Giants fan. What's going on, buddy? Thanks for popping in. And Richard Ortega says, just watch a play-by-play channel with the Eagles and Panthers for the Panthers, and they have nothing on you guys. Stand up! What's going on, Richard, man? Thanks so much for popping in,
buddy.
Man.
Appreciate it.
All the support, man, and we always love doing these with you guys.
We do.
NY Giants 26 says, I have a bad feeling about today about our D and O. Hey, man, let's just see what happens, man. I'm not going to go in overly optimistic. I'm also not going to go in overly pessimistic. I'm going to see how the game plays out. I do think our offense is going to have opportunities to put points on the board, and I do worry about our defense. I'm not going to lie to you. Going up against a really strong offense, gets bad. They'll probably go to the bathroom real quick. He'll be back in a second.
No, I would tell you, you got to get Jesus over here.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't forget Jesus, Chris. We need Jesus.
We got the hoodie and we got Jesus today.
We need Jesus.
That was a killer combination last week.
We got bad omens from Mark Holmes today. Mark Holmes turns 56, and I know you have the camera on, Mark. Happy birthday, buddy. I'm sure you're watching. Happy birthday. 56 today. He's old as dirt. And 56 is going to be a bad number for the Cowboys. so if the Cowboys lose, you can play Mark Holmes. Return to 56 today.
Happy birthday, Mark. But hopefully you don't get your wish in terms of this football game tonight. But other than that, I hope you have a great birthday. Chris, man, thank you very much. Hope we played Aikman's statement to get players mad. I'm sure they did, Chris. Joe Judge definitely used that as material. Whether or not it pays off, that remains to be seen. John, man, thank you very much. Believe I would love to piss off my family by having my Giants win. I'll let you do that. You don't have to spin. Just do that. I can't do it.
Oh, wee! There you go.
There you go. Let's go, John, man. Let's get the win today. Michael says, Solder at left tackle. I saw that before. I don't know if that means he's going to start. They said that Andrew Thomas was going to play, but I did see somebody tweeted out that Thomas was getting some reps at the left tackle and Barrett at the right tackle. Maybe they're just doing that in case Thomas can't go throughout the entirety of the game, being that he's coming in banged up. Don't know, but it looks like if Thomas has to come out of the game or is not going to start the game, that Solder will play on the left side, which I heard earlier in the week. Kind of makes sense because Solder's been getting acclimated to playing. Matt Barrett, rather, has played pretty much on the right side exclusively throughout college while at UConn. I think he's played a little bit on the left side with the Giants, but kind of makes a little bit of sense. Either way, it's a prayer. If we have to start both Nate Solder and Matt Barrett, hopefully that won't be the case. And DJ say Bucks blew out the Eagles. What will blow out the Eagles? Oh, yeah, for sure they're going to blow out the Eagles. And Steve, man, let me just see here because I can't see the super stickers on here. Thank you so much for the $5 super stickers. Got a couple of hippos just popping up to say hello. Appreciate that, Steven, man. Thanks so much for being here, buddy. And Killian, man, what's going on, man? Will the damn Bengals-Packers game exactly? The Giants supposed to. I'm sure they're going to push it back. I don't think we're going to miss it. I would think, being that it's America's game of the week, we're not going to miss any time. But it is frustrating. You're absolutely right. I was thinking that in the back of my head, so I can watch the Giants. Please, God, go Giants. Score prediction, guys. I'm going to stick with what I said last night. I hope I'm wrong, and I'm wrong a lot of the time. So don't get depressed by me saying this. I was wrong last week. I'm going to go 34-30 Dallas by 4.
This game's over. Game's over. Packers won.
Oh, Packers won. Yeah. No, but you're sticking with your score prediction from last night also, 34-28?
Yep. 34-28, 34-30. I like I said, I think the Giants will score. I just don't think it's going to be enough against Dallas.
Yeah, and I hope we're both wrong. I hope it's the other way around. I hope it's 34-30 Giants. Blue Man, thank you very much. Players bailed out our coaching last week. Judge still has no balls. Just got lucky last time. Might bite us again. Blue, I try to be as fair as I can. I was not happy with that decision-making. It worked out, and the players absolutely bailed him out. The defense stepped up. He put trust in the defense. They got the stops. And but what I will say in a game like this, they got to be aggressive. We cannot be punting. We cannot be settling for field. Obviously, on your own side, you're punting, but in those exact scenarios we were in last week, the 4th and 1 specifically, you got to go for it, and you got to try to run on 3rd and 1 and not throw on 3rd and 1 if you know that you're going to be trying to kick the field goal. So I'm with you on that. The Giants have to be more aggressive in this game in terms of their decision-making.
Joey Bag of No Nuts. Better show some big balls today.
Yeah, I'm with you. And we're about to start, by the way. I'm just going to read a couple more of these. Alvaro, man, thank you very much. Sup, Chris. Dom, how much difference makes a 2 and 3 over a 4-1 start? Let's go, Giants. Soup from Chile. Oh, I think you meant 1 and 4 start. A huge difference. Huge difference. If we win today, we're starting to get a lot more optimism. We're headed towards 500. We dropped to 1-4. We're in, big. I mean, it's a must-win game next week against
We're in deep crap.
Yeah,
we're in deep trouble. We would definitely be looking at next year. I mean, we already kind of are anyway, but it'd be more so. You lose today.
We're about to kick off Tudo. I'm going to read this real quick. Member for 6 months. It's 10:20 p.m. here in Italy, and we all Italian diehard Giants fans say we'll win today and F the cowards, losers, and Jerry Jones. And I sure hope you're right as the ball goes out of the end zone. Tudo, thanks so much for popping in. The Cowboys are going to start with it. We both said last night, Bad Dog, we would have preferred the Giants started with it today.
Yeah, well, I can't see shit because I have freaking local-ass commercials on my TV right now. So,
well, the Cowboys are starting with it. I'll be your eyes and ears.
That's exactly what I have. This bullshit again with these freaking commercials. Freaking local-ass commercials getting in front of the game. I got myhottub.com and Crossgates Commons on the.
Dak takes the snap out of the gun, throws a screen pass out to CeeDee Lamb. Lamb's going to pick up 5, maybe 6 as he's tackled out of bounds by McKinney. It'll be 2nd and 4. So the Cowboys come out throwing. Mike, let me read that real quick. If the hoodie isn't working, go to 78 at halftime. I'll have to go upstairs. The jersey's upstairs, but at halftime, if it's not working, maybe I will make a quick change. And Bill, man, thank you so much for the incredible generosity. What's up, boys? Pumped for this game. Want to see DJ and Saquon kill it. I think Saquon could have a big game, but we'll see. We'll see if the defense could hold him to 3 or get off the field here on the first drive. Man in motion left to right from the Giants 31. Dak under center. Takes the snap. Turns, gives to Zeke. Good pressure up the middle. Zeke makes a miss. Got about 1.5 yards, maybe 2 yards. So this is good. This is where you want to be if you're the Giants. I mean, it's, 3rd and short, but 2.5, 3rd and 3 gives the Giants defense an opportunity to get off the field here on the first drive. We'll see if they can do it.
Got a black screen now. I can't see shit.
I'm trying my best. Dak out of the gun. He's going to turn. He's going to give to Zeke. Zeke's got a hole on the right side. Big gain there. All the way up close to midfield. Out of bounds at about the 47. So big gain there. We know that we're going to struggle against guarding the run today. The Cowboys have been one of the best in the business this year. And Tyler, man, thank you very much. He says, what the blank is all the misfield? I know, it's been crazy all day. We were talking about that earlier, man. And Yuri, going to get to that when I can. Here comes Dak under center, 1st and 10, 13, 42 to go. Cooper in motion right to left. Zeke in the backfield from their own 48. Under center, drops back, 3-step drop. Good interior pressure. Dak misses the throw. Good interior pressure that time by the Giants. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Anybody else up here in upstate New York freaking got this bullshit black screen right now? I'm just curious.
And Yuri, man, thank you very much. Panthers stink. They overhyped, and thank you, Saints. Yes, thank you, Saints is right. We definitely, they definitely helped us out today beating Washington. And here's Dak coming out under center. Somebody says I'm behind. There's a little delay with YouTube. Turns, gives to Zeke. Zeke up the middle. He gets hit as he tries to push the pile. He got about 4. So once again, the Giants get him to 3rd down. It's about 3rd and 6 this time. So a better opportunity for the Giants to potentially get off the field, but the Cowboys stay committed to the run, and it may be 4-down territory. We know that the Cowboys could be aggressive on offense. From the Giants, 48, 3rd and 6, and they're going to run on 3rd and 6, and the Giants stand tall. He got 4. It's going to be 4th and 2 at the 44. So this is a big play here. I think the Cowboys are going to go for it. I think that's why they ran there, to knowing that they would go for it on 4th down if they didn't get it, and they are. They're leaving the offense out on the field.
I'm not the only one with this black screen problem, obviously.
Dak out of the gun, drops back, batted up in the air, picked up by the Giants. They're going to have the ball at midfield. Lorenzo Carter comes up with an acrobatic interception, and it's going to be Giants football.
All right, good job.
What a play by Lorenzo Carter. We talked about it last night, how turnovers were going to be huge in this football game. The Giants forced the Cowboys to go for it on 4th and 2. Carter makes an unbelievable play, and the Giants have it at midfield. Keegan, man, thank you very much. Why is my screen? Oh, same with you, I guess. And Eric says, I have black screen right now. I apologize. I can't do anything about that. I'll do my best.
I'll be back when this comes back.
All right. I apologize, Bad Dog. So he'll come back when the screen comes on. I apologize to everybody. I'm going to do my best. Somebody says, calm down. Should I not be excited that we just created a turnover against the Dallas Cowboys on the first drive, something that this defense hasn't been able to do all year in the biggest game of the season against arguably our biggest rival? I'm not calming down. I'm not calming down. Giants ball midfield. What's going on there, Marvin, man? Popping in the stream. What's going on there, Swagger, man? What's going on there, Authentic, man? What's going on there, Stephen, man? What's going on, man? What's going on, Ramen, man? Thanks for popping in the stream. What's going on there, Marjorie? What's going on there, King? Turn this into, yeah, we need 7s. We need 7s for sure, man. You mean where's Bad Dog, Bob? Bad Dog's gonna be back when his screen comes back on. He's got a black screen right now on his end. I guess there's an issue. Somebody else said that they're having the same problem. I don't have a black screen, so I'll do my best to give you guys your eyes and ears as hopefully they figure that out. Andy says it's back on, so I'm guessing Bad Dog will pop on in a second. Authentic says, no, I ain't calming down, man. This game's way too big. We just created a turnover. To me, that was one of the biggest keys to this football game coming in. If we were going to win, we need to win the turnover battle. So far, we're winning that battle 1-0. We got the ball at midfield. If I'm the Giants right now, and I know we talked about trying to establish the run, much like last week, when the Giants were able to commit, I think they went for on 4th down and they missed a field goal rather at midfield. The Giants went for the big momentum swing. I am bombing this ball on the first play to John Ross. I am testing Anthony Brown. First play after the interception, I'm going for the speed demon on the other side of the field, and I am bombing this ball to John Ross. First play out of the gate, and I'm trying to gain big momentum against the Dallas Cowboys. Bad Dog will be right back. And let me see here. Let me just read a couple of these before I lose them. Chef, man, thank you very much. Let's go, Caden Smith, touchdown incoming. You've been calling that forever. And Dominic says, let's go. Couldn't ask for a better start. Needs 7. Let's go is right, my man. And I got a couple more I don't want to miss. Drew Rappler says, am I in the Twilight Zone or we forced a turnover? I think that's our 4th forced turnover all year. My chat's a little bit behind, so if I catch up, I will catch up. So, hi, man. Thank you very much for the $5 donation. And here we go. The Giants got it. Brandon, I'll get to that when I can. Daniel Jones under center. He's going to motion Evan Ingram. 12:40, and Bad Dog's back. I'm going to pull him in after this play. Jones under center, takes the snap, gives to Barkley. Barkley's got a hole, pushes forward for about 4. It'll be 2nd and 6. So a good job there to establish the run on the first play.
Sorry, Chris. A barrage of 4-letter words were about to come out of my mouth. So I don't want to do that on your channel because it was a little heated. So that's why I had to get I had to take a break till he put the damn game on, buddy. I don't want to disrespect your channel with that.
No worry, man. And here's Ross in motion. Jones is going to keep it on the RPO. He's going to roll out to the right, buying time with the legs. Now he's going to take off with it. Jones out of bounds. It's going to be close to the stick. I think they're going to give him the spot. It to him.
I'll tell you what, it might have been a generous spot, Chris, but look at how quick Daniel Jones kind of turned the corner all lackadaisical, then bam, he was gone. Big game for Daniel Jones. And yeah, it's too bad I missed the interceptions. I guess a lot of people here in upstate New York did, but obviously really big stop for the Giants. And defense, now you hope that they can finish this with 7 points. It'd be huge for the Giants to get off to that start.
Guys, going to try to get to your super chats. I know Brandon's up next. Jones coming out under center, and again, there's a delay with me on the chat, so if I get it, it may be late. Jones under center from his own 41, gives to Barkley. Barkley up the middle. Look at Barkley running hard. He picks up about 4 or 5 as he went right into the chest of Van Der Esch.
Yeah, he ran right into LVE. LVE kind of said, I don't think so, buddy. But a good hole up front, 2nd down and 5. We'll live with that all day if we can be 2nd down and 5, especially if these body blows here with 5-6 yard gains on 1st down. Obviously, really be good for the Giants later in the game. But if you can establish the run up front, it's going to help Daniel Jones on the offense as well.
Brandon says shoulder left tackle. Yeah, right now Andrew Thomas is not in the game, which obviously is not ideal. And Dominic, you're next. Here's Jones out of the gun from his own 36, takes the snap, 5-step drop, steps up, throws. He had him. Looked like he got a little bit of Ross's leg there. They didn't call it. I'd have to see a replay, but either way, overthrew him a little bit, but it looked like his route got a little bit delayed. There might have been some contact there. It'll be 3rd and 5.
Yeah, he did. He tripped Ross up a little bit there.
Pass interference if I've ever seen one.
He totally hip checked John Ross, and you like to see it. John Ross was open even after the hip check, and you like to see him go deep down the sideline. There is a good look at Andrew Thomas. Not in the game now, but again, they went deep. He was there. Should have been a flag, illegal contact, nothing else. But of course, it's the Giants Cowboys. We ain't getting any calls today.
3rd and 5 from the 36. Dominic says, let's go. Couldn't ask for a better start. Need 7. Yeah, we need 7. Jones takes the snap from his own 36. Under pressure. Rolls out to the right, trying to buy time with the legs. And he throws and dropped. It was a tough play to make, but you got to help out your quarterback there. Was thrown against his body. And this is going to be the first pressure cooker decision here. It's a long field goal. It's 4th and 5, though. It's not like 4th and 2.
Yeah.
I think they're going to probably take the 3.
Either that or maybe a punt, try to pin him deep. But again,
too close to punt. Too close.
Giants had an opportunity here. Daniel Jones extending the play with his legs. And yeah, Tony's got to catch that.
You got to help your quarterback out.
You got to catch the ball. That's about his 3rd drop. This will be a 55 yarder here for Gano. It is his long of the season. Well, hopefully they can turn this into points.
Snap, hold, kick.
Missed
No
it.
good. So all the momentum we gained is gone.
So Dallas pretty much it's a standstill. They get it right back where they had it at the 45-yard line pretty much. So don't like the decision there. It's too long of a field goal. I think you got to punt, try to pin them deep. And,
punt from the 30. Well, where were they? The 37.
Yeah, we were at the 38.
I think either go for it or you kick the field goal.
Yeah. I don't think you kick the field goal. I think you gotta, I know our punter's been terrible, but I think you got to try to pin him inside the 10 there, because if you miss it, Dallas has great field position, which they do.
And Larry says, never calm down. Go Giants. Appreciate that. David says a big interception by the defense I'm going to be late on these super chats. So it's going to be sound out of context. Who hasn't got more? Let's get 7. Go Giants. Roldy says, F calming down, and I'm cold negative, but F that. I'm hype about the pick. I'm with you, Chris. I ain't calming down. Pistol Beat says, I'm honking my horn. I can't calm down. I'm crazy. Let's go. And Shuki says, Kadarius Toney, well, not after that play, but not a great start for Toney. It was a tough play, but it was a catchable ball for Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's disappointing because the Giants do this again. You know, they get a first down and then they can't convert anything. And yeah, I mean, Toney's got to make the catch. He was falling down. The pass interference on John Ross killed us. I mean, the guy is pretty much tripped. He's held. If they don't do that, it's a touchdown. I mean, he beat the guy. But, of course, we will not get a call in this game. Nobody gets calls against the Cowboys, ever. Except for the Packers. They got a call against them in Lambeau. But that's about it. When you're a bad team, they will never give you a call, even if you deserve it. It doesn't matter.
He certainly looked like there was contact there on that play. And Pete
definitely was.
Yeah. And Pete says Toney has to – I agree. Tony's got to catch that. I know people don't want to go after the rookie, but it's a tough play to make. I get it, but
hit you in the hands.
Tough throw there. You got to help out your quarterback.
So it is what it is, but that's a shame because, again, now Dallas has great field position. You know, Giants get that big turnover there to start the game, and they have great field position, and they can't do anything with it.
And what's going on, Dynamic? Fabian, thanks for popping in. Thank you to everybody for being here. No, and Brandon says Judges all talk, no guts. It's getting ridiculous. 4th and 5, I mean, 4th and 3, I'm with you. 4th and 5, I'm not going to destroy him for attempting that field goal there. It's 54 yards. Dallas is basically in a dome. I mean, I think Gano's got to make that kick. If it was 4th and 2, 4th and 3, I'm all for going for it. 4th and 5, I think I would have probably tried the field goal there, personally. Well, here we go. Dak coming out of the shotgun here from his own 44. He's going to turn. He's going to give it to Zeke. Zeke tries to run off the right tackle, and he's going to barrel forward for about 6 as he gets it to midfield. It'll be 2nd and 4, 10:38 to go here in the first quarter.
That was a good job by Zeke. It looked like he was going to get stopped there. He waited for the blocks to develop, and then he ran upfield, got 6 yards. So a good gain on first down for Zeke and the Cowboys.
And JD says, Solder already getting annihilated. Yeah, well, we know the offensive line is not going to be perfect with Thomas out. So hopefully he's able to play, but it doesn't look like he will be. Dak out of the gun, takes the snap, gives to Zeke. Zeke's got a big hole off the right side. He's going to barrel forward for about 6, maybe 7. Reggie Ragland in on the tackle as they get it to about the Giants' 43.
And this is what Dallas does to you, man. They hit you with body blow, then they nail you with a knockout punch. You know, they go deep to CeeDee Lamb. They go deep to Amari Cooper. But this is why, you know, going into this game, both you and I said if they're going to win, they got to be able to stop Ezekiel Elliott. So far, not so good.
And here comes Dak coming out in the shotgun formation from the Giants' 44. Man in motion, 1st and 10. Zeke to his right. Dak will take the snap. Play action. There's a flag on the play. Drop that hold. That is a clear hold. As Dak gets it off, that's caught. This is either going to be negating penalties, in my opinion. Maybe they won't call the hold. Maybe it's on the – I don't know, but a great catch by Zeke is a pickup of about
probably
9.
Illegal formation, illegal shift on Dallas. Normally when the flag comes out immediately on the snap, that's what it is, unless the guy lined up in the neutral zone. But usually that's against the offense. I don't know if there was a flag after the fact. But it is a legal formation on Dallas.
So legal formation. They don't hit him for the hold, which, okay. And Jeremiah, thank you very much. Rest assured this game won't be as good as your call, Chris, with Bad Dog. I hope it's better. I hope we win.
Me too.
I hope we win. The game is still tied. It's the first quarter. 9:26 to go here in the first and 15 for Dallas.
Someone said, why don't they stop the play? Because it's not the only time you stop the play is on a false start. Illegal formation does not stop the play. False start stop the play. That's about it. Unless a guy is unabated to the quarterback, that'll also stop it. But anything else, they play on.
Dak under center gives to Zeke, not Zeke, rather Pollard, and Pollard gets 18 yards on 1st and 15.
Yep. Dallas is destroying the Giants' left side of the line. That's 3 straight runs over, well, besides the illegal formation, but 3 straight plays that they've run over to the right side. A little misdirection. You see the guard and the tackle pulling out there, and they're just great. I mean, this is why Dallas is good. I mean, you watch that offensive line work. This is what the Giants got to do with their offensive line. Because when you create holes like that, I don't care who you are, man. I might be able to get 8 yards on that. So.
And now they got CeeDee Lamb lined up in the backfield. Dak coming out in the shotgun here from the Giants 32. It's a 4-wide set. Giants with a 4-man front will take the snap, gives to CeeDee on our carry, and Lamb's going to get about 3, maybe 4. It'll be 2nd and 6.
That's weird. I don't know why. I don't like that. Why are you – you have Ezekiel Elliott, you got Tony Pollard. You're lining up CeeDee Lamb in the backfield? I don't get it. He's not Cordero Patterson.
Yeah, I don't get it. I'm
weird.
with you on that. Sometimes you see NFL teams get too cute. I think that was an instance of it.
That was weird.
2nd and 7 here from the Giants 29 as they're going to pitch it down to Pollard. They stick with the run. Pollard makes a man miss. It's going to be about 2 yards short. It's going to bring up a huge 3rd and 2. Cowboys obviously already in field goal range, so we'll see if we can stop them and they decide whether or not to go for it.
Yeah, again, they continue to run to their right side. I mean, they've had a lot of holes over there. Pollard and Zeke both run well in this drive over to their right side or left side. And, if you're Dallas, I would go right back over there. Of course, that also, well, they're not going to do that because there's an empty backfield here for Dak on 3rd and 2.
Yeah, really 3rd and 1. Dak takes a snap out of the gun, drops back, and he's going to hit his man over the middle. I think it's Schultz. Either way, it's a first down to about the 20. As they pick up about 7 or 8 as the Dak and the Cowboys offense starting to move.
Yeah, very soft zone again, about 8 yards off the line of scrimmage on 3rd and 2. It's what Patrick Graham does. You see the defenders backing up into the middle of the field. I don't really understand that defense. I guess I never will. 3rd and 16, I get it. 3rd and 2, I don't. Dallas moves the chains.
They have it at the 16, actually. My mistake. Play action, rolling out, under pressure, and he's going to throw a good play there. I don't think it would have been completed anyway, but good coverage there by Julian Love. I think he got a hand on it. 2nd and 10.
Yep. Yeah, again, good pressure that time, forcing Dak out to his right. Dak had to throw it on the run. And again, the Julian Love had good coverage there. So that would have been a really tough play, 2nd down and 10 here for Dallas. If you're the Giants, you got to bend and not break. Try to hold them to 3. And then you got to get your offense back in the field to hope you can go down and get some points.
Jeremiah, thank you very much. I'll get to that in 1 second. Man in motion is Amari Cooper as Dak is under center from the Giants 16. 2nd and 10 gives to Zeke. Zeke cuts it back. He's met there by Ragland. Nice hit. It'll bring up 3rd and long, maybe 3rd and 7 or so at about the 13-yard line.
If you're the Giants, this is where your defense needs to step up and make a play. This is where your big money guy, Leonard Williams, may need to do something. Again, maybe they're hurrying up to the line of scrimmage here. Giants look confused on defense.
3rd and 7 from the 13. Shotgun, drops back, throws over the middle. He dropped it. He had Schultz. It was pretty tight coverage by McKinney. Regardless, it's incomplete. And to me, and I want to read this before I lose it, and then I'm going to get to our opinions on the play. Jeremiah says, thank you very much. Guys, John Hussey and his crew suck a big one. This is the worst officiating crew in the NFL. Hands down, there will be some terrible calls in this game. Oh, I don't doubt that. And Bill says, call me old school, but the best play heard. This isn't tennis. Thomas needs to get his big butt out there. Well, I mean, if he can't play, he can't play. I would love to see him out there, but at the same time, if he's going to hurt the team, if he can't move, we don't know the severity in terms of, the injury.
Giants got a break there. That was a touchdown. He just dropped it.
4th and 7 here for Zerline as he'll line up for the field goal kick, 31 yards out, and it's good. And the way I look at that, Bad Dog, we're down 3-0 for sure. Dallas right now takes the lead. But the way I look at that drive, we took the momentum with the interception. Dallas got the momentum right back with the missed field goal. And I think the Giants just took some momentum back. I know Dallas got 3 points, but they started with the ball at midfield. And I went into this game thinking if you could hold the Dallas offense to 3s, that's almost like a win. Now our offense needs to answer back. You got to remember they started with the ball. If you go into the half tied or even down 3, you're still very much in this game. Our offense needs to respond, but that is a win. You sign up for 3s all day against this Dallas offense.
Yeah, well, Dallas killed their own momentum because, again, the Giants' defense looked extremely confused. Dak hurried to the line of scrimmage. He found exactly what he wanted. He threw a perfect pass that was dropped. We definitely got a break on that one, and now it's time to take advantage. You're not going to get a lot of breaks against Dallas. Normally, that's a play that they convert. It's 7-0. 3-0 is very doable. I definitely think this offense is going to move the ball today. But the receivers got to make plays, and the receivers can't be held on go routes down the sideline and not be called. But, if Jones puts the ball there, we got to make plays. I like the fact that they ran the ball a little bit, and Barkley did look like he get some positive yardage. So we'll see. I mean, again, the Giants got to move the ball. We got to have a good drive here and at least come away with 3. We got to stay with these guys. We can't get too far behind or it's going to be a long day.
Got to get Barkley involved in the passing game, in my opinion, and we got to start completing some passes. We got to open up the offense a little bit, but I want to see Barkley involved in the passing game. We actually ran the ball fairly effectively on that first drive. Jones had a nice 6 or 7 yard run. Barkley ran nice between the tackles, 2 runs, so that's a good sign. That was something that we worried about coming in. We needed to establish the run. Now we need to get that passing game going, and we'll see if the Giants can do it on this drive. Brandon, man, thank you very much. I can already see Garrett being completely horrible this game. I really hope I'm wrong, but no Thomas equals no time, and Garrett cannot scheme people open. I mean, we're definitely at a big disadvantage. There's no doubt about it with Thomas out. You're not replacing Andrew Thomas with Nate Solder on the left side. You're just not going to do it. You hope that Nate Solder doesn't get completely demolished. It looked like on that drive, the first drive at least, Nate Solder wasn't getting destroyed. There was one play where Jones had quick backside pressure, but obviously he's not going to duplicate what Thomas has done the first 4 games. You just hope he doesn't get destroyed.
Right. And, well, listen, Daniel Jones is he did a good job of getting away from the pressure. He ran for a first down the first time, and then he made a pretty good throw to Kadarius Toney the second time. Could have been another first down.
Yeah. And Best Savage says that Dallas has an extremely high-powered offense, and holding to 3 is a win for the defense. And I think the drop had to do with somewhat tight coverage. There was somewhat tight coverage, but it wasn't an easy catch, but Schultz has to bring that in.
Got to catch that. I mean, if we're saying Toney has to catch his pass, Schultz has to catch that one.
Yeah. And here we go. Zerline set to kick it away. 6:17 to go here in the first. Obviously, the Dallas offense has really been able to run the ball on us so far, something that we knew was going to happen. But Giants did a good job of holding strong in that first drive. That ball is going to go out of the end zone. Giants will start at their own 25, and we'll see if Jones in this offense could really get something established on what is really their first drive in terms of starting from the 25, coming out with probably the game plan that you thought that you were going to have to start the game. You don't anticipate starting at the 50. So we'll see if they can get into a good groove on offense here on this drive.
I can see John Ross having a big catch today. Like you saw it on the right side. There's no doubt in my mind that like I said, he's a difference maker. There's Andrew Thomas. Don't look like he is going to play. He's walking around without the helmet. He's limping around. So it's a big loss for the Giants. So I do think John Ross could have a big play in this game at some point. It looks like Barkley's lined up out wide over to the left. Let's see what they do with that.
They're going to motion Barkley out wide left, trying to create a mismatch here on Parsons. I'll take that matchup all day. Jones takes the snap. He looks to Barkley, and he sailed the throw. And now Barkley grabs his ankle. You got to be kidding me, man. Oh. I don't think it's anything super serious, but that's probably at least a sprained ankle as Barkley's limping off the field.
Yeah, that's not good. That was non-contact. That could be an Achilles.
I thought there was some contact there, but maybe I'm wrong. I got to see the replay.
That could be an Achilles. That could be the end of him. So it goes from bad to worse for the Giants. That was a bad throw, too.
That was a very bad throw. Jones under center here from his own 25. Cowboys showing blitz. He's going to give up the middle. Got about a yard. It'll be 3rd and 9 as that was Booker on the carry.
Oh, yeah, no, he twisted the ankle. I didn't see him step on him there.
Yeah. I think that's a sprained ankle. He rolled his ankle.
Yeah, hopefully they can tape that up and he can get going. I thought he grabbed the back of his leg. I didn't see him step on the defender there, so hopefully they can wrap it up and he's okay to go. I mean, you see that in basketball all the time. It's rare they see it in football, but it happens in basketball all the time.
3rd and 9 from his own 26. Jones coming out in the shotgun formations. Got Booker to his left, 3 wide set, 2 to the right. Cowboys showing blitz, 4 on the clock. Jones will take the snap, drops back. Has to roll out to the right. He's flushed out of the pocket, and that was nearly picked off by Diggs as he was looking for Galladay. Giants lucky there.
Yeah, and again, Daniel Jones, no time to throw, has to roll out to his right. Really nothing there. Good coverage. So Giants will have to punt.
I mean, look, the offensive line is not a pretty start for the line, and obviously a bad throw there. Diggs made a fantastic play. Basically ripped that out of Galladay's hands. Luckily, they weren't able to intercept it. He is super sneaky at the cornerback spot. 5:23 to go as Dixon's going to get the punt away.
Terrible
punt.
punt.
It'll bounce at the 40, and the CeeDee Lamb will pick it up there. He'll spin to the right, comes back, cuts back across the field. Stiff arm still on his feet. Crosses midfield to the Giants' 49-yard line. Cowboys will set up shop there.
Another horrendous punt, by the way. That went about 35 yards in the air. That was a terrible kick. Dallas ends up with really good field position again.
Oh,
a terrible kick. Well, we knew this wasn't going to be easy today.
No.
So it doesn't help. Hopefully Barkley's okay. That's really the most important thing today is that Barkley's all right.
Especially if Andrew Thomas, with him out, it makes it that much harder.
Yeah.
Michael, man, thank you very much. Says Nate Solder instead of Thomas today ended this. We are not the same team with Nate Solder at left tackle, and that's beyond obvious.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Daniel Jones has to keep rolling out to his right because the pressure keeps coming from his left. So it's going to be tough.
And Blake says Saquon made a glass. I mean, he rolled his ankle, man. It happens. Hopefully he's able to come back in, and we'll see if it's a high ankle sprain or not. He limped off the field, but hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
Man. I'm at the game. Saquon is done. He's man on the bench. He's probably not playing today, Ian. Who knows? Who knows how severe the injury is? Not good, though.
No, not good. I mean, again, that's why I, mentioned the thing before about Barkley. Who knows if the guy can't? I mean, I know it's a freak injuries, but my God, I mean, he's had injury after injury after injury, and best ability is availability. If he's not available, he's not really helping the team. Freak injuries or not, some guys just have bad luck. He has bad luck. And
Joey says, I think he meant to say half our team is hurt. You can't really blame that on Joe Judge. I mean, maybe the conditioning and practice, perhaps. I know people have alluded to that, but I don't know how you could really blame Joe Judge for that.
This is a freak thing. He stepped on his foot. Conditioning or no conditioning, it's just bad timing.
And Jeremy, man, thank you very much. I hope your boy is okay. I don't wish that on it. Of course not, man. Nobody. I mean, anybody that's not a friggin' douchebag should not root for injuries on any player in the NFL.
Right.
But I appreciate that, Jeremy. Thank you very much. And Mr. Gano, man, MG Gano, man, thank you very much. Giants playing like they want to tell the world last week was a fluke. Yeah, I mean, we knew it was going to be a tough opponent. Will Stubbs says put Tony at running back. I mean, maybe a little bit. He's not gonna be an every down running back, but maybe they utilize him in that role a little bit. It's something that we've been calling for a long time.
Yep. I don't know.
And they're looking over Tony right now Barkley right now on the bench. And Jay, man, thank you very much. Let's stay positive. Hey, the game's not over yet, but obviously, that's definitely a rolled ankle. Cowboys have it at midfield, and once again, the Giants defense is going to have to find a way to hold them to 3. Dak under center, drops back, 5-step drop, pump fake, and now he's going to take off. He's going to run with it. It'll slide down. He gets about 6, maybe 7 at about the Giants' 43.
I actually thought Dak could have got more if he chose to. I thought they were going to go hurry up again. They're not. But there is, that's not good.
Oh, my God.
That's
a severely sprained ankle. That is a grapefruit. Yep. He ain't coming back in today.
No.
Here's Dak under center. Takes the snap. It'll be 2nd and 4. Big hole for Pollard, and that's a pickup of 7. First down, Cowboys. Jeremy, man, he says, tell my man Bad Dog I said, what's up? Y'all both are, I appreciate. He says, y'all both are awesome.
Thanks, sir.
What's up, Jeremy? Billum says, this is the NFL. You play hurt. You think LT would sit the bench when he was hurt? Thomas is soft. I mean, I guess. I guess.
I don't know. We have no idea how injured he really is.
Yeah, we don't know how severe the injury is. And maybe the Giants feel like he would not give him a better opportunity than Solder based off the injury. Here's the snap. Turns, gives to Pollard. Pollard's going to run up off the left side there for 3 yards. It'll be 2nd and 7. Of course, I'd want him to play. I was excited to hear when he was going to try to play. Dave, man, this is looking to be a very long game. I don't want to be negative, but with Barkley out, it's not looking, of course. Right now, we're missing our left tackle and we're missing our best offensive player.
I don't understand when people are like, oh, you're negative. What, again, I'll never get that. You want to be optimistic? Oh, look at it. He didn't tear his ACL. I mean, I don't understand when you're looking at what's going on in the game and you're just calling it how it is.
Dak play action. Good pressure by the Giants.
That's intentional grounding. He's not outside the tackle box. Come on, man.
Julian Love, man, with great pressure. A well-designed blitz there by Patrick Graham. As Dak had to get rid of it, it'll be 3rd and 7. So good job of aggression there by the Giants defense. Dak did not see that coming. And Blake, man, very much. I mean, having guys with minor injury missing weeks at a time is pathetic. Favre threw for 400 yards with pins in his thumb on his throwing hand after his dad died. Maybe it's a generational thing. Hey, man, if Thomas could play, I want him out there. I'll be the first to say it.
We gotta stop him here.
Here's Dak out of the shotgun here from the Giants 34. It'll be a 3rd and 7. 3 on the play clock. Giants come with a blitz. They do get pressure, but Dak does a good job sensing it. He's going to be short of the sticks. He's tackled down about 1.5 yards short.
They're going to go for it. And I would. I mean, Giants have no offense so far, especially now, Barkley's out for the game, and they've been able to run the ball extremely effectively. If I'm Dallas, I'm going for this. I'm not picking. They are going to go for it.
They need about 1.5 yards here from the 28.5. Dak under center. He's got Pollard in the backfield. Man in motion. They're going to hand to the wide receiver, and he's going to have a 6 or 7 yard gain. That's a first down there for the Cowboys. That's Wilson on the end around.
Easy first down for Dallas. Cedric Wilson comes there. Giants not prepared for it. Easy 7 yard gain. Dallas moves the stick. That's the end of Saquon Barkley. So there's another injury to him, and that's probably not a guy that you'll be seeing in a Giants uniform past his rookie contract. I'm going to say that right now. You're not going to give that guy a ton of money.
Nope. Dak under center from the 22. Gives up the middle. That's Zeke. He picks up 5. It'll be 2nd and 5. JD, man, thank you very much. There's no up and way Parrott could be worse. Well, Parrott's playing. He's just on the right side.
Right. Right.
And Steve, man, thank you very much. I'm already disgusted, boys. T says, is made of glass ever justified in today's NFL? I mean,
listen, the players are not as tough as they used to be. There's no more two-a-days. There's no more contact in practice. There's nothing. They don't play the way they used to. They're bigger, stronger, and faster, but they don't play as hard as they used to. That's a fact.
Here's Dak out of the gun from his own 17. He's going to turn. He's going to give to Zeke. They got the hole off the right side, and Zeke pushes forward to about the 4. It'll be 1st and goal at the 4. Serotonin says Leonard Williams took $80 million and dipped.
Yeah. Dallas has run that play all day, by the way. They have run that play all day. The Giants can't stop it at all. They have run that particular play the entire first quarter, and they have succeeded the entire first quarter running over to their right side. And I got to try to hold the 3.
1st to goal at the 5. They fake the screen pass. They give to Zeke on the draw. Giants get good pressure there. Nowhere to go that time. I think Aziz was the first one in on it. It'll be 2nd to goal at about the 5.
Yep. Yeah, Zuabe says 26. Damn, what could have been? He'll go down in the David Wilson category about guys that were extremely talented but injured and derailed their career. Barkley's not close to Bo Jackson, but what Bo could have been had he not had that hip injury. Holy Jesus.
And Lee, man, thank you very much. Let's see Tony throw one. And maybe we will. Maybe they'll try to get innovative. We'll see. And thank you very much. 40 seconds to go here in the first quarter. 2nd to goal from the 5 shotgun formation here for Dak. He fumbles it, and the Giants come up with it. Reggie Ragland dives on it. The Giants are going to have it at their own 8, so they'll have the football. That's the 2nd turnover by the Cowboys.
Yeah, that was a mistake. That one was an unforced error. I don't know what Dak – it looked like that ball didn't get to Dak. It might have hit the center in his ass a little bit. And then Ragland Johnny on the spot. That's a big turnover for the Giants. No, Dak just wasn't looking. The ball was a little bit over to Dak's left. He was looking to give it to Zeke before he had the ball. And Reggie Ragland jumps on the ball. That's a huge break for the Giants. Hopefully – now the offense I don't even know what to say. You don't have your left tackle. You don't have your running back. I don't know what else. I don't know what the hell else we can do here. Hopefully the offense finds a way to do something.
Ghost TV says, why does them always work? We suck. Well, we're still down 3-0, but obviously horrible luck with the injuries. And somebody said, was it a dirty play with Barkley? No, it was just, no. It was a complete freak injury. He was running across the middle. He stepped on somebody's ankle.
Yep.
Jones coming out under center. Barkley in the back. Booker rather in the backfield. Hands to Booker, and pretty good hard run there by Booker. He got about 3.5 maybe. It'll be second and about 6.5.
Yep, and that'll be the end of the first quarter. So, again, the Giants are fortunate there. You're hoping to hold them to 3, and instead you get the ball because of just a misplay by Dak. Dak with 2 turnovers in the first quarter. I didn't see that coming. So now Booker's flexing his right hand. I don't know what the hell that's going to mean, but we're going to go to the second quarter. They won't run another play here. Daniel Jones is 0 for 4, by the way.
And King the Kev, man, thank you for remember. Is it time for Devontae Booker to shine? Well, he's going to get his opportunity right now.
It's time for Gary Brightwell to get some touches.
Oh, he's gonna. They got no choice at this point. And I would expect. I don't know if Barker's gonna be out for the year. We'll see. But I would assume at least, even if it's just a severe sprain, because that looked bad.
He's going on the IR, guys.
Yeah, he's definitely gone for at least 6 or 7 weeks. And at that point, you got to pick somebody up off free agency like we did last year. You got to scan the free agency wire and pick up a running back.
Where's Wayne Gallman?
Yeah. And MY Giants 26's bittersweet moment, probably Saquon's last season. He may be back next year, but I agree with Bad Dog that he's not going to get a second contract with the Giants.
Well, they did pick up his 5th-year option.
Yeah, right? He'd probably be back next year, but I don't see him getting a second contract with the Giants unless it's for a very cheap deal because it's too much at this point with the injuries. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, he's missed too many games. You can't be giving a guy $15-60 million, and like I said, he just has bad luck. It's just bad luck. Bad luck. It's bad luck. You carry your ACL, it's bad luck. You step on a guy's ankle after the play is over. It's bad luck. He was letting up. What are the odds?
Bad luck. And Blake says, need a generational type of defense to come back with this many injuries. So far, the defense looks better this week. Defense playing good today. Now they've gotten, obviously that was a lucky fumble recovery, but the interception was a good play by Carter, and they held strong on one drive. We're still getting killed in the run game, but it is Dallas. They might have the best running attack in football. So, hi, man. Thank you very much. Hey, man, I just want to win so I can hear Chris blow his chords. Let's go. Stephen
that
Lewis
was pretty
says,
funny. That was pretty good last week.
Stephen Lewis says, hi, you boys. So we lost Barkley. Nothing new there. So we use all our other weapons we have. We aren't a one-man team. Let's go, Giants. Let's go. Love the positivity, man. Let's see if we can fight back. Ghost TV says, Miami Heat season. Good luck to the Knicks. Appreciate that, Ghost. And Blake says Marlon Mack was put on the trade block. We'll see at the end of this game, but obviously we're going to have to scan the market, whether it be, via a trade or via, picking somebody off the waivers. Travis says it's Brucey's time to shine. We'll see, Travis, man. Thank you very much, buddy. And Goose, man, thank you for being a member. Sup, Dan and Bad Dog. Who dat? Oh, yeah, y'all did. At least we beat. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for beating them today, man. We appreciate you beating Washington.
Of course.
And Goose, thank you for being the man. Vince says, need DJ to pull out the dog now. We've seen it. He has it in him. Yeah, but he don't got Andrew Thomas, and he don't got Saquon Barkley. So he's going to have to pull out a triple dog in this game.
I feel bad for him, man. I honestly do. They can't. There's just nothing healthy stays around this kid. I feel bad for him.
Yeah. 2nd and 7 here for Jones from his own 12. MY Giants 26. Get that in 1 second. Jones out of the gun from his own 12. It's a 3-wide set. Dallas with a 4-man front. They come with a blitz. He's going to keep it on the RPO. Dallas ready for it, but Jones does lower the shoulder and pick up about 3. It'll be a 3rd and 4, but a good job there by Parsons to read it out.
I always get nervous when Daniel Jones leads with his shoulder or his head. I always get nervous, not even for the fumbles. Like I'm always afraid that, you ram your shoulder wrong, get your head hit. I hate when quarterbacks go head first into defenders. Like if there's an open space and you're like diving for the first down, okay. I rather him slide. I always get nervous when he does that. Big throw down here, Chris.
This is a huge play. And I think you got to throw here. But we'll see. MY Giants 26, get to that 1 second. 3rd and 3, man in motion is Tony. We'll see if the Giants get the pass game going. Giants takes the snap, drops back. Jones throws it, and incomplete. Good coverage there by the Cowboys. Wasn't much separation. Was looking for Ross. Giants are going to have to punt.
Again, I like the play call, honestly. And I'm telling you, they're going to hit this before it's over. That was good coverage. A little over. That would have taken a perfect throw. We've seen Jones make this throw. Just not enough air underneath it. But I think that's going to be – I think they're going to hit that before it's over. I like that they've taken some deep shots.
14-10 to go here in the second. And again, they're going to be asking the defense to make another stop, man. They're asking a lot here as they were unable to pick up a first down. MY Jones 26 says, you're right. I forgot it's only his fourth year. And the punt's away by Dixon. We'll see if he gets a good punt finally. He struggled all year. And it takes a Giants bounce, so we get lucky here as it'll go down to the Cowboys 35, about a 50-yard net punt.
Yeah, and again, it bounced about 15 yards. Another bad punt.
He's been bad all year. Pistol Beat says, Bad Dog, you were right to say trade Barkley. Well, we're not going to be able to get anything for him now.
Oh, I didn't even say I said that they should have listened to offers for him. And again, it's not even because of the injury history, Pete. It's simply because looking at it, hindsight being 2020 wasn't the right pick for the team. And when I saw what Wayne Gallman was able to do and how the Giants are able to win games, told me that they don't need Saquon Barkley. They just need a running back that can be an average running back, and they can be effective. When they can go into Seattle with a backup quarterback and Wayne Gallman and find a way to win that game, told me Barkley can be expendable. And if you can just get yourself an average back and get some picks and build the offensive line and get an edge rusher or something, then you're probably going to build a really good team. But that was the only reason I did the video, is because of Wayne Gallman's performance and Devontae Freeman and Alfred Morris. We were still able to run the ball without him. So, and win games. And I said, so why not? Why wouldn't you listen to offers? But they're not going to get anything for him because, again, he just can't stay healthy. Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's just bad luck. Tearing your ACL is a freak thing. It's always non-contact, just freak. That was a freak injury. What can you do? He's letting up. He just happens to step on the guy's ankle. It's terrible luck.
I just want to read these. I'm going to lose them. Davey, man, thank you very much. Same shit, non-calls, bad luck for the Giants. Yep. And Shaw says Atlanta not using WG, maybe trade. Oh, Wayne Gallman, maybe trade a 6th or 7th for him. I mean, who knows whether or not they'll do that, but they're going to explore the market for running back. I don't know if it'll be Gallman, it'll be somebody. And Michael says, people in the chat, let's worry about Barkley after the game. Just win this game, and let's figure out after that. All right, let's see if we can win. MY Giants 26 says Giants are going to trade for Marlon Mack. I know, we'll see. Rolly says Giants better not. They're not going to give Barkley a second contract. There's no way. He had to stay healthy this year, to me at least, to even entertain that. He needed to prove that he could stay healthy for 17 games. Mm-hmm. And Peter says, I just cried thinking about Barkley in another jersey. I mean, maybe he's in this jersey, but maybe he just doesn't get a ridiculous contract. And, we signed him to a very cost-friendly contract because the guy can't – who knows? But there's no way he's getting a big contract, at least from the Giants now, after this injury.
Yeah, he's just injured too often. That's all it is.
And Alphabet Man, thank you very much. You honestly don't need a great skill position player at any position to win consistently and compete for a Super Bowl. You do need a lot of good ones. It certainly helps, though, in today's NFL. But obviously, to me, it's always quarterback and offensive line are the most important. But it definitely helps to have a game breaker. Here's Dak under center. He's going to turn. He's going to give a big hole off the left side, and Zeke powers forward for 14.
Yeah, again, this is what Dallas is able to do, which is why I said if they could figure out a way to.
Is Galladay hurt now? Oh, no, Diggs is hurt.
Yeah.
On the Cowboys. Cowboys have it here at midfield after Zeke had a hole the size of the Grand Canyon to run through there for 14 yards. 13:29 to go. Here's Dak under center right at midfield. Giants really trying to stuff the box. Too wide. Dak takes the snap. They're going to run it anyway. And this time the Giants hold strong. Ojulari.
Azeez Ojulari, baby. Big
1 yard
stick.
loss. And you could see with that defensive alignment, the Giants were saying, there is no way we're letting them run on this play. They had like 8 guys up at the line of scrimmage.
That's what they got to do.
They were going to stop there.
I mean, we talked about it last night. If you make Dak beat you, I know Dak is good and he can beat you, but you can't let them run the ball down your throat. And then they went over to the right side. They run the ball very effectively to their left, our right. So it was weird to go that side. Let's see if Dallas goes back to their left.
Man in motion's Pollard. He'll fake it. Drops back. Now he's going to check it down to Pollard out in the flat. Pollard's wrapped up. Breaks a tackle. Got an extra yard or two. But good job there by the Giants to hold him. It'll be 3rd and 9 at the Giants 49.
Yeah. That's a hold. I mean, it didn't even matter. Held Ojulari. It didn't even matter. I almost undressed him. And he was still like, no, this is a big play for the Giants. They got to get off the field on 3rd down and 8. This is where if you're going to beat Dallas, you have to get them in these down and distances. They can't be 3rd and short. They'll kill you. So, again, we'll see if the Giants are aggressive here or if they go back in the zone a little bit, try to make the tackle.
Wilson in motion, Dak out of the gun from the Giants 49. Dak takes the snap. Giants come with pressure, throws right. He's got Lamb, and he cooks Bradbury for a touchdown. And let me just read these before I lose them. Brandon, man, thank you very much. Run on first and second down. Don't try to get the first. Go deep. Really makes no sense. It's just disgusting what I'm already seeing from Garrett. Listen, man, that is what, and yeah, I mean, the offense so far has been bad, but obviously a lot of that goes back to Andrew Thomas and not having Barkley out there. That certainly doesn't help. But that is what happens, Bad Dog, when you have a ground game. You saw the Giants had to creep up and try to honor the run and stuff the run. And then Dak said, okay, now I'm going to beat you with CeeDee Lamb. And when you have a running attack and an offensive line in which the Dallas Cowboys do, it's pick your poison. And when you go one-on-one against a talented wide receiver like CeeDee Lamb and you got 7 or 8 in the box, more often than not, Dallas is going to make you pay.
Well, Julian Love is extremely late coming over, way late. I mean, he definitely, I think Bradbury thought he had safety help over the top, and he should have. And Julian Love is extremely late. He got there way too late, and it was over. Bradbury's been terrible this year. There is no doubt about that. And again, these Dallas Cowboy receivers are some of the best in the league. So this is exactly what they do. They body blow, then the knockout punch. This game's over. It's 10-0 Dallas.
10-0. Jarrett, man, thank you very much. Cruel reality that Barkley was a bad pick. Can't stay healthy. I agree. I've even admitted that even before this injury that it was the wrong pick. I love him, and I hope he ends up being a phenomenal NFL player, but it wasn't the right pick at the time. And they need to strongly address the offensive line. Chad, man, thank you very much. Typical New York Giants football defense plays well, and the offense flops. Dallas making mistakes we can't capitalize on. Less painful when listening to you guys. Appreciate it, Chad, man. And hopefully the Giants find a way to get a drive going, but we got to block. Pete says Le'Veon Bell in the Ravens practice squad. Any scenario where we could grab him? I guess. I mean, it's something that I'll think about after the game. There's a lot of names out there that the New York Giants, I'm sure, will scour the market and try to bring somebody in. But, you're not replacing Barkley in terms of his dynamic playmaking ability. Hopefully you can bring in a guy here that could be part of a rotation. Jason,
live play-by-play pessimism bad. You're right. Good job, Giants. All right. Way to go. Way to go, guys. All right. Looking good, baby. Looking good. How's that? Is that cheerful enough for you? All right. Good try, James. Good try, buddy. Don't worry. Shake it off. Shake it off. It's okay. Oh, Barkley, just rub some dirt on that ankle. Get back out there, buddy. It's okay. It's okay, guys. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, it's okay. You need a little pep talk. Do you want a participation trophy? Oh, good try. Hey, good try. The old college try. Awesome. I'll do that all freaking game. Okay. Oh, we're only losing 10-0. Oh, our defensive back got cooked. Oh, it's okay. Good try, guys. Good try. All you can do is try.
Jason, man, Barkley was never a bullback. I've been saying that forever. I think he meant bull cow running back. And Garrett and the Giants keep running this dude who has had injuries up the middle nonstop, like stupid games, stupid. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. In fairness on that play, I think it was a passing play. It was a fluke thing. But it is what it is, man. It's bad luck. And the Giants will start with the ball here down 10-0. Pip name Slickback, man. Thank you very much. Missing Andrew Thomas shouldn't be lethal for this team. A smart GM builds up great offensive line depth. If we had a good right, I agree. It's why Pip name Slickback, you and me both were strongly on the offensive line train. And obviously the Giants are going to have to address that big time next year. But one player going down on the offensive line, you're seeing the effect that it could have. It's not like Dallas has this all-world defense, and Saint, man, thank you very much. We've thrown. I missed it. He said we've thrown something, but sorry, Saint, I missed that, man. Thank you very much, though, for the support, man. And NY Giants 26 says, to the people who thought we had a chance, there is a reason why the Giants were 1-3 and the Cowboys are 3-1, or should I say 4-1. Team gets worse every year. It's not a good start. That's for damn sure. And Yanks fan says sarcastic Bad Dog is great. Giants will start at the 24.
It's just so these people that talk like this do nothing. I guarantee they do nothing with their life. I guarantee you they live with their mom. I guarantee it. I will guarantee people that think everything is roses have not achieved shit.
Well, I don't know.
I will bet money on it.
I don't know.
Life isn't all about being positive. It's about being realistic, people.
I don't know how you can be positive off the offense is in a tough spot, but I don't know how you can be positive of the way that they've performed.
It's not even positive. It's just calling what the hell we see right now. This is you couldn't have got off to a worse start. I don't mean they can't come back, but this is bad right now.
I think we both acknowledge that the offensive line's in a really tough spot today, but it's not looking good. Jones coming out under center. Cowboy. Oh, nice block there by Booker. Gave Jones a little bit of time as he sails the throw. Nearly picked off by Diggs. Was hit as he threw it. 2nd and 10. Incomplete.
Yeah. For me to say the game's over, it's a disgrace. Whatever. Cool story, bro. Cool
and
story.
Blake says, I hate to ask the question, but Quentin Nelson at number 2 and Chubb at the Will Hernandez pick, how much better? Of course. I mean, that would have made us better, Blake. It is what it is. You can't go back in time. That's 4 years ago. And I don't know. I don't know how much better it would have made us. I really don't know. It would have made us better for the long term, especially. Christian, man, thank you very much. And
Here
this
we go.
is the line pass to Tony. There was a screen pass. Now he's going to go back to Booker. Booker's got a couple of lead blockers, but he dropped the pass. It's going to be incomplete. Oh, that could have been a good play. That was set up for at least 6-7 yards, maybe even something much bigger. But Booker bobbled the pass.
Yeah. And things just go from bad to worse. I mean, they can't even. And they were creative with that, but yeah, Booker just dropped it. And what can you do? I don't know how far it would have got anyway, but at least they tried something different.
And Christopher says, looks like the team's ready for another rebuild. And it's not looking good after the injuries that we sustained today. Here's Jones coming out in the gun from his own 25, 3rd and 10. Dallas with a 4-man front showing blitz. Giants with a 4-wide set. Drops back to pass. Under pressure. Has to roll it again. Hit as he... I mean, Jones is getting killed every play.
Oh,
what a catch by Tony down the sideline. He kept his feet in bounce at the 36. Wow, what a play. Jones just had to throw it up because, again, he's getting destroyed every time he drops back. Now he's 1 for 7. But Tony's able to make a great play on the sideline. Keeps his feet in bounds.
That was a lot of arm strength by Jones. That's pass interference as well, by the way.
Clear pass interference, but
and no
Tony.
Flag. But I mean, an incredible adjustment by Tony. So it's funny. Tony doesn't make the easy catches, but he makes the hard ones. But that's a huge play for the Giants. Big momentum builder, hopefully.
Giants now have it at the 37. Jones takes the snap, little pump fake. He's going right back to Galladay as he sells the throw there. Tight coverage by Diggs. Giants trying to take some shots. It'll be 2nd and 10. So they are taking shots. You know, you haven't really seen the Giants throw a lot of short passes. They're not having a lot of time to let the routes develop because we can't block, but they are taking shots.
Dallas has done a good job of covering down the sideline as well. It really hasn't been. John Ross has gotten free a couple of times, but that was just good coverage by Diggs. There was nowhere to go with that ball.
And Dr. Great, man, thank you very much. I feel bad for Barkley. This team looks like a mess right now. Of course, I think we all feel bad for Barkley, man. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's bad luck for Barkley is all it is.
Colin Johnson in the game. They're going to hand the Booker. Booker, pretty good run there. He picked up about 4. It'll be 3rd and 6 now at the 33.
Yeah. Again, it's a long field goal from here. Obviously, if it's 4th and 6, you're going to try to get the 3. But, you know, if it ends up being 4th and 2 or 4th and 1, we'll see what the Giants do. It would be nice if they could just convert. But as you've mentioned and everybody's mentioned, you see when this an obvious passing down, this has been tough for this offensive line to keep Dallas's defense out of the backfield. So we'll see if the protection can hold up here on 3rd and 6.
And NY Giants will get to that in a second. From the 33, Jones takes the snap out of the gun it's incomplete, but he doesn't have much time there. And Colin Johnson couldn't even snap off his route as it's incomplete there by Daniel Jones. Cowboys sent a blitz. It'll be 4th and 6. It'll be about, I don't know, 50-yard, 51-yard attempt.
And again, it's just that wouldn't have been a first down anyway. You're going to get about 3 yards. But yeah, Jones got no time. He's got no time to throw the ball at all.
And NY Giants 26 says Jones seems rattled, overthrowing. Yeah, he's got no time, man. It's not, last week you saw what he could be when he's got time. He's got no time today. Here's Gano from the right hash, snap, hold, kick. This time it is pure. The Giants cut it to 7. 10-3, 10-10 to go here in the second. So we get some points at least. Stephen Lilly says, guys, don't forget last week when we thought we finished and wax off, wax on, we have Daniel Jones' son. We got a block. Pimp name Slickback says, for your information, for the just take shots people, this is what happens when you take shots, but your O-line sucks and you can't block. Hence why they don't just take shots. It's a good point.
Well, they've taken them. They've taken them. You can't take them every time.
But the shots aren't connecting because we don't have time we don't have a clean pocket and we don't have time for the routes to develop. And it's why everything goes hand in hand. You need to be able to block to be able to take shots successfully.
I agree. And again, last night we talked about it. I said you need time for these double moves because I think that you can have the Cowboys secondary with some double moves. But in order for that to develop, Daniel Jones has to have more than a second and a half to throw the ball. So,
yeah. 10-3.
We'll see.
Yeah, I just changed the score. Sorry about that, guys. 10-3. Giants trail by a touchdown. We'll see if they can keep it close. Obviously, the only thing right now that's keeping the Giants in this game has been the 2 turnovers. If not for those 2 turnovers, this game is in really bad shape. And, I haven't gotten a chance to look at the stats. Matter of fact, I'll look at them right now, but I would assume that the time of possession cannot be looking good for the Giants. We haven't sustained anything. Jones is 1 of 9. Right now, the time of possession, Cowboys 13 minutes, 19 seconds, and they're starting a new drive. Giants 6 minutes, 31 seconds. So we knew that was something we needed to focus on in this game. They've won the turnover battle, but you have to figure if we can't start sustaining drives in the second half, they're just going to wear us down with that running attack.
And the one completion was just a miraculous play by both Cantoni and Jones in order for that to even be completed.
Yeah. And Mike says, faced with this crap luck every season, Yanks too, why would we even expect fun anymore? It's inevitable. Like they lost their quarterback last year, we lose 26. Yeah, man, listen, man, it don't look good, man. His ankle looked like a grapefruit, man. And I've had bad ankle sprains before, and my ankle has looked like that before, but I've never, when I played basketball, it looked similar to that. It was that big, but it happened the next day. For it to look like that instantly, that's pretty freaking bad, man. Like usually when I've had really bad ankle sprains in the past, when it swells up the next day. That swelled up instantly.
When I've done that, when I rolled my foot, it's usually the top of my foot. It was never my ankle. It was always the top of my foot that ballooned up like that. So that wasn't good because that's up high in the ankle. And those are obviously they linger a lot more than the low ankle sprains.
And Brandon says, obviously our line is horrible, but we still don't scheme people open. We don't have 3 level reads and rollouts to help our quarterback. Danny is a sitting duck. Sure, that's definitely part of it. It's going to be hard to do anything when you're blocking the way that we are right now. That ball is going to go out of bounds. Dallas will start at their own 25. And I will say Jones has rolled out in this game.
He's had no choice.
Sometimes he's been forced to, but he has rolled out a number of times. But, he doesn't have time for the receivers to develop their routes. Derek says, according to Dog, game is over. Why stream then?
For the same reason that I cover the Giants all year, even when we're 4-11. Same reason, Giants fan, that's why. Same reason Fox covers games when it's 52-0. Same reason.
Here's Dak coming out in the gun. He's got Pollard now to his right as he motions him to the right, trips to the right, and another poor snap there. I think we're going to get a full start by Dak. Dallas has been sloppy in this game.
They really have. I mean, they really have made a lot of mistakes on offense. They've turned it over twice. Now they had an illegal formation penalty. They have a full start penalty.
So it'll be 1st and 15. Shot says, I agree, Shot, at this point. Garrett has to adjust quick, so I agree. At this point, like he was saying earlier, I don't think we have the time to throw deep shots. So the Giants got to find ways for screen passes, get the ball out quick. Here's Dak out of the gun, empty backfield, takes the snap, looks left, throws left. That's Pollard. Pollard got the penalty yardage back. He got about 6. It'll be 2nd and 9.
Bears beating the Raiders 7-3, ready to score another touchdown at the Vegas 4.
That's not good. And Jarrett, man, thank you very much. Giants need to pick a nothing but O-line in the 2022 draft. I've been saying that for years, man. I want them to pick off offensive line until they get it fixed. Here's Dak coming out in the gun. 3 wide set, takes the snap. Play action, batted up in the air. Oh, what a play! What a oh, they're going to call it incomplete. I thought he caught it.
It was close.
That was
Quincy Roche. He couldn't. That's the second time they batted the ball up in the air. Reggie Ragland got his hands up. Yeah, whoa, that was so close.
Reggie Ragland has been
hit the ground.
Yeah, no, that ball hit the ground. That ball hit the ground.
Hit the ground.
Great effort by Roche.
Great effort by Reggie Ragland, batting the ball up in the air. 3rd down and 9. Again, this is, Dallas beat us deep last time on this play. So, again, maybe these are the downs where I'm always like, this is where you want to play your zone, come up and make the tackle. Let them complete underneath and make the tackle before they get to the sticks.
3rd and 9 here from their own 26. Dak out of the gun, steps up in the pocket, delivers
exactly
the ball.
What they did.
Short. And I don't think they could go for this. They're at their own. I mean, they might, but if they do that, they don't get this. I mean, they got the ball at their own 34.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty favorable spot. I didn't think he was that close. I thought he was a full yard short. Dallas is lining up to go for this.
Wow. Wow. And they'll probably.
They might just try to draw him off.
I think they're going to go for it. 4th, and they need about a half a yard here at their own 34.
Now trying to draw him off sides.
Dak out of the gun. He's going to come up to the line of scrimmage. We'll see if he tries to sneak it here. Now he's going to come back. Maybe it is trying to draw him off sides, but maybe it's not. We're down to 8 on the play clock. And again, I think you're right. I think he's trying to draw them off sides. We're down to 2, and that is exactly what Dallas does. So the Giants defense holds strong again. One thing I'm going to say about this game so far, Bad Dog, hey, man, thank you very much. Is it worth putting Thomas in? I mean, only if he could play. I mean, if they feel like Solder could further damage his injury and they feel like he's not going to be effective, he's not going to play. And I think they kind of hinted at that when they called the guy up from the practice squad this week. But if there's one thing to be positive about in this game, and I know they gave up the big touchdown pass, but that's kind of what happens. You pick your poison when you try to stack the run. We knew things like that were going to happen in this game if the Giants stacked the box. But the Giants defense has been opportunistic. They've nearly created 3 turnovers. The defense has been really good.
Well, I mean, the one turnover, I mean, that was just
considering the opponent, I mean, 10 points.
Dallas also the mistakes. I mean, the false start killed them on this drive and put them behind the sticks. The Giants were able to hold up. Dallas has done us a favor. They have not really executed outside of running the ball to the right in the pass to CeeDee Lamb, but we got to take advantage. I know it's tough. We're the walking wounded right now, but the Giants got to find a way to at least get points in this drive. If nothing else, I mean, if they end up with 3, but they take 6 minutes off the clock, you get the ball to start a second half.
He just threw him. He just a block in the back there. They're not going to call it. Giants will return it there. Board to the 12. Blake, man, very much. I'm not expecting a win. I would like to see at least a dogfight. It's the most we can hope for right now. The Saints win will hold me over for a month. Hopefully not, man. Hopefully we get a win. But obviously right now with all the injuries and the way the line has looked and Barkley being out, yeah, it's going to be tough, man. The only way we win this game, this defense is going to have to keep playing lights out and creating turnovers. But when you factor in and I know we've given up yards, but we knew it was going to be a bend but don't break approach for the Giants in this game. The fact the offense, I don't think has gotten a first down. If I'm not mistaken, maybe we got 1.
Well, no, the throw to Tony was a first down.
1. We got
and
1.
Daniel Jones ran for a first down in the
2.
first drive.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's been tough sledding for the offense.
Yeah,
so far.
The defense has gotten no help. Yeah. So the defense has stood tall and given the Giants at least an opportunity to try to stay in, but we'll see if we can start the block or we change the offensive game plan here. Giants from their own 12 shotgun formation gives to Booker, and he's got, actually that might be Brightwell. It's hard to tell. Either way, he got about 2 yards. I think it's Brightwell.
Yeah, I think it's Booker.
Booker. My mistake. Booker. That's a good game there. Chargers, Browns. Browns lead now 17-13.
Kareem Hunt doing a little push-up action.
2nd and 8 as Booker got 2 on first down. Jones out of the gun, takes the snap, drops back, and he's going to hit Tony. Tony now with the second catch, the only 2 catches in the game for the Giants. Got about 4, and Giants just try to get the ball out quick because they know they're not going to be able to hold their blocks. It'll be 3rd and 4.
Big third down here. This is the problem. I mean, this is what happened before. When teams know that the Giants can't protect the quarterback and those deep routes can't develop, then they just start playing really tight coverage underneath, knowing that Jones has to get rid of the damn ball. Somehow, some way, this offensive line's got to step up and allow Daniel Jones some time to locate receivers down the field. They're there to be had, but they got to give them time. It's got to happen.
Trips to the left here from their own 17. 3rd and 4 for Jones. We'll see if they can pick up a first. Cowboys come with 4. And Jones flushed out of the pocket, throws a run. This is caught, and that is Tony again. Tony with the only 3 catches. That's a pickup of about 8, and the Giants first down to the 27.
It's a big conversion for the Giants. They get out of the shadow of their own end zone. They keep the clock moving, let the defense rest a little bit. And again, Jones has been able to roll out to his right quite a bit today. But Tony, he's the only guy with catches today. See if we can get somebody else involved.
Good job there by Jones to extend the play. Here's Jones out of the gun, gives to Booker. Booker pushes forward for 3. Good hard run there, and there's a flag. It's in the secondary.
Late. I don't know why they say the Giants have 2 first downs. They have 3. Jones ran for a first down when we got the ball. The pass to Tony, and then that one. That's 3.
It's on the defense.
12 men on the field.
Very sloppy game for the Cowboys.
It really has been, which is kind of strange. They're the ones making the mistakes today, and hopefully the Giants can take advantage.
7 minutes to go here in the second. Giants trying to get some offensive momentum. It'll be 1st and 10 now at their own 32 after the penalty. Jones up to 52 yards through the air. Only 3 of 11. He was 0 for his first 8. Jones out of the gun. He's going to motion Tony. Jones will take the snap, play action, throws. He's got a man over the middle. That's Ingram, and he holds on to the football down to the 50. Evan Ingram does not fumble. The Giants have it at midfield. 1st and 10.
Ingram, shut up. Yeah. he didn't put the ball on the ground. He almost did drop it, but he was able to come up with it. Hey, he didn't put the ball on the ground. God, could we use him or what?
Giants have it here at the 50. They draw play. Booker breaks a tackle. 40 down to the 35. A 15-yard gallop there for Booker.
That's the best hole that they've opened up so far. And again, the Giants went fast. I like this hurry-up offense. I feel like it helps Daniel Jones and company. Good job by Booker. Saw the hole, hit it, went 15 yards, and they are hurrying to the line of scrimmage again.
6:05 to go in the second. Jones going to hand back to Booker out of the gun. That'll pick up a 2. It'll be 2nd and 8. Jeremiah, man, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win, though, Jeremiah. I know you're an Eagles fan. What's up, gents? Poor Barkley. Guys, never gets paid. Go Birds, go Giants today. Appreciate Yeah, we're going to try to help you guys out today, man, and just unfortunate with Barkley, man.
Sucks. Barkley.
And John, man, thank you very much. Stand up, the entertainer, and
Stella!
Bad dog, F-E-F. I'll never say that. Come on, Steak and Giants. Better win this game. Y'all the best. Phillies, Jersey way. I know. We're going to try to help you out, John. 2nd and 8 for the Giants at the 34. He's going to give to, I think that time it's Brightwell. Nice hard run by Brightwell. Bounced off a tackle, got 4 to the 30.
That's Penny.
Oh, Penny. I'm sorry, Penny. Good run by
again, the Giants are running the ball effectively. That's 3 straight runs. Penny lowered his shoulder. It's going to be about 3rd down and 5. Took a Neal for a ride there. Keanu Neal took him for a bit of a ride. 3rd down and 4. Again, I don't know if this is 4 down territory. You really don't want to get 3s, but
it is. I think it is. We'll see. It depends. If you get at least 2 yards here, we'll see what happens.
Let's just get 5 yards. Let's get 5.
Let's get the 5. Cowboys showing blitz. Jones takes the snap. They come with 5. Jones throws. Nice tight window throw. Tony's got it. Tony down to the 2-yard line. Kadarius Toney looking explosive. What a nice little zip on that throw by Daniel Jones in a tight window.
Kadarius Toney sits down. Oh, the quick he is ridiculous, man. The quick change, whoop, gone. Just a quick change of direction. It's unbelievable how twitchy Kadarius Toney is. It's unbelievable. Guys, he's not hurt. The people are like, yeah, he's hurt. It's goal line.
Giants coming out under center. They're going to try to run it with Booker, and there's a stoppage of player. There's going to be a horrible penalty by the Giants.
Yeah, I mentioned it before the game started. The Giants can't have, unless, why is McCarthy out on the field?
Let me just read this real quick. Blake says we need to have more design rollouts and moving pockets. I feel like maybe it hasn't been designed.
That's got they get a timeout. That flag's getting picked up.
And John, I feel like Jones been rolling out a lot, but it might be because due to pressure, not design. John, man, thank you very much. My Eagles get an ugly one, but this week was the week where a lot of Hey, man, you guys won, man. You got to be happy. That was a tough game for you guys against the Panthers. So you should be happy if you're an Eagles fan.
I think
John. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
I'm just going to say this is an opportunity for Daniel Jones to run for a touchdown.
I wouldn't mind that call. Little RPO action.
Yeah.
I personally go to Penny here. I think Penny runs hard, man.
Joe Judge's not going with the hat today.
What is that?
He's not going with the hat, Judge.
Who?
Joe Judge went without the hat.
Yeah. Judge don't got the hat. You're right. Good call. John, man, thank you very much. Also, hope you both have a great week, whether Giants win or lose. Appreciate that, John. And Giants win will make it much better. First to goal here at the 2, and they're going to give it. And Booker breaks a tackle. Still running hard. He got a yard. It'll be 2nd to goal at the 1. Good, tough run there by Booker.
A little bit more. I thought he was going to lose the ball there. I always get so scared down here when you're fighting so hard for that, that elusive end zone, and you just got guys ripping and tearing at the ball down here. Obviously, this is definitely 4 down territory.
He's going to give back to Booker. I don't think he got it. He's at like the 1/4-yard line. 3rd and goal. And I do a QB sneak here. So
Booker is as short as one of the hairs on the top of my head from that goal line. It's right there.
Zahid, man, thank you very much. It seems like every back runs harder and way more downhill than Barkley. They're running hard right now. I'll say that. And here we go. It's at about that looked like a full start. I don't know if they called it. Bootleg rollout. Jones trying to get to the corner. He puts the head down, and he's going to be short. Half-yard short. We'll see the replay, but I don't think he got in. I think that was Cox, the rookie, and Jones is slow to get up here.
Told you, I do not like that. I do not the play call. I don't like when he leads with the shoulder in the head. It just worries me
Yeah, he's down.
It worries me, man. I don't like that. You're just
his neck.
You're asking for it,
And Zahib says Tony the Shark 89. So it'll be interesting to see if the Giants go for this. They've had 3 tries here.
He's done, man. He stumbled. That's a concussion.
Oh my God. And now Jones has to be helped off the field.
He's got a concussion. He stumbled when he went back to the huddle. That's not good. That's what happened there. I mentioned it at the beginning of the game, man. I don't like when he leads with his head. I get worried about that. I mentioned the shoulder. I mentioned the concussion. It's you do that, it's going to happen eventually. I know he's trying to get in the end zone, and there really is no place to slide there, but I don't like the way he goes down. It's dangerous. And he's probably done for the game. They don't mess around with concussions. And when he went back and he looked like he was punch drunk because he took a stumble step there, I'll be shocked if he's back in the game.
Derek says, is the game still over, Bear Dog? 10-0, you calling the game?
It ain't looking good. We just lost our quarterback for the game. But maybe I should be. It's okay, man. We got Mike Glennon. It's all right. I'm coming here. We're going to win this game now. Yeah. Wow.
Christopher Hayward says, Chris from the UK, who sent that drivel over to the UK, send the Falcons and Jets home. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't. That was a horrible showing by the NFL to send that over there. Get them Giants over. Yeah, we haven't played well in recent history either, but I'd like to go over there and go to a Giants game one day. Blake, thank you very much. DJ rollouts have been off script, designed, moving pockets would buy him more time. Well, nothing's going to buy him more time now other than a doctor visit. So I don't think
somebody said he's fine. Guys, he's not fine. He went back to the line of scrimmage and he almost fell down. That happens when you have a head injury, and they don't mess around with that in the NFL. They don't mess around with that. And when he's going back to the locker room right now, I don't know. Hopefully it's nothing. Hopefully he just had his bell rung and it's nothing serious. He doesn't have a concussion. Maybe he just got a little woozy. They missed the play. I don't know what they're calling here. They didn't get the Giants a touchdown.
What's the call?
They didn't give him the touchdown. They're short. Or did they give him the touchdown? What happened? We didn't even see the play. I guess they didn't make it.
Touchdown. We didn't see it, but we got a lot of injuries right now, a lot of bad
ones. Was there even a
he got it.
He made it. Did you even see a signal from any of the officials though? He made it by a mile.
Let me read the super chats in a second, but I know right now, I don't think Jones is going to be a long-term injury. He's going to be out for the rest of this game, though, and we'll see if the Giants can overcome it. Stand up, New York Giant fans. 10 apiece, 2:51 to go. And I know a lot of people are depressed with some of the things that have gone on, but the Giants right now are tied up. They start with the ball to start the second half. Still 2:51 to go here. We'll see if the Giants defense can close out a half for the first time this year. I want to make sure I don't miss any of these super chats. But a good job there by Booker to finally get in. Hopefully Jones is all right, long term. Jones looks like
look at this. Is that right there? Not good.
It's a concussion. It's a concussion. Jones looks like Deontay Wilder right now. Yeah, he's stunned, man. It was a concussion. And Israel says all Dave Gettleman's guys injured. Yeah, well, I mean, he's definitely injured. I mean, injuries happen in the NFL, but yeah, I mean, hopefully he comes back next week. I don't think he'll be back this week. And Tyler says that was helmet to helmet, of course, no call.
Guys, that was Daniel Jones led with his helmet. You can't blame the defender on that one.
No, he led with the helmet. He's a running back at that point.
Right. He's not defenseless. I mean, he initiated that. It's look at Glennon. He's got my haircut. He's ready to ball out. He's ready to Colt McCoy this baby.
Hopefully he can, man.
I just hope Daniel Jones is okay. I just had a bad feeling the way he did it earlier, Chris. It looked like it's just, you can just see it coming, man. As a guy that's watched so much football, I hate when any quarterback leads with his head. I don't like it, man. It's dangerous.
Pip name Slickback says not even just a concussion. DJ cannot go head first like that. I used to play running back. I was paralyzed for a week. I
can't do it.
He needs to, and we get happy when he makes big plays like the 2-point conversion, but he cannot continue to do that. He is not going to last as a quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
I don't think he can take away the running. I think that's a part of his game, but he has got to learn to do a better job at avoiding contact. Otherwise, he's going to sustain a very serious injury one day. And hopefully I don't think this is going to be a very serious injury. I think it's a concussion.
Yeah.
And hopefully he's back by next week. But I guess we'll see. We'll see the medical reports.
Yeah. Again, I don't think he'll be. I hope it's not a lingering thing. Sterling Shepard had that. But again, he probably isn't coming back. The NFL doesn't mess around with concussions this day and age because of all the CTE stuff. I mean, years ago it was different. These guys played with concussions, which is why the NFL got sued by so many players because they didn't take it seriously. So he's probably out of the game. We're tied up. I mean, it's as bad as things have been in this game. No Thomas. Barkley hurts his ankle. Our quarterback's concussed. Somehow we're tied at 10. It's amazing how all these injuries have overshadowed the fact that the Giants got themselves back in this game.
2:51 to go here in the second. Pimp named Slickback, man. Thank you so much. As the kick's away, there's a line drive. This will go out of the end zone. Cowboys start at the 25. He says, screw football right now. I hope DJ is okay. Of course. That's where my main. I think he's okay. But again, I'm not a doctor. We'll get the medical reports tomorrow. I think it's a concussion, and that's something definitely serious. And I don't want him coming back in today, but I think he'll be back on the football. He may miss another game. Who knows with concussion protocol, but I don't think it's going to be like a severe injury like Barkley's is going to be. Alphabet, man, thank you very much. Watch the replay. Number 14 on Dallas lowered his head to hit Jones's head.
I can't. I mean, he's a runner, though, guys. It's a little different.
He's going to pitch it this, and a good job by the Giants.
Ragland having a big game, man.
I can't say enough good things about this Giants defense today. They're playing fantastic. A 3-yard loss as they smother Zeke in the backfield.
Ragland shot the gap, made a great tackle. Leonard Williams, I think was that Leonard there to clean it up? Was Big Leonard cleaning up, but that play was made by Reggie Ragland.
2nd and 12, and Yuri says Jabril Cox is getting, he was number 14, the rookie, I think 4th-round pick for Dallas. Shotgun formation as Dak takes the snap, drops back, throws over the middle. He's got Schultz. Schultz can be about 2 yards short. It'll be 3rd and 2 as he's
probably the last play. Well, it looks like they're hurrying. I was going to say maybe the last play before the 2-minute warning.
I think they're going to let it roll to 2, but we'll see. Brandon says most dysfunctional game I've ever seen. Yeah, there's been a lot of mistakes on Dallas' side. That's what's kept us in the game. 2:01 to go, and they just get the snap off. Dak drops back to pass, looks left, throws left. That's caught all the way up to the 45 of the Giants. That's Cooper. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning.
It's Cooper's first catch of the game, if I'm not mistaken. And, I think maybe Dak Company caught them a little bit off guard. I don't know. I was surprised that they got that. They did get it off just before the 2-minute warning.
1 second. And Steppen says, Wildcat, let's go. Yeah, you're going to have to think outside the box, man. Elliot says, run the ball with Saquon and company and control the game. Well, we're not doing that. Saquon's out. And keep Dallas
Saquon's going to be out for a while.
Maybe Elliot didn't know. Saquon's hurt. Saquon's going to miss at least half the season, if I had to guess. He's got at a bare minimum, a severe ankle sprain. It might be worse. Get better soon, DJ. Pistol Pete says DJ is hurt pretty bad. He looked drunk. He's not coming back today.
Yeah.
And Saint says if Glennon gets hurt, is Tony our quarterback? I would guess either him or Riley Dixon. I know Dixon has some experience in terms of throwing the football as well. Would probably be the emergency quarterback, either Tony or him. I would guess Tony, though. And Mike, man, thank you very much. Hope D doesn't give up another end-of-the-half touchdown. I'm with you, man. I'll go in 13-10 happy, holding the 3. We'll see if they can hold strong here and hold the 3.
It'll be interesting to see exactly what we do on offense with Mike Glennon. And I mean, it just you never know. But man, oh man, who would have thought going in the second half of this game? Mike Glennon at quarterback, Devontae Booker at running back, Nate Solder at left tackle. Could you lose 3 of your bigger players on offense?
We lost our starting quarterback, our most important offensive lineman, and our biggest playmaker.
Yeah.
In one game. Well, Thomas didn't start. Adam, thank you very much. Team is fighting hard today. Next man up. No surrender. Let's go. That's all you can do. And Adam, man, thank you. Dave says, Bad Dog, it's because I wore my Jones jersey, not the OBJ shirt. Sorry. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Listen, man.
If I've said before, I'm superstar. I'm as Eli says, I'm a little stitious, but I love when people are like, oh, you said that. Because you said that. I'm like, if my words had that kind of power, man, I would rule the world. I would not be on YouTube. I would rule the world.
I have to
It's
call
my
out
words.
these scumbag fans, by the way. I don't know if it's an Eagle fan. I don't know if it's a Cowboy fan. I don't know who Jacob's a fan of. And I've seen a couple people in the chat say this. And Michael, I think I read your super chat. If I didn't, I apologize. Let me read these before I lose them. Dalia, man, thank you very much. DJ is trying to score. You get there any way you can. No, he's making an effort there. We get it. Lee says, hopefully this lights a fire under the defense. Hopefully. And Brock, sometimes they call it a penalty, even though an offensive player lowers his head. Inconsistent officiating, praying for Jones to be okay. That was scary for any fan.
Well, that's a fact. The officiating is very inconsistent, but normally when a quarterback's not defenseless like that, they're not going to call it. I can't get on the officials for not calling that.
For any fan to come in here and celebrate players having serious injuries, you're a scumbag. Jacob, I just want you to know that. Dak takes the snap out of the gun, steps back under pressure, and the Giants are going to wrap him up for a 2-yard loss. It'll be
because I'll be honest, when we played this game last year and we saw Dak's ankle come apart, I don't think any Giants fans were celebrating the man's injury. Nope. I'm pretty sure we were all hoping that he was okay. But I told you before, some people are just shitty people in this world. It is what it is.
And Jay, I'm going to try to get to that. Here's Dak. Dak throws over the middle. That's caught at the 40. Tackled Schultz to be fourth. I took a picture. I'm going to get back to it. Kiki's, man, very much. Jones needs to stop leading with his head. But why is Garrett calling a quarterback run with Saquon already hurt? What the blank is he doing?
No, I like the call.
Yeah, I don't mind the call. We talk about it all the time. We want to see you Jones's legs used. He's got to be smarter than to know. I know he's trying to make a play, and it's part of football, but I'm not going to get on Garrett for calling that play. Here's Dak out of the gun, takes the snap, drops back, steps up in the pocket. Nice catch over the middle, down to the 25 for Schultz, first down.
It's been the Giants' bugaboo all season. They have a hard time. I don't know why. They just have a really hard time at the end of these halves. It's crazy that this happens every week at the end of the half.
And why put Jones at risk if you're going to use your running back on 4 down anyway? Throws over the middle, nearly picked off by Bradbury. Did a good job. Yeah, that's a good point, Steve. I guess I think they're trying to utilize Jones's legs there in the end zone, though. We all know that's a big weapon of his. Yeah, obviously, if you go back in time, you want to call for a halfback dive, but we can't. But a nice play there by Bradbury. Nearly.
The thing is, Jones is trying to make a play, but he does it a lot. Like, he just leads with his head a lot. He doesn't slide. Like, he's got to learn to. Eli did that too. Like, I don't know what it was. Eli just had a hard time sliding. I don't know. It's just, let's just hope Daniel Jones is okay, man. It sucks. It's scary to see somebody's neck get bent back like that.
Dak comes out of the gun. Giants come with a blitz. Dak steps up, throws. Nice pass there to Cooper as he splits the defenders. And for the 5th straight week, the Giants surrender a touchdown before the half with 36 seconds to go. And you have to figure the Giants are probably going to kneel with Glennon in there.
I don't know. I mean, they might, but they got 3 timeouts. They got 36 seconds to go. So maybe you do at least take one shot. Dallas only has 1 timeout. So if you can't get it, then maybe you do down it, but maybe you take a shot in the first. We'll see what they do.
I'm going to get back to a couple super chats. I lost a bunch. I took pictures, though. David, man, our D has to carry us today. No Barkley. Of course the D has to carry us. But the D's going to wear down. The time of possession is much more in the favor of Dallas. Mark, man, very much. If it's not, they're sliding to second base. Snap, hold, kick is good. And let me read these because I'm going to lose them. Theo, man, very much. Why did we sign Jackson again with all the guaranteed money? Shaking my head.
Well, this wasn't Adoree Jackson. This was Rodarius Williams. I got beat there.
And Talking Echo says people might have made fun of Eli for it, but he always got done when he needed to and always protected himself. Not missing a game speaks for, of course. I mean, that's never going to be duplicated, though. Eli Manning was Mr. Iron Man.
He did, but again, you got to remember, guys, Eli did not run like Daniel Jones. There was no scripted runs for Eli that I can remember. But Jones has to stop lowering his head. Like I said, I had a bad feeling. The way he went down the first time when he ran the ball and led with his head, I just, like I said, it could be the head, it could be the shoulder. I don't like the way he leads with his head. It's just dangerous.
And I'm going to get, at halftime, I'll get to all your super chats. I missed like 6. Davey, man, thank you very much. Who called that play? No reason for DJ running. Garrett called the play, obviously.
I don't know, guys. It's a part of Daniel Jones' strength is his mobility. I mean, I have no problem with that call. Dallas had stuffed the run the first 2 times in the box, so you try to fool him. It didn't fool him. So I have no problem with the call. We call for Daniel Jones to run down there a lot.
Cowboys set to kick it away. This will go out of bounds. We'll see if they try to get a last-second field goal. Mike, man, thank you very much. Now that D is stepping up, the O gets decimated. Yeah, man. Not good. And oh man, Chris, man, thank you so much. Only Eagles fans cheer other teams' injuries. City of brother. I don't know if it was Eagles fans. I don't know if it was Cowboys fans. I don't know if it's a Giants fan that just happens to hate Daniel Jones. I don't know who he's a fan of, but whoever comes in here and starts cheering about injuries, you're a scumbag. I mean, that's all I got to say about that. But Giants will start with the ball here, 17-10.
All right, well, let's see what Mike Glennon has here out of the shotgun.
And Glennon coming out in the shotgun formation here from his own 25. Looks right. They're going to try to set up a screen pass. Not a bad call here, but Booker not much to work with. He gets about 5. We'll see if the Giants use a timeout. 28 seconds, 27. And they will.
Looks like they're going to be content.
They will not. So they will go into the half down 7. They'll start with the ball. Chime, man, it's the 2-minute curse before the half, boys. Yeah, I mean, and did they call timeout? It looked like the clock stopped momentarily. Why would they even run another play here? Just let it go if you're not going to call a timeout. Yeah.
You throw that screen pass to see if you break one.
I'm saying here, but yeah.
No. I'm saying you throw a screen pass to see if you can break a big one, maybe get to midfield, and then you go from there. But that was a safe pass for Glennon, and you just go into the locker room down by 7. It's a shame that we had to give up that damn touchdown before the half again, but I mean, obviously the big concern for the Giants is our quarterback and the running back. I'll be right back.
And Conrad says, Shepard out, Saquon out, Jones out, FWL, F the Cowboys. Let's go Giants, bleed blue. Yeah, man, we've had a lot of injuries. And Ronald, man, thank you very much. Naked bootleg, no pass option is a ridiculous design. I got to look at the play. It looked like Rudolph may have been a pass option, but he didn't go out for a reception. Regardless, it is what it is. He's hurt. He's got a concussion. I guess some of it falls on Garrett. You want to blame Garrett for that? Blame Garrett. To me, Jones took a shot to the head, and maybe you want to say that we should have taken a halfback dive. It is what it is. He's hurt. Can't do anything about it. James, man, thank you very much. I'm still here. I bleed blue, even though they may make me mad sometimes. But let me get these before I do the halftime report. I never like missing any donations. Let's see. Davey says, I already read that. Who called that play? No time for Daniel Jones. Blake said Sally concussions are more of a problem down the road. I would be surprised if he doesn't play next week. He hasn't accumulated many hits like that. They may sit him out. I wouldn't be shocked at all if they sit him out next week. And, it's obviously going to depend on what comes back with the CTE reports and everything else. Spaz out says we need to play like Navy, just run the ball. I mean, they're going to have to get creative for sure with what they got right now. Brandon says Danny getting hurts. Hope he comes back. Of course, man. And thank you, man. Jandrick says they throw crap roughing the passer flags all year. Blatant helmet to helmet hit, no flags. The refs are horrible. Plus bad call by Garrett. And I think I got all of them. I might have missed one. So I apologize if I missed any. And we're going to do the halftime report in a minute as well. I just want to get the new ones as well so I don't miss those. Well, Senate, man, thank you very much. Says, love you too, man. Love you. We love you too, man. Thank you so much for popping in. And just bad luck so far for the Giants today in the injury department. Nate says this season is over, man. This sucks. Why can't we stay healthy one season? It's the NFL, man. There's a lot of injuries, but yeah, we've had some bad luck in that department as well. Last year, of course, Barkley going out for the year. Jones has missed time too. Since he's been in the NFL, it's been bad luck. Quinn says Cam Newton time. Bad Dog, any thought on that? Are you frozen, Bad Dog? I think Bad Dog's frozen. I'm going to pop him out and pop him back in. Maybe that'll fix it. Now I think you're better.
I'm good. My Wi-Fi glitches. It just
okay.
It was out for a second, and then I just reboot it, and it's right back. So it's just strange.
Travis Coggins, as far as Newton goes, I don't see the Giants picking up Newton. I'd be surprised. I don't think Jones missing any severe time. I think he might miss a week, if anything, after this week. So I don't see us picking up Newton. I think Glennon will be the starter if Jones can't play for 1 week. Travis, man, thank you very much. Who gets the ball at the half? The Giants get the ball at the half. Jeffrey Lee says, will we beat the Seahawks with Colt McCoy? Crazier things have happened. It's true. Crazier things have happened. But the one thing I will say, Bad Dog, and when I get a chance, I'm going to go over these halftime stats. But the one thing that really worries me about the Giants right now is the time of possession. Something we talked about in that first half, and the Cowboys were destroying us in the time of possession. You have to figure that that's going to wear us down over the course of the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. We've had really one good sustained drive, and we lost our quarterback in that drive, which kind of sucks. But Dallas is just, that's what Dallas does. They have an ability to run the ball, and it gets the defense, kind of, it just wears down defenses. You make a concerted effort, you come up to the box and try to stop, and then you got two really good receivers on the outside where Dak can, beat you like he did with CeeDee Lamb. Dallas is a tough team. They're a good team, man. They're a very good team, especially on offense. They're very balanced. They have a good offensive line. They got a really good quarterback. They got a really good running back. They got one of the best wide receiving tandems in the league. So it's just it's tough. It's tough to stop Dallas.
Yeah, man. And you got a member chat here. I don't want to miss. Nick, man, thank you very much. Do you think Judge is overworking with the laps has effect on injuries of the hamstring? Possibly the hamstring. I mean, that's an argument that maybe some people could make. As far as the Jones injury today or the Barkley, it has zero to do with it. Those are just things that happen from within the game. Possibly the hamstring. I know that there were articles about that. Alphabet, he says, mention that Cam Newton froze Bad Dog's whole Wi-Fi. Mark63 says, I have the game muted because you guys rock. Appreciate that, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
And Irish says, Cowboy fans have no class at all. Let's pray for DJ. Thanks for the stream, guys. Appreciate that, Irish Rover. And
again, we don't know what that guy's a fan of. I've said before, it's got nothing to do with fan base. It's just you're either a good person or a bad person. There's really no in between.
I'm not gonna put it on the whole Cowboys fan base, but that guy's a scumbag, regardless of who he roots for.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, man, thank you so much for being a member. He says, I don't know what we're gonna do, man. This doesn't look good for us. Everyone is hurt. All I gotta say is I have Zeke and Dak in fantasy. Well, as a Giants fan, some weeks I'll root for you, not this week. I hope they get shut out in the second half. Lee says, I thought Bad Dog had a concussion because he froze. Steve, man, thank you very much. 5 for 5 halftime TDs this year. Yeah, it's horrible, Steve. I mean, it can't happen. I mean, that's the 5th time in 5 games we've given up a touchdown right before the half. It's horrible. And AB says, ran the same formation 3 times. Jones roll out on the 3rd call. I call that from home, not smart. Kadarius Toney making people miss, run some gadget plays down there. Yeah, I mean, I would have preferred a halfback dive there. I'll be the first to say it. But I got to go over the halftime report for you guys. I want to go over the stats, and then we'll get back to the game shortly. We just pull up the official sponsor of the channel, Faruqi and Faruqi. I'm sure one of my sponsors in the chat. I'd appreciate it if, matter of fact, let me get rid of this comment real quick. One of my sponsors in the chat, if they could drop and let me get rid of the scoreboard. If they could drop the official link to the sponsor, I'd appreciate it. Been my sponsor for almost a year now. Been in business for over 25 years out of the tri-state area. And if you want to look over some of their stats, while I read over the halftime stats, here they are. Thank you to everybody for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. Halftime score, Dallas 17, New York Giants 10. In terms of the time of possession, I think that's what you're really looking at. It actually got better than it was. The Giants were getting killed there. It was 17-13, factoring in that the Giants start with the ball. If they could have a sustained drive, maybe that evens out over the course of the game. The completion percentage not good for the Giants. 6 of 15 as a team. We had 50 yards on the ground compared to 118 for Dallas. Dallas 160 yards in the air. Giants 104. So 278 to 154 overall. The equalizer in this game for the Giants obviously is the turnovers. The Giants were able to create 2 turnovers in the first half. It's what has kept us in this game, but we still trail by 7. 2 huge injuries for the Giants. Obviously with Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones. Jones had 98 yards passing before coming out on 5 and 13 passing. Glennon was 1-1 coming in. As far as that goes, he was 13 for 20 for $161, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Devontae Booker, 9 of 28, averaging 3.1 yards per carry. Zeke killed us on the ground, 12 carries, 71 yards. Dallas had 118 yards on the ground. They continue to stifle their opponents on the ground, looking to, once again, potentially have another 200-yard output on the ground. They've been averaging over 200 yards over their last 3 contests. So, I mean, it's much of the same. It's a lot of what we expected, Bad Dog, in terms of the 1 second, let me just get rid of this real quick. In terms of the running game, we knew that Dallas was going to come in and they were going to dominate on the ground. We knew that coming in. We knew that the Giants were going to need to create turnovers. All things considered, if you would have told me the Giants create 2 turnovers in the first half, I would have been happy. The offense just hasn't gotten the job done, and a lot of that goes back to the offensive line with Andrew Thomas not being there and obviously the injuries that we've sustained.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be a tough uphill battle anyway with no Andrew Thomas. But when you lose Saquon Barkley early in the game, and obviously you lose Daniel Jones, I mean, we don't know. We didn't really have a drive without Daniel Jones. Again, it's just unfortunate. I mean, with everything that's happened, the Giants were right in this game. It was 10-10. Found a way. It's funny. You score a touchdown. just all the injuries. I mean, as a Giants fan, they have to have you down. It just sucks because these are not injuries to people that don't matter. I mean, everybody matters, but these are it's your quarterback and your running back and your left tackle. I mean, it's bad. It's really bad news. And Barkley looks like he's going to be out for a while. That was not a minor injury that he sustained, but with everything that happened, we were tied. And then the defense, again, for whatever reason, 5 weeks in a row, every game this season, they allow a team to go down in the 2-minute drive and score a touchdown, and we're down 17-10. I don't know. I mean, it was going to be tough if we were completely healthy, and now we're definitely behind the 8 ball, and we're going to have to next man up. That's all
you can do, and hopefully we can find a way to score some points. John, thank you very much. Rather have KT play quarterback over Glennon and run RPOs. I don't think they'll do that, but maybe Tony gets an opportunity here and there in terms of the Wildcat. But I think Glennon's going to be the quarterback. If Glennon ever went down, then I think you'd see Tony potentially back there on a consistent basis. Sean, man, thank you very much. This just sucks, man. All we can do is be there for each other, and I am glad I got you two to provide some awesome content. Always look forward to it. Appreciate it, Sean, man.
Thank you, sir.
Just tough luck today, Bad Dog, in terms of the injury. That's just tough luck. Nick says, I really do believe if we get Tony involved in the games early in the season, our record would be much better. He has proven he is a key player on offense. I mean, you could definitely argue we'd have probably one more win than we do. I think that's fair, Nick. But if, maybe one more win. Maybe one more win.
Well, we could have beat Washington. We had those guys beat.
Yeah, the thing I will say, yeah, exactly, Bad Dog. The thing I'll say, with or without Tony, we should have beat Washington. And with or without Tony, we should have beaten the Falcons.
Yep.
I mean, we had self-inflicted mistakes inside the red zone. Jones had the fumble on the snap, and we surrendered a sack on the 20 within like a second. Like, our team killed drives, in that game. We had self-inflicted mistakes. So with or without Tony, I think we should have won both those games, but we didn't. And
no, we didn't, man.
And Rizza, the Jizza, I don't remember the rest of it. Old dirty bastard. I know you're a big subscriber of Bad Dogs. This really sucks. Okay. Praying for Jones and Barkley. Yeah, man. Of course. And, Barkley's a guy. Jones, I think, will be all right. I know it's a concussion and you don't take any of that lightly. Maybe he misses one more game. It's Barkley that, you're really concerned with because of the injury history and, how that flamed up, and we'll see. But obviously Jones, if that becomes a recurring theme, you think about a lot of quarterbacks over the course of history that had their careers shortened because of concussion. Steve Young comes to mind. Troy Aikman comes to mind. Those guys suffered a lot of concussions. Jim McMahon of the Chicago Bears. So, he's got to do a better job of that, man. And in that spot, I know that's not a typical spot where the field is open and you're not looking to score a touchdown. So it is a different circumstance than normal, but it happens, it happened earlier in the game. You said it when we were kind of at midfield where Jones lowered the shoulder. He's got to do better in terms of anticipating the big hit. That situation, I get it. For people that are defending it, he's trying to score the touchdown.
I get it there. But again, it's he leads with his head, and that's the problem. Even if you are a running back and you lead with your head, it's dangerous. It's just which is why the NFL has tried to outlaw that. Which is why they've taken such precautions on helmet to helmet hits and leading with the crown of the helmet. And you rarely see it called on a running back, but supposedly running backs lower their head like that's supposed to be a penalty on them because it's dangerous. So it's not just dangerous for concussions; it's dangerous for your neck. A lot of guys have gotten seriously injured from things like that. You just hope he's okay and he can come back next week. But it was not good when he got up and he walked to the huddle and he tripped. We can make fun of him when he tripped on the 80-yard run. It was a different situation. But obviously that wasn't because the turf monster got him. That's because the guy was woozy. And it was pretty obvious when he was slow to get up when he went into the end zone and he was laying there. So hopefully he's okay. I mean, it just sucks. It sucks.
Yeah,
don't like to see that.
And let's get to the rest of these before we're about to start. LT, man, thank you very much. Dog, it's tough to come in and have combat with you guys are hurt. Rivals or not, I hope you guys get well, and one day we could do a fair battle. Appreciate that, LT, man.
Thank you, sir. See, classy individual. Classy Eagles fan.
A good Eagles fan.
Yeah, exactly.
Davey, man, thank you very much. Hate to say it, but this could be a blessing in disguise. Maybe we see no more DJ leading with his head. I mean, that's an optimistic way to look at it, Davey, and maybe it's a learning experience for him. Hopefully that'll be the case because I think this was inevitable. You keep playing like that at the quarterback position, eventually you're going to get your bell rung. And maybe maybe he does a better job in terms of, knowing when he should and shouldn't try to run for the, run. In that spot, again, it happens, in other scenarios as well. Mm-hmm. That ball's going to go out of bounds there at the 25. Giants will start at their own 25 here, start of the third quarter, and we're going to have the backup quarterback, Glennon, starting the drive here for the Giants. Roldy says, had we scored with Booker, we had 2 chances. Jones wouldn't get injured. And he has to learn not to leave with his head shaking my head. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not blaming it on Booker. I mean, we just didn't get in. But yeah, he did. Looking back over that replay, by the way, it looked like to me Jones initiated that contact.
He put his head down. Again, I'm not faulting Jones, and I don't know. I'm definitely not blaming Garrett. I like the play call. It's just Dallas was there. If Dallas bites in the inside handoff, Jones walks in. So
here's Glennon. They're going to try to throw play action, and he's going to throw pretty deep down the field. He's got a man, Tony. Tony across midfield, still going, and he's going to go all the way down to about the 35. He just burnt Diggs.
Tony is an exciting player, man. Not only does he burn Diggs here, the change of direction is sick.
He looks like he's on ice skates.
But then watch this. You can't see it. I was going to say it's a little hesitation.
Design screen now to Tony. They're featuring Tony early and often here. Tony with a little stiff arm gets 5 yards, pushed out of bounds at the 35. Giants now in field goal range already.
Tony totally baited Diggs too on the side. It looked like he was going to slow down, go out of bounds, and then he just took off. And Diggs is flat footed. He got an extra 10 yards.
And Alien Man, very much. The Giants should bring back their 80s, 90s jerseys like the one Bad Dog had. I like those jerseys myself.
The helmets especially.
And JJ, he says, I'm a Boys fan, but please don't count the Giants out yet, please. Appreciate that. Here we go. 2nd and 5 here for Glennon. They're going to call a draw play, and the Cowboys were ready for it. They'll lose a yard. I think it was more like 2nd and 4. Now it's a true 3rd and 5. 13:57 to go here in the third.
Yeah, that was tough, dude. I mean, there's really nothing for the line got blown up in the center. I mean, that was looked a little off kilter to begin with, but it's hard to run a draw when the running back gets the ball and there's 3 defenders there. So it is 3rd down and 5.
Ronald says the hoodie is bad luck. I don't know, man. I don't think the hoodie has anything to do. It's just a fun thing that I say. I don't think the hoodie has anything to do with what happens on the football field. 3rd and 5 here for Glennon. Shotgun formation, empty back. That's if I've ever seen one. And Glennon's going to take off and slide. That should be a flag. I mean, he did hit him on the way down. I know that that's a baby flag, but regardless, they're going to get a first down out of this.
I'm surprised they let the play go. These guys are way into the backfield. I'm surprised that they let that go. Normally, you get a run at the quarterback like that, and they blow it dead. I was surprised, unless it's on the Giants.
No way. I mean, maybe they drew him off sides, but
no, it's on the. I'm surprised that they. I'm very surprised that they let that play go.
So Giants fighting tough. I mean, it's been a good start to this drive for the Giants. We'll see if they can cash in. They got it here at the 30 now. Yep. After the penalty. Glennon coming in here in reserve duty. Ingram in there along with Rudolph. So a 2 tight end, actually a 3 tight end set. They also got Caden Smith, and they're all lined up next to each other. Booker in the backfield. And now he's going to motion Ingram to the left. Glennon under center. Cowboys with a 5-man front. He's going to throw a screen pass out in the flat to Board. And Board does fight for about 2. Good job there by Board to get 2 yards, 2nd and 8.
He did do a good job because Dallas was ready for that. He had no lead blockers, and somehow he just kind of contorted his body, pushed forward, and got a couple of yards. Again, maybe that's an extension of the running play. You see the Giants are trying to get the ball out of Glennon's hands quick, maybe just to get Glennon in rhythm, although we did have the deep pass to Kadarius Toney on the play action to start the half. 2nd down and 8 here, and I think I don't know who that is. They're circling Evan Ingram there, or is that Tony? Hard to see.
I think Slickback said Galladay's out for the game now. Here's Glennon. Glennon out of the gun. He's going to hand the Booker on the draw play. Booker picks up about 4 probably, depending on I think it's 3 based on the spot. It'll be 3rd and 5. If that's the case, that's another man down, and he has not been on the field for this drive. I don't know if that's
there. He is. Yep, he's out. He's
out.
Galladay
is out with a knee injury. So our 4 best offensive players are out: Andrew Thomas, Saquon Barkley, Kenny Galladay, and Daniel Jones.
It's unbelievable. It really is unbelievable, isn't it? Not to mention, let's not forget Blake Martinez also out for the year.
And Shepard's out.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
and here's Glennon out of the gun. Booker was, and he fumbled it. He's going to fall on, and now it's going to be a harder field goal. They're obviously going to kick a field goal. It's going to be 4th and a mile. So
yeah, it'll be a 50-yarder.
50-51 in that area. 11:46 to go. We'll see if the Giants can cut it to 4, but not the best of snaps. It was wobbly, but Glennon's got to come up with it.
That's kind of what Dak did. Beginning looked like he took his eyes off the ball.
Looking right into Galladay's the sun. Out. So Galladay is out. He's out for the game, man.
Yep, knee. And he was questionable going into today's game.
Unbelievable. Oh, we'll see if Gano could sink it. 17-10 snap, hold, kick. Just got the distance. It does cut it to 4, 17-13.
Yeah, I mean, the big pass right at the beginning, good play call. You figure Dallas probably expected a run coming out of the half of the backup quarterback. Mike Glennon pulled it back. The line did a good job of protecting him. He found Tony for the big play. Then they got the ball out to Tony in space. Sucks that they didn't handle the snap. I mean, maybe they could have got a first down, but you take the 3. It's a 4-point game. If nothing else, you look at Mike Glennon, and at least it looks like he can play. He's not completely useless.
He's a solid backup.
So
he's a solid backup.
Yeah.
NY Giants 26-minute day runs. Kenny Galladay is injured. Yeah, we got it, man. Horrible. Flight says, good game, boys. Turning the game off for the day. There was absolutely no shot we win. I'm starting to believe we are cursed. There's always next week. We'll see. I hope you're wrong, but obviously I know why you're disappointed. Pimp named Slipback says, this is a nightmare of 2017 all over again. We're getting a lot of injuries, man.
Yeah, it happens.
They're getting a lot of injuries. Hopefully the Andrew Thomas thing isn't something that lingers throughout the course of the year, and we'll see. Well, hopefully we get better, more clarity on that throughout the coming weeks. Let's see. Just want to make sure I don't miss these. Brandon, man, thank you very much. Tony put Diggs in a blender. He's wide receiver 1 on this team. He's definitely a guy that needs to be involved in this offense a lot going forward. I don't care when Shepard does get back. He has got to be involved in this offense. He is a dynamic playmaker for this Giants football team.
We haven't seen a lot of the ball go to John Ross either. At the beginning of the game, you saw the Giants take some shots down the right side, but we haven't seen them since. I still think that's there to be had. Even with Glennon back, I still think that is there at some point today. John Ross deep down the right side. I still think it's there.
And Bill M says, let's face it, this is the Gettleman jinx. Anything the guy touches turns to shit. It's been we've had so many, and we didn't even talk about the offensive line injuries we've had in the offensive line. I mean, outside of just Andrew Thomas, Nick Gates out for the year, Shane Lemieux out for the year. They have been decimated with injuries to start this year. Every year
it happens to us. Every year.
Yeah. And Michael, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He says, where would you rank this in terms of regular season shockers if we somehow pull this off now? It'd be up there with all the injuries we've sustained going up against the Dallas team that looked really good going in. I mean, it would be up there. It would probably be the biggest upset since I've been on YouTube if they won this game at this point.
It's unfortunate because, this is another game. And again, it's a different type of injury. But Daniel Jones is out again. I mean, he's missed 2 games his first 2 seasons. He missed 2 games each of the first 2 years. And hopefully this concussion doesn't linger. But obviously he's not in there again. It makes you appreciate Eli that much more. Just the fact that the guy's toughness, he was out there every day. I mean, if he gave you nothing else, he gave you that. He could always depend on Eli.
Yep.
And again, hopefully with Daniel Jones, it's just this half and he's okay and he's cleared by the NFL. He can come back and play against the Rams. But it just sucks, man. It deflates you as a fan to watch your players go down with injury.
Especially your best players. I mean,
right.
These aren't, just typical players. Here's a screen pass. First play here to CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb shakes to the left. Barrels over a defender with Logan Ryan, picks up 11 to the 36. So a good call there by the Cowboys to start the drive.
CeeDee flexing them guns after running over the defender.
And True Story says, Jeffrey Harry's a clown, another field goal. Let me guess, this Daniel Jones fault too. Anybody that's celebrating that Daniel Jones got hurt is a fool. I don't know if Jeffrey Harry did that. I would hope that he didn't. But anybody that's doing that is an absolute fool. Here comes Dak Prescott coming out in the shotgun formation. He's got Zeke to his left. He'll take the snap. He's going to give to Zeke. Zeke dancing, and he powers forward for about 3. It'll be 2nd and 7. 10:33 to go here in the third.
Yeah, Giants, again, this is what Dallas does. They do like to run the ball, and they do it well. And they like to just get that big offensive line out there, wear down the defense. And like I said, then Dak uses those really good receivers on the outside. But if the Giants have any chance, the defense is going to have to make a stand. Defense really have to step up in this game.
Dak out of the gun. Giants come with a blitz up the middle. Cowboys do a good job picking it up. Dak skates to the left, and there was nobody there. There must have been miscommunication on that route. He thought his receiver was going to maybe running out. He came in, but regardless, incomplete. Was looking for Cooper. 3rd and 6.
Definitely miscommunication. He thought Cooper was going to go down the sideline. Cooper maybe saw the blitz and cut off the pattern. Dak did a good job. That snap was a little bit high. 3rd and 6. This is a big play for the Giants defense, man. If they can get off the field, there's our boy Azeez Ojulari. Don't look like any. Well, my Daniel Jones hot take definitely can't come true, but I would like Leonard Williams to at least get some pressure. Leo, where are you at? Big Cat, where are you at?
Trips to the left. Giants again come with pressure. Dak buys time, rolls out. He's going to run here. Dak's going to actually throw on the run, a little wobbler, and he's got him. Schultz down to the 30. A good job there. I mean, the Cowboys offensive line bought him a ton of time, but a good job there by Dak to extend the play with his legs and hit Schultz on the run down to the Giants' 30-yard line.
And that's why he's so dangerous. He gets out of trouble here. He rolls over to the right. There's nobody there. And, a couple of years ago, Dak probably would have tucked out and ran. I mean, he had the opportunity. He definitely could have ran and got the first down. But instead, he located the tight end down the field. And a good job by Dak. Dallas moves the sticks. 1st and 10 at the 30.
Down to the 30, 9:25 to go here in the third. Here's Dak. He's going to turn. He's going to give it to Zeke. Zeke barrels forward for about 3. It'll be 2nd and 7. And Jason, thank you, says, honestly, at this point, if the Cowboys lose or it's close, it's just sad for them. All of our players are injured. I'm sure Cowboys fans aren't going to be sad, to be honest with you. A win's a win.
Yeah, damn right. Damn right, a win's a win.
There's no style points in the NFL.
Nope.
And Davey, man, thank you very much. DJ Barkley, Galladay, Shepard, Thomas Slayton. Yeah, it's been a nightmare, man.
It has been.
And that's not including Lemieux. It's not including Nick Gates. Shotgun formation here for Dak. Throws over the middle, and now they're starting to pick apart this defense. Cooper down to the 10.
That was a hell of a catch by Cooper. That was low. I thought that ball bounced in there, but somehow he got his hands underneath it, and Dallas moving and grooving. I hope he did. He got both hands underneath. Great job by Amari Cooper.
Actually down to the 12. Here's Dak. Dak takes the snap, gives to Zeke. Zeke tries to turn the right side, and he does. He's pushed out of bounds for about 6. And now he's hurt. Then probably just a cramp. He's grabbing his lower back.
Yeah, I don't know if it's his back, his hip. He kind of landed weird out of bounds. Zeke usually is not a guy that stays down for a while either. I don't really see what happened here. Must have been the way he... Yeah, I mean, he did land on that hip pretty hard. Maybe the pylon got him. It's tough to speculate there. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah.
I think he just... Yeah, that's weird. It's hard to tell what happened to him there.
Might just be a stinger. It's hard.
It could be. It could be. But hopefully he's okay. I mean, he grabbed it like his ribs.
Yeah. It doesn't look like. I mean, maybe it's just something that
he's still down. Zeke don't stay down. I mean, he's a tough guy. But yeah, you grab him back here. That's like your ribs. Now he's gonna get up. So looks like he'll be okay. Could have just got the wind knocked out of him too. He's walking pretty gingerly. It's tough to tell. What happened?
He'll probably sit out at least the rest of the quarter.
He's had a good day. 15 carries, 85 yards. It'll be 2nd and 3 for the Cowboys from the Giants 5.
Cowboys have it here at the 5. They're going to bring Pollard in. Pollard has not been used. I mean, I have to look at the stats, but it doesn't seem like he's been used a ton today because Zeke's been around the ball well. And here is Dak. Dak play action. Giants send a blitz, and they do pressure him. He throws it up, and incomplete. Was looking for CeeDee Lamb.
Now Cooper was hobbling in the back of the end zone there. I don't know. Yeah, he's gimpy. I don't know what happened to Cooper. Maybe he rolled his ankle. Nobody was there. He just kind of came down weird. What the hell is going on in this game, man? The Giants in the first half, again, you don't know how serious these are for Dallas, but Cooper came down awkwardly, and he was limping around. Let's take a look at this. I don't really know what happened to Amari Cooper. He just, he got hit right
there.
there. Julian Love came in and got him in the ankle.
3rd and 3. Giants again come with a blitz. Throws, and that's incomplete. No flag. And there it is, a late flag. I was going to say that could have been one, and they're going to hit Bradbury with it.
So Bradbury's beat again, unfortunately. CeeDee Lamb ate his lunch today. Then again, a lot of receivers have beaten James Bradbury quite frequently this year. Certainly not the level of play that he had last year. And that's a blatant pass interference. He wrapped his hand around his hip. So,
and talking ego, man, this field is cursed, I think. Well, last year, obviously, had the Dak injury.
Yeah.
And now a 1st and goal for the Cowboys midway through the 3rd quarter. They lead by 4. I formation. Dak under center is going to take the snap. He's going to give down.
Great play.
This defense is playing
Danny Shelton that got in there that time. And I'm sorry, Austin Johnson got in there that time. It was a hell of a play by the big man.
I'm going to tip my cap to the Giants defense today, man. They're playing as hard as they can. But 2nd and goal here at the 4.
Cooper got kicked in the back of the calf. He can't get kicked in the back of the calf. The calf is back there. He got kicked in the calf. 2nd goal. I mean, the Giants don't have any chance. They really got to hold Dallas to 3. Zeke's back in the game, so that's a good sign if you're a Cowboys fan. He seems to be okay. He probably just did get the wind knocked out of him there.
Dak under center. Stacks to the right. Now he's going to motion his man. He'll take the snap. He fakes the pitch. He freezes Ryan. And now, what a great play design as Zeke's going to high step into the end zone for a touchdown.
Yeah, that totally froze the Giants defense. And there was nobody over there on the left side of the field. Easy pitch and catch, 24-13 Dallas.
That was a great play design. And a good fake by Dak.
There's nothing Crowder can do over there. There's nobody else over there.
Fake the hell out of Logan Ryan here.
Yeah, Logan Ryan had no idea where he was going. And you got to commit one way or the other.
7-11 to go here in the 3rd. Cowboys looking to go up by 11 rather. A low snap. They're able to field it. Hold is good. Kick is good. 24-13.
Zeke's okay. He's high stepping into the end zone. He's whatever was ailing him is okay now.
24-13 Dallas. Yeah, that was a really good play call, Jarrett. I'd like to see our play call do more things like that. That was a really good play call.
It was a good job by Dak because he froze Logan Ryan and then he found, he took his time. Then he found Zeke, and there was easy pitch and catch at that point.
Yeah.
So,
we need to go deep. Galen says, "Yeah, I mean, we've been going deep. Even with Glennon, we went deep on that first drive." Rolly, man, thank you very much, fellas. I tried to be positive. It doesn't work. That's why I'm cautious about this team. I'm just tired. I'm tired, fellas. Hey, man, today's a tough day. Not just.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Not just
I say it all the time. I don't give a shit what people say, but I don't care. They can say I'm negative, whatever. I just go by what I see. And when you're 1-3 and you're playing against the best team in the NFC East and you're trailing 24-13 and you don't have any of your players out there, I don't understand what somebody tell me what the bright spot is. Kadarius Toney's had a good game. I don't know what to say. This is a team again that's 19-50 in its last 69 games. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. I've said before, I think people that are just consistently always positive, I really don't think that they live a real life, because real life is not always positive. I'm sorry. It's just not. So you got to live in reality sometimes, man. I live in reality.
I mean, the Giants have been bad since we've been on YouTube. That's the reality. And some of it definitely due to bad luck, but this, obviously the rebuild's not looking good this year.
Yeah.
Serotonin, man, thank you very much. If only Garrett could call like that. Yeah. Mark, man, thank you. He says 40 years of watching Giants, the Dave Gettleman era is the worst. I mean, yeah. There's no denying it. Yeah. I would say the last 3 years of the Reese era and the Gettleman era, the last 7 or 8 years has been really, really in my lifetime, it's been the worst. I can't say it's the worst of all time. I know 70s, everybody says it's the worst, but in my lifetime, these last 7-8 years or so have been the worst. Blake, thank you very much. As far as the injuries, is it something to do with our practices, game prep? I get sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes the nail. Just very suspicious. I get so people have been saying that throughout the stream. Listen, I think some injuries you can at least make that case. Like the Shepard injury was a hamstring thing, I think. I think the Slayton might have been a hamstring. the Daniel Jones injury has nothing to do with weekly prep. He went helmet to helmet, and he got a
Near to the
concussion.
Barkley injury.
And the Barkley injury has absolutely nothing to do with weekly prep. He stepped on a guy's ankle, and his ankle blew up like a grapefruit. Mm-hmm. So the Golladay thing, I don't know. I don't even know the play in which it happened.
It was a knee with him.
And the Thomas thing, he had the foot injury last year. So that might just be something that's reoccurring. I mean, I somebody said it was a different type of injury. I don't know, but that happened from within the game as well, from what I understand, against the Saints. So I would say, I mean, maybe one or two individual ones, but not the ones that have happened in the game today. No. And VT Jake, man, thank you very much. When we have a bad game, we have a bad game. Absolutely embarrassing. Last week's game was an anomaly. Now, no Jones, no Saquon, no Thomas. Embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know if it's I mean, I know we've had a lot of embarrassing games, but I don't know if this is embarrassing or just unfortunate today. I mean, in terms of the injuries, I don't think we should be embarrassed about that. It's just unfortunate. Play action. Glennon actually has time. A good job by the line there as he throws it deep down the field. That looked like it should have been a pass interference. There was some contact there. Either way, it's picked off by Diggs. Diggs going to run this back, and he'll be tackled at the 41. So the Giants tried to take a shot there. The offensive line did a good job holding up. And I guess at this point, you're down 11. You got to try. And Diggs gets an interception, his 5th of the year.
That ball was a little underthrown. He did have him. I think it was CJ Board running out there. And
I'm wrong about the pass interference, by the way. Diggs just trying to make a play on the ball. It was just under.
Yeah, it was a good job by Diggs. Dallas gets the ball. We need more commercials, so let's get more commercials.
And Mike, thank you very much. We have two number ones to get the next big players to get their careers destroyed by injury. Oh man.
Yeah, well, that Chicago pick isn't going to be as good as we initially thought. They're about to be 3-2 as they're destroying Las Vegas. I think it's still 14-3 over there.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Let me take a quick look at the scoreboard. Cleveland beating the Chargers 27-21. Yeah, Bears in the fourth quarter. Vegas has it at the Bears 41. So maybe they come back and win that. We'll see. Arizona beating the 49ers 10-0. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
That's all you can say. I mean, listen, you and I both picked the Cowboys to win this game, but yeah. I was hoping we didn't lose a quarterback and running back in the game.
Yeah, I think the thing that you take out of this game is not that we lost. I mean, how could you expect to win after Thomas not playing, Jones going down, Barkley going down, Golladay going down? It's the injuries that's so deflating as a fan after this game.
Right.
You know, it's
I mean, even if they lose today, but they're able to fight, and at least you're going in health. It just sucks. It sucks to see, and this happens every year, man. It's and like I said, Jones has missed 2 games. He missed 2 games his rookie year, missed 2 games last year. Hopefully, he doesn't miss any more time than just this game today. Barkley has had multiple injuries. He missed 3-4 weeks with a high ankle sprain in his second season. He tore his ACL last year, and now obviously he's got a serious ankle injury. He's going to be out more than just next week with the way that thing's stumbled up. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully it's not season ending for Barkley. We'll have to see. I mean, I don't know what the diagnosis is, but obviously it was higher up in the ankle, and those take a long time to heal.
And I'm not a doctor. That looks like at least a 6-week injury.
So he's going to be out for a while.
Yeah. And Ryan, man, thank you. He says, prayers for Danny Dimes get well soon. Of course, man. Lou says, rank Gladiator, Troy, Braveheart in 300. Okay, I'll try my best. I'd have Braveheart won Best Picture in 93. Great movie. 300 might have, too, if I remember. That was a great movie. I'll go Braveheart, Gladiator, 300, and Troy. But all of them are good movies, though. And here we go. Dak coming out under center from his own 41. Takes the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give. And here's Pollard with a huge hole. And it's off to the races. And you knew that, eventually this is going to happen. Down to the 32. 6:49 to go here in the third. Cowboys starting to put this game on ice.
Flag on the play.
Could be a hold.
It could be. But Dallas has run very effectively over there to the right. Hey, buddy.
And,
I don't know. We're going to put him back.
MY Giants 26 says, Giants beat me lifeless. It's exhausting watching. It's tough, man. And a game like today is really tough. I'm sorry, I don't even got the screen on. We got little bad dog there. What's up, little bad dog? What's going on, LBD?
Wait, how many arms right there?
You're right there. See?
No, how many arms right here?
Because your arm's out of the camera, so you can't see it. If you put your arm here, you'll be able to see it.
So
See?
it was a hold, guys. So it's a 1st and 20.
My daddy is
What?
right here.
Yes, it's right there.
Wait. Hold on.
It's off the camera.
Dak gives to Pollard. Pollard gets about 4. It'll be 2nd and 16 again as they try to attack that right side.
It's right there. Listen, luckily for you, you're too
Wait,
young.
hold on. Why my tablet over?
Because your tablet's in front of the camera right there. See?
But wait, my arms are different.
Yes, your arms are different. You have a right arm and a left arm. Right?
But why my arms go that way?
Because that's the arm in front of the camera.
So that's the difference.
Yes, that's the difference.
What happens with my another one?
Dak out of the gun.
So my another one is over here.
Yes.
It'll be 3rd and 8. We'll get it around.
Luckily for you, when I was 4, it was 1980, and the Giants stunk then too. By the time I was 8, they were good. So maybe 4 years. Maybe 4. Maybe 4 years. Maybe 4 years.
If we're lucky.
When I was 8, they were really good. When I was 4, they were really bad.
3rd and 7 here for the Cowboys at their own 44. Dak coming out in the gun. Wilson in motion left to right. He's got Pollard to his left. Big play here for the Giants. 4-man front, trips to the right. Dak will take the snap. The Giants come with 4. They get good pressure there. Dak has to throw it, and good job there by the Giants. They get off the field. 4th and 7. Cowboys will have to punt. 5:21 to go here in the 3rd.
All right, I'm going to put this guy back. Hold on a second.
And there's a flag. Happy Huntsman says on the bright side, always. Yeah. Blake Meyer says,
Yeah.
At least we tested him deep. Yeah, we tested him deep all game. Just hasn't worked. Don't tell me it's a rough and it's going to be. They're going to hit an old Jawari here with this.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
Mike says, where does the next win come from? Schedule brutal.
So 15 yards on Ojulari, 1st down Cowboys.
Derek says, you test Diggs with CJ Board. What a joke. Fire everyone. I mean, I guess. At this point, yeah, I mean, there's nobody. I mean, Galladay's not out there. Shepard's not out there. Snap out of the gun, turns, gives to Pollard. I mean, I guess you could say Tony, but they've thrown a lot to Tony this game. That's a pick of about 4. It'll be 3rd and 6. And Bill says, no Thomas, no DJ, no Saquon, and we are still 2 scores away. Dallas is overrated. Can't wait to watch them implode.
I don't know if they're
Dallas played
overrated.
Very sloppy today.
They have been sloppy today, and it's still been good enough to dominate us. So, I mean, listen, they played Tampa very tough, and they turned the ball over 4 times and missed kicks. They very well could be 4-0. I don't think they're overrated. I think they're really good, honestly.
There's a hand to Pollard. Pollard's got a couple of lead blockers, breaks a tackle to the 25, down to the 24, as he's tackled there by Logan Ryan. And Bernardo says, also, Logan Ryan has sucked. Tate Crowder sucks. Julian Love is bad. We are cursed. John Maurer is cursed. Prayers for DJ. He's a warrior. AB says, why run that to Board when you have KT and Ross? Ross, I agree.
Board was open, guy. That ball was underthrown.
Yeah, I that's what I'm kind of thinking as I'm saying it, because you're absolutely right. If he makes a good throw there, he had Board. He underthrew the ball. Board at the stop.
He underthrew it.
But the Cowboys have it here at the 24. Trips to the right. He's got Pollard in the backfield. He's going to turn. He's going to give the good job again by the Giants there. Julian Love in on the hit. It'll be 2nd and 10.
That's what the Giants going to have to do. They're going to have to start sending guys from the secondary to come up there and stop the run. They've been able to stop it with their front 7 all day. And again, this is why Dallas is so good. They can run it down your throat with Zeke. He can pound the ball. Pollard gives them a change of pace back. The offensive line's really good. They got 2 really good receivers. They got a really good quarterback. Team is good. Right? Team's got a really good offensive line. The team is good. I don't think they're overrated. We may hate this team as Giants fans, and a lot of people hate the Cowboys with good reason. But that's a very good team. You can't take anything away from injuries or not. This is a good team. Dallas is a good team.
Dak takes the snap. He gets obliterated as the Giants come with a blitz. And
I think that was Aziz again. Nope.
I think it was Austin Johnson.
It was. I thought Aziz came in there. Austin Johnson with a couple big plays.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
He's being muted, so I'll get back to your super chat, Rolly, because you want Bad Dog. And Blake says, there you go, Bad Dog. You can't have too bad of a day with a great family. That's a real win, my friend. Yeah, for sure. Little Bad Dog always brightens up the mood. And Roldy needs your assistance, Bad Dog. I don't know what you could do for him.
What's that?
Bad. Roldy says, bad, they're going to need your help, bro. It sucks we are injured like this, but it's part of the game. But this happens to us every year. Same shit. I don't know what Bad Dog could do to help you there. But
I wish I could do something. I wish I.
Yeah.
I just don't know how a team is this unlucky. I mean, it's crazy. You know, Washington deals with this a lot too. It seems like us and Washington have a lot of injuries. And it doesn't matter how good or bad your players are. We talk about it all the time. The best ability is availability. And you got to, unfortunately, our guys can't stay in the field. You okay?
Yeah.
Well, Bad Dog ain't been feeling well today either. So
it's why depth in the NFL is so important. I mean, especially with a 17-game schedule too. I mean, it is so important. But obviously, you never expect this to pile up in one game like the way it has.
No.
Wait, one behind your shoulder.
Because you're behind my shoulders. What are you doing?
Darius Williams is injured. Why not at this point? Everybody's injured. Darius Williams is hurt
I
now.
put him back.
So now Darnay Holmes will get more playing time. I assume.
You want to coach the Giants? Okay. I'll get you out there.
And NYB, man, thank you for being a member. He says, okay, it doesn't matter if board's open on the pick pass. Ross should have been in, and this game is over. You all know I stay optimist about this team, but no. I mean, obviously, I would prefer to throw to Ross on a play like that. He's a burner. But it was underthrown. I mean, you got to put blame on the quarterback as well. And Glennon, the offense performed well on that play.
Yeah, it's again, man. I can't get mad that that's not John Ross. Board was open.
If board catches it, nobody says a word. Everybody's like, "Oh my god," So, and he was open. So if he hits him, it's a touchdown. True Apple says D is doing what it can. Happy in that aspect. And the defense has fought hard today, all things considered. And we knew it was going to be. Not to say they've played incredible. They haven't. The Dallas Cowboys ran all over us, but we knew that was probably going to be the case. And the offense has done nothing to help them because a lot to do with all the injuries that we've had going in. The offense hasn't been able to get anything going, so the defense has played as hard as they could. It's why I've tried to be as fair as I can to them throughout this game. 3rd and 19 as they get a big sack there. And it'll be 2:59 to go here in the third. Dallas field goal will make it a 14-point game. If the Giants have any chance, they need to hold them 3. Dak coming out of the gun here from the Giants 33. He'll take the snap, drops back to pass, and he's going to throw a check down there to Powell, and he makes a miss. He's going to be straight forward.
Oh, he lost the ball, but somehow Dallas got it.
Cowboys get it back. So they will probably attempt a field goal, I would imagine. It's 4th and 5.
Man, that could have been a big break there. He put the ball on the turf, but Johnny, I couldn't see who jumped in there and made the play. But
that was punched out, by the way, too. That was Tate Crowder.
There's a bunch of Giants around there, but they just couldn't get the ball.
Hold on.
New York Flash says on the bright side, I don't have to ask the chick with the Jay Leno. There you go. So you're not going to have to date the Jay Leno chick. Here they are from the left hash. It'll be a 38-yard attempt here for Greg the Leg.
What are you doing to me right now?
And the kick is good. Cowboys go up by 14. So still a 2-score game, 2 of 2 to go here in the third.
What are you doing?
Has Leonard Williams made a play all night? Maybe 1 or 2, but not. I mean, he was involved in a couple of plays for losses, but again, not a huge impact. Dylan, man, thank you so much for being a member. He says prayers for my guy DJ. I think all of us are right now, feeling for DJ. Not just DJ, man. Everybody that's gone down with an injury today, but yeah, obviously, DJ's the quarterback. 27-13. Oh, man. And Noah says, just got back from the Bengals game. What happened? Well, hopefully you enjoyed the game, Noah. Injuries. Saquon Barkley, I would guess, is going to miss at least 6 weeks. That's just a guess. Daniel Jones has a concussion. Kenny Golladay has a knee injury. Andrew Thomas didn't play because of the foot issue. So, yeah. Darius Williams is now hurt.
Galladay's hurt. Don't know if you mentioned him.
Yes. And the Giants trail by 12.
We got 17 minutes to tie this baby up. Let's go.
2:02 to go here in the third. Giants down by 14. And we'll see if Mike Glennon has a miracle up his ass. Shot, man, thank you very much.
Even if it's out of his ass, we need it from someplace. I tell you that much right now.
Shaw says we really sold our soul for those 2 Super Bowls. It certainly feels that way.
Luckily, I saw 4.
It was worth it, man. But obviously, you never want to be complacent. But I would never trade anything for those. Bull's going to go out of bounds. Giants will start at the 25-2 with 2 to go here in the third. Smash says, I don't care. Everyone must go after this season. Mara, too. Well, Mara can't go. He's the owner.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's why I didn't want to get too high after the New Orleans. Like I said, I wanted to see more consistency. I mean, what can you do? What can you say? The guys got hurt. It's just
you can't predict that.
I don't know. I don't know why this happens to us every year. It's just we're snake bitten at the moment,
And Hamid, man, thank you very much. Hey guys, at this point, let's trade out and be sellers before the trade deadline. At this point, 1 second. There's a handoff to Booker. He got about maybe 2 as a gang tackle there by the Cowboys, 2nd and 8. At this point, I think this is as far as we could go with these players. Blow it up and start fresh. This hurts, man. That might be what we end up doing, man. And, we'll see. Maybe it's like a half rebuild or maybe it's a full rebuild. I don't know. That's something we'll talk about at the end of the season. We still got 12 games left after this. But, yeah, I mean, especially if we lose to the Rams next week, I think at that point you have to realize that, especially with the injuries that we have, that it probably in the best interest of the team to sell some of these players. Glennon takes the snap, drops back, looks right, throws right.
Oh, my God.
Was he able to bring it in? He was. Wow.
Man, the one bright spot today has been young Joka.
And hopefully he's okay.
He bounced up. He came off of there. He's okay.
What an acrobatic catch by Kadarius Toney as Glennon gave him a chance. Toney comes down with it.
I mean, can I say it? Tony has done it again. Wait no year to say that. It don't feel good yet, but yeah, Tony, man.
And Mark says I told you we'll be lucky if Galladay plays 8 games.
That's encroachment. Come on, man.
That's a prediction I hope you're wrong about, Mark. But I don't want to say I don't want to be happy that you're right about that, and hopefully you won't be. But
it's encroachment.
And yeah, Giant, that'll be a penalty.
On now he is hurt.
I thought I saw that they were looking him over, and now Tony's hurt. 7 catches, 147 yards, and he's grabbing his elbow. This is unbelievable. And he just headbutted a guy on the sideline out of frustration. Not intentionally.
I don't think he had that ball either.
I think it's his ankle. I think he got rolled up on the back of his ankle.
You got to be kidding me. I don't know how it's possible. No, it's how it's possible.
1st and 5 here at the Cowboys 42. He's going to throw to Board on the screen. Board with a nice stiff arm. He gets the first. Good job there by Board.
Yeah, I don't even know how. I mean, the Giants are. I mean, they're at the 17. I mean, listen.
No, not the 17. I think the 30.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the 37. I thought it was. I thought that said the 20. It said the. I don't know what the hell I was looking.
They got to get a playoff here before the end of the quarter. Hopefully.
The 37. I gave him an extra 20 yards. Oh, maybe hopefully they get to the 17.
Lennon will take the snap. 5 seconds to go. It's a draw play, and good job by Booker. Got about 5.
Yeah, Booker was falling down as he took the handoff. Listen, one thing I'm going to give the Giants credit for today, they're fighting.
Yeah,
this team's fighing. Tony's back out there. That's a good sign.
Tony's back.
So, but they're. I mean, as a New Yorker, this is all you want to win, but. All I ever ask for my guys, win, lose, or draw. I just want them to try. I want them to fight. This team's fighting today, so you give them credit. I mean, they've been dealt a world of just blows. I mean, it's just I don't even know what to say. I mean, how can you even? No Galladay, no Barkley, no Daniel Jones. They all got injured in this game. You come into the game without Shepard, without Slayton, without Andrew Thomas. It's insane. 70% of it said 70% of the Giants' offense is on the bench today.
And it's just so ironic that it happens after a week in which we were so encouraged by our offense.
Yeah.
John, thank you very much. Came into this season to know if DJ was a franchise quarterback, but we have learned that Judge and his staff, except for Sale, ain't it. They got to go. Well, obviously Sale ain't coming back either. If you fire Judge, it's going to be a complete overhaul on the coaching staff if you decide to do that. But yeah, the coaching. I mean, today I'm not blaming the coaching. Today's strictly injuries, but overall, yes, the coaching's been underwhelming. Direct man, thank you very much. God hates the Giants. Curse for picking Barkley. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the curse is. I don't know if it's because we sold our soul for the 2 Super Bowls. I don't know if it's because we benched Eli Manning for Geno Smith. I don't know if it's because we fired Coughlin and we didn't fire Reese. I don't know if it's because of the boat trip. I don't know what the hell is the the thing that started this curse, but I know that it seems like we are. Meat man, thank you very much, man, for being a member. He says, I feel shell shocked. I mean, it's a gut punch as a fan of this game.
It sucks. Sucks. See what happens. See what happens. Like I said, hopefully Daniel Jones is okay. Hopefully Galladay's okay. I mean, I don't know how serious those injuries are. You never know with a concussion. Don't know what the update is on Galladay's knee. Barkley's going to be out for a while. That's a fact. But that sucks. I still don't think we need Barkley to win. We won without him last year. We were 5-3 in our last 8 games without him. I think they're good enough to win without him. But you need Daniel Jones. You need Andrew Thomas. You need your line. I mean, our line's been decimated with injuries. It's insane. It's insane. I don't know how that's possible. All these guys get hurt.
2nd and 6. Giants got it here at the Cowboys 33. Obviously, a field goal does them no good at this point.
No, 4-down territory for sure here.
Yeah, Glennon coming out of the gun. Tony in. They're going to motion him to the right. And they're going to try to set up a screen pass here. And a good play design there this time, as Tony just had like a lane to run.
I'm going to be honest, Chris. I don't know how Dallas didn't see that coming. He ran out there. He motioned over to the right. He was standing there all alone the entire time. They never picked him up out of the backfield. That for once. You see teams do that to us all the time. Like, where is our easy pitch and catch? Sure it was. That was an easy 11-yard gain.
14:38 to go. LA Sportsman, thank you so much for being a member. Tough one. Sucks we have all these injuries. When the Giants get healthy, they can win games. Let's go, Giants. There you go, my man. Hopefully that'll be the case.
We're almost at the 17, Chris.
We're at the 20. 14:26 to go. Giants in the red zone. Glennon, play action. Drops back. Looks right. Throws right. Nice back shoulder fade. Great catch.
Did he catch that? Oh, my God. Come on. How the hell does he catch that one?
What a catch by Evan Ingram down to about the 7.
How? This is why he pisses me off. How does he make this? And he can't catch the one that hits him right in the numbers.
What a catch.
Come on. Throw every one of those passes like that to Evan Ingram.
Giants down to the 7. They're going to try to run it on first down, and he's got nowhere to go. Vander has pulled it up 2-yard loss.
Yeah, he just went right through the defense. Finally made a play that he celebrates like he just won a Super Bowl. I just don't understand. I don't understand some players, man.
And John, man, very much. Chris, at least the Knicks and the Rangers look good. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I'm not a big hockey guy, but I know Bad Dog's a pretty big Ranger fan. I'm excited for the Knicks. I really am. I think they're going to be a fun team this year. We're not winning a championship, but I think they're going to be a fun team.
No, they probably do better. They're bringing more excitement than the Giants, unfortunately.
Glennon coming out in the shotgun. He's going to motion board out wide left. I don't know who the hell the other receiver is. Low snap. Glennon drops back to
Johnson, maybe?
Probably is. Backtracking. Glennon's going to step up, throw against his body, and he was looking for Tony, who was in the slot there. 3rd and goal, incomplete.
Yeah, 4-down territory with the Giants for sure here.
And Jim says when we do finally win, it'll be that much sweeter. I agree. When the Giants finally win, it's going to feel like a cotton candy stick the size of MetLife Stadium.
I don't even know what this. I don't even.
That's how sweet it's going to be.
I can't imagine. It's been so long since this team has been good. It's hard to remember. When they've been good, it's hard to remember that feeling of going into every week and thinking they were going to win.
And the Giants have to waste the timeout.
I mean, I understand. Well, Dallas took the timeout.
Oh, Dallas used the timeout. Interesting. Okay.
Hopefully, what happens to us every week when we take the timeout as the play clock is expiring, we can score a touchdown. Because it seems like every week they're down 7, the play clock's expiring, we take a timeout, and the offense converts against us. So hopefully we can convert this time.
And Spaz Out says, why do we always call good plays in a blowout? It's not a blowout. I mean, it's a 2-score game with 13:08 to go in the 4th quarter. I know it feels like a blowout because of all the injuries, but it's not really. I mean, if we score, it's a 1-possession game. I mean, not that we probably won't. It's 3rd and goal at the 9, but I wouldn't say it's a blowout. And Aiden, man, what's going on, man? He says, hi, Chris. What's going on, Aiden, man? Always appreciate the support. Kind of needed after today. The Giants literally, I think they had half their team is hurt, including their quarterback, their running back, their wide receiver, their starting left tackle, their starting slot cornerback. So, yeah, and a partridge in a pear tree. Brendan, man, thank you very much. Am I delusional, or is Kadarius Toney an absolute stud? I mean, the guy's got 160 yards or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, he's looked like – and now they got him in the Wildcat. Toney in the Wildcat, which is interesting, with 9 yards to go. He's going to keep it on the fake. Toney down to the 1.5. And we've been calling for him to do this all year. And why don't you do that on second down?
Yeah. Fourth down, this is it. This is it. There's Ginger Jesus.
I mean, I love that he got the yards, but why not second down?
He did what he could. I couldn't see. That was a good job by Micah Parsons. He saved the touchdown because if Parsons doesn't grab him from behind, he's in.
Fourth to go. Here.
We have any chance, we got to get in here.
12:34 to go here in the fourth. Giants will have it at the 2. Glennon coming out in the shotgun. He's got Booker to his left, 3 wide set. Ingram in the slot. Takes the snap, rolls out to the – and that's got to be pass interference. How is that not pass interference? He was literally on his back.
Wow.
What? Let me see the replay. Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding? I'm sorry. Are you kidding me? You could challenge that, right?
No, they got rid of that this year.
They got rid of that? Oh, my God.
That's one of the
kind of felt, but he pushed him.
That is one of the most blatantly obvious pass interference calls. Maybe outside of the NFC Championship game with the Rams and the Saints, where the official completely blew the game. That's about as obvious as it gets. That's about as obvious as it gets.
And Dan, man, thank you very much. It's been 11 years since any New York team won a title. It's crazy. Yeah, New York's been they've been at a
been rough.
Rough. Meat, thank you very much. Last year, G-Men took out Dak. This year, Cowgirls get their revenge tenfold. Yeah, they did.
I just don't understand that wasn't a flag. They had pass interference on John Ross at the beginning of the game. She kept us from getting a touchdown, no call. And then that's about as obvious as it gets. I mean, you pushed a guy right in the freaking ground. If nothing else, it's illegal contact.
And he fell on top of him. I don't know, man. I don't know. Cowboys get that call.
Absolutely.
Zybe said, Chris said a cotton candy the size of MetLife Stadium. We'll take a bite. Yeah, we will, Zybe. It is what I mean. We're not going to lose because of that, but
right.
That was clear pass interference. I'm sorry. And Meat says, I think the refs are concussed. It seems like
might be. That was pretty obvious. I don't know. I really don't know what else to say. We had any chance, we needed that one.
Yeah.
The woman ref was not on that side of the field. It was not the female ref, I don't think.
Yanks fan 84 says he flopped just like LeBron. I mean, maybe he somewhat flopped, but he definitely got hit in the back. He definitely got pushed in the back.
It doesn't matter. He got contact to pass. You can't do that.
Flop or no flop.
He made contact with him. It's illegal contact.
That's a flag.
Yeah.
And Lou, man, thank you so much, man, for being a member, man. I really appreciate it. He says, this is a little consolation, but the Giants are playing their arses off. But with all these injuries, the Giants are playing uphill. I appreciate you trying to make us optimistic. Lou, there's not much to be optimistic about, if I'm being honest. But I appreciate the support that you always show. And I don't know, man. Alvaro, man.
I don't know either. I'm watching it. I have no idea how that's not a flag. I'm sorry.
Alvaro
look at this. He pushes. I mean, what?
That is the definition of a pass interference. I'm sorry. Maybe you want to say he slightly flopped. That's a pass interference. Here they are from the 2. He's going to turn. He's going to give to Pollard. Zeke picks up 11. Alvaro says, I got injured just by watching this game. Yeah, man. I think a lot of us got injured watching this game. Oh, man. And Isaac, man, thank you. Says Jerry Jones must be paying the refs an unimaginable amount of money. I don't know, man. I never like to blame. Again, I'm not blaming the refs for this loss. We were losing with or without that missed call, but that's a pass interference.
Yeah.
And here comes Dak coming out under center. 11:52 to go here in the fourth from their own 12. Giants with a 5-man front. Dak will change the play at the line of scrimmage. Chad will get to you in a second, man. And Dak will take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give to Zeke. Zeke tries to cut it back. Gets 2. 2nd and 8. Chad says this whole year we've been getting robbed on calls. What the blank is going on? That one's indisputable, in my opinion. I know some people are going to argue it. That one's indisputable.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Katie, man, thank you. He says, guys, I have to go to the game next week. Well, enjoy it, man. I mean, it's still a game. Hopefully you have fun. Hopefully Daniel Jones is back. And T says, is this team worse than 2018, 19, or 20? I mean, with the injuries, they might be. I mean, they lost literally half their team. We'll see if these guys get back. But, I mean, it's tough for any team to overcome, when you lose your quarterback, your best playmaker, your best 2 playmakers. And Dak takes the snap out of the gun, drops back, looks left, throws left. That's caught. Wide open is CeeDee Lamb to the 30, and he's tackled out at the 32. Not only they're missing their starting left tackle. I mean, there's not many teams that are going to overcome that.
Yeah, I don't know what Dory Jackson giving way too much cushion over there. I mean, that was easy. There's a flag in the play.
Maybe a
late flag.
Maybe a push up on Lamb. I have no idea, but
I have no idea either. Roughing the passer. Or was that on?
It's on Dallas, I think. Unnecessary roughness on.
Was that after the play or during it? Is it a legal crackback block?
Yeah, he kind of grabbed his head.
What is the point of that?
So it'll be 1st and 10, but they'll bring him back. Brady, man, thank you very much. All the refs have cowboy tattoos. Come on. I mean, that was bad. That was bad.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell happened there.
And here's Wilson in motion. Dak out of the gun, takes the snap, play action, throws to Wilson out in the flat. Wilson's going to look to throw, and he's got him. Dives down, tackled at about the 39 as Dallas gets it closer to midfield.
He's mad at himself. He's saying, if I would have thrown a better pass, I could have had a touchdown there. That totally fooled the Giants. Yeah, there was nobody back there.
The guy on the right was wide open, whoever that was.
There's 2 guys. The Giants were completely fooled on that.
Dak hands to Zeke. Zeke dancing. Branson gets about 2. It'll be 2nd and 8. And Brandon says, Mike Lennon sprint out 2-yard curl. Thanks, Brandon, man. I appreciate it. Nice catch there, though. Oh, and like you said, Wilson was pissed. He saw it.
Yeah, if he threw a good pass, it was a touchdown easily.
Let's see. Just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. I think Delta's going to be next. Here comes Dak under center from the Giants, 41, 2nd and 8, 9:25 to go. As the Cowboys looking to ice this game. Hands to Pollard. Pollard gets, if he didn't get it, he's about a half yard short. We'll see where the spot is. Got at least 7. Because he had a big hole up the middle. Delta, man, thank you very much. This game will be forever known as the Injury Bowl. Seems that way, man. Horrible. Mike says, Pereira says, really good no call. I don't know. Regardless, it doesn't matter. We weren't gonna win with or without it, but
right.
For me, I don't know. It looked like a pass interference to me. Here comes
a lot
Dak
of contact for no call. I'll just say that.
Here comes Dak under center. Dak drops back to pass, looks left, throws down the side. What a catch if he stayed in bounds, and he did.
Yep.
That's their 4th wide receiver, man. Quincy Wilson, I mean, it's pretty good coverage. I mean, that's just a great throw and a great catch.
Yep.
Down to the Giants, 6-17.
They hurry. I don't know why. The Giants are going to challenge that, but they hurried the line of scrimmage.
Dak under center. Yeah, I think that was the reason, because the potential challenge.
Yeah.
Gives to Pollard.
But he had that. That was a good throw. Good catch. Good concentration.
Yeah, good touch on that ball by Dak. Guys, I'm going. Oh, I think I already read that. Guys, I'm going to the game next week. Well, Caden, if I didn't read it already, enjoy it, man. T-Boy says 70% of the total offense is out. Yeah, I mean, and some of those guys are out for the year. Blake, man, thanks, man. He says, getting gashed now. The final score is going to look ugly. Yeah, I mean, that's what you fear as a Giants fan going into this game, because of the ability for Dallas to wear you down over the course of the game with the ground attack. There's a handoff to Zeke. Zeke down the right sideline. He's going to get in for 6. And, yeah, this game's going to get ugly.
And they ran that play all day. And they have destroyed the Giants on the Giants' left side of the line. There's just nothing there. There's no resistance.
Yeah.
But this is the guy Mark Holmes wanted to bet. I said, I'm not betting. I'm not stupid. I mean, I know a better team when I see one.
And NY Giants 26 says a traffic cone could fool the Giants. I mean, they're just gassed at this point, but
there's not much you can do. I mean, there's not much you can do. Dallas is a better team.
We knew if
I thought the Giants would cover. I really did, but I also didn't think.
We also didn't think they were going to have all these injuries.
Right.
And we knew if the Giants were going to have any chance in this game, the offense was going to put up. I mean, I was right about the Dallas score for finishes here. I thought they'd give up 34 points.
Premier, yeah, 34-28.
I thought the Giants' offense would do much better, and maybe they would have had they had Andrew Thomas and had they had Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, it's possible.
But it is what it is, man. Anthony, man, he says only thing he didn't do was take out the KY jelly. Yeah, man. Rolly says, I understand the offensive side is injured, but the defensive side isn't. Embarrassing performance by this defense. Ryan is getting that work. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point,
what's that?
There's not much more to say at this point.
No, there's not. Unfortunately,
it is what it is, man. It's just one of those days where nothing went our way in terms of bad luck with the injuries and everything else, and something you fear, obviously, when the game started, that they were going to be able to beat us down, with the run game over the course of the game.
Both of us said going into the game, and again, you don't expect the injuries, but both of us said if we're going to win, we have to stop the run. They didn't. They did not stop the run. Now, Dak made the plays, but it's all predicated off their ability to run the ball. We just can't.
Yeah, I mean, they have 190 yards on the ground, on 34 carries. So, I mean, and you look at the. They've outgained us by over 230 yards. The time of possession has been a 9-minute advantage for them. I mean, it's bad, man. Richie, man, thank you, man. He says, appreciate you guys. We're down, but we're not out. Tony is the bright spot. Hopefully we hold up and get guys healthy quick and make something happen. Man, Richie, man, I commend you, man. And, right now it's really tough to be positive as a Giants fan, and especially after a day like today. And, listen, man, I hope we get healthy. I hope Thomas gets back by next week and Jones, could play and we could find a way to win. But, obviously right now I can't blame Giants fans for being, negative. You have every reason to be upset, not even necessarily at the team themselves, just the bad luck and with the injuries and everything else. And I don't know, man. All I can say is next week I'm going to be rooting my ass off, and I hope that the team bounces back. And, hopefully, like I said, Jones can play and Thomas can play, and we can find a way to put forth a good effort against the Rams. And it is what it is, man. We knew it was going to be a tough game coming in. And when you get injuries, like we have in this game, it makes it that much harder.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, this wasn't going to be easy. Dallas is a good team. Just, again, the deflating thing isn't even the losing. It's the injuries. That's deflating, man. You watch your quarterback go down with a concussion. You watch your running back coming off a freaking torn ACL, maybe finally looking to start and finding his groove, and then he severely sprains that. Well, I don't know the injury to his ankle, but it didn't look good. We could say that. He's obviously going to be out for a while, and then you lose Galladay, and we didn't have Andrew Thomas the entire game, and you got to change that score, Chris.
Oh, my bad.
But like I said, if there's one bright spot, it's Kadarius Toney. If nothing else, I guess we see why we picked him with our first pick. He definitely can do some things, and obviously the Giants got to do what they've been doing today, give him the ball. He's a playmaker. You can take that out of this game, but
that's about
the injuries are deflating. That's what hurts,
Yeah. And Lou, man, thank you very much. Did you see the bet Pizzle made with Mark Holmes? And there's a blitz from the safety. Good job there by Booker to pick it up. Gave Glennon some time as he throws it out of bounds. I mean, all I heard about it, Lou, I didn't see it, was that I think he bet him shaving his head. I don't know if Mark agreed to that, but yeah, I heard that they were talking about potentially shaving their heads. MYG Forever, man, thank you very much. Get him in another year with the injuries. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is at this point. I mean, Injuries are part of the sport. It's bad luck. But yeah, get them. I mean, if this team is headed to the point where they, if these guys are hurt, obviously this season's going to be lost.
Yeah.
And we'll see how severe these injuries are. As he checks it down there to Tony. Tony makes a man miss down to the 40, down to the 42. He's gonna have 200 yards by the end of this game.
I'm not gonna call him Odell Beckham, okay? But what this reminds me of is when our team was just total garbage, and it was garbage for a lot of Beckham's years here. He was always the one bright spot that is just like, get him the ball because at least we can watch Odell Beckham. And again, I'm not saying Kadarius Toney's Odell Beckham, but get him the ball. At least he's exciting to watch,
Here's Glennon from his own 41, drops back, clean pocket over the middle. Rudolph down to the 44 of Dallas. I think that's his first catch of the game, 6:46 to go. And continuing source of inspiration, man, thank you very much. I started DJ and Kenny Golladay over Dak and Mike Williams. Well, that didn't work, unfortunately. Sorry to hear that, man. And Greg says, it's 1 a.m. in Sweden. Stayed up for this stinker. I'm sorry to hear that. Everybody that's overseas, I feel even worse for you guys because obviously it's
yes,
for you guys. So
yeah, sorry
that you had to put up with this. 6:24 to go. Low snap there. Glennon, little slant there to Tony. Tony with a nice shake. Tony's going to Tony's still going. He's got about 14 yards down to the 31.
He's something else. Oh, now what the hell's going on here? Oh, now see, that's not good, man. Tony's got to.
Was that Tony?
Button it up. He threw a punch. Right? It was Kadarius Toney. Now, Tony, he did a good job at first.
I don't blame Tony, though, man.
I don't think you want to throw Hernandez.
The flag initially.
Yeah, the officials should have thrown the flag initially for sure. Well, now it's getting ugly now.
There's a whole out brawl here, but I mean, Tony got leveled in the face with two hands. I mean, what do he's gonna respond.
Joe Judge is pissed. I don't blame him. Joe Judge is telling his team to get off the field. Well, one thing we know about the Giants is they like to fight. But I don't know what happened here after the fact. I mean, Tony's just doing his thing. He's fighting for yardage.
He's probably frustrated that he's torching him.
He said something to him. That was not the first. That was not the first one. I know Fox likes to show that, but that was not the first thing that happened.
That was instigated by Dallas.
You can't do that. Don't get me wrong. Tony's wrong. But that was not the first thing.
And Andrew, man, thank you. Says the game reminds me of 2017. We lost Brandon Marshall, Sterling Shepard, and Dwayne Howard. It's worse. I mean, we'll see how long they're out, but it's potentially worse than that.
Actually, Tony, I take that back. Ingram was hit first, and then Tony went in there and threw a punch.
I didn't think it was Tony that was initially hit. So it was Ingram.
It was Ingram that was hit initially, and then Tony's got to stop. Like, that can't happen. But there you go. There's Odell Beckham.
Tony's going to get ejected.
Yeah, he's got it. He threw a punch. He's got to get ejected.
Michael says, Giants are cursed. Nothing we do matters. It seems that way. Joey G says, you think it's because we hurt Dak last year? Cowboys were no, the Cowboys were not trying to hurt us. It was freak stuff. Jones instigated the contact helmet to helmet. Saquon stepped on the guy's ankle, I think. I think he stepped on the guy's ankle. I mean, no, they were not trying to hurt us.
Yeah.
Mark says this defense doesn't create turnovers at all. I mean, we've created 2 today, right? Almost 3.
Almost 3.
Actually, almost 4.
Yep.
Bradbury almost had a pick as well. Yeah, I mean, Tony's out of line.
You can't do that.
Yeah, no, Tony's out. I thought Tony was hit first.
So did I, but you still can't retaliate.
Yeah. And Jovis says, how are you guys not trashing this defense? That's the biggest issue. No pass rush or linebackers. That's definitely a part of it. Watch says, are we ready to obtain? I lost that. Sorry. Stephen Lloyd says, look, we may have had some bad seasons, but as Giants fans, we stand tall and say, Fook, you all will be back. I'm with you, man. I never leave my team. Chris Deaver says, you two are nothing but class. Probably my favorite.
That's what happened. Tony got thrown down late, and then there was another push, and then Tony came in and threw the punch.
Abe says this is why drafting is so important now for depth purposes. I agree. Depth is so important.
I'm not saying the Giants would do it, but if I'm Dallas, and
there's another,
I would not put my starters back in the game.
And
the game's over. You'd be
not worth it.
Better off leaving them off the field right now.
Just give me a hold on the Giants. Even if Jones and Saquon are the only ones to miss multiple weeks, we're still 1-4 and about to play the Rams. I mean, yeah, I can't paint a pretty picture for you guys. I wish I could. I can't. And Chris L says, injuries or not, it's still players or bust for the Gettleman Judge regime. No more excuses. It is what it is, man. We're going to have a complete blow-up if that's what we elect to do, and we'll be waiting for another 3 years until the team's competitive again. John says it's official. Judge doesn't have the locker room.
It's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Glennon takes the snap, drops back, looks right, throws right, tails that. Obviously, I'm not going to get on and back up. Looking for Colin Johnson, incomplete, 2nd and 20.
Yeah, not a good look.
But yeah, I mean, the defense wore down over the course of the game. We couldn't stop the run. I actually thought we did get decent pressure throughout this game. I mean, we sent a lot of blitzes. I thought that we didn't get there in terms of our edge rushers, but I thought we got decent pressure. You got to factor in the opponent we're going up against, and you got to factor in that we got no help from the other side of the ball, mainly due to, a lot of the injuries that were sustained.
Yeah.
Cowboys have
it sucks to a Kadarius Toney because the kid was having a great game, and then you do something like that, and it's just not a good look. I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand you're frustrated. This team is bad. You got a lot of injuries. You get thrown down late. I get it. Officials should have thrown a flag as soon as the guy threw Kadarius Toney to the ground. That probably would have stopped it because that was definitely after the play. The officiating's been trash in this game. And again, it's got nothing to do with why the Giants have lost. They got beat by a better team, but it's just too bad he had a great game, and then you're going to end it like that. So people are going to remember that as opposed to the good game that he had.
Nice catch again by Ingram. First down for the Giants, down to the 17. Before that, I think Ross made a nice catch. So Giants got it down to the 17. Manny says, what is with the complaining today? The entire offense is hurt, and they're playing a top 5 offense, if not better. Forget the game and get healthy. Well, to me, it's the injuries is the deflating thing. It's not the I'm not going to destroy the defense today. They had absolutely no help going against the top 3 offense in football. They created 2 turnovers. If you would have told me that before the game started, I would have been happy. Glennon tries to throw there to Rudolph, and they
flag.
Now they throw the pass interference. No. Too little, too late there. But the Cowboys do get hit for it at about the 8-yard line. And Nameless says, thank you very much. The refs will let that second penalty happen. They've been awful all game. I mean, the refs are bad every game. Sometimes the Giants benefit, sometimes they don't. But the refs are bad every game.
Yeah.
4:16 to go here in the 4th. And Eddie, I'm going to get to that in 1 second. Glennon coming out here from the 10-yard line. Giants still with 3 timeouts. Obviously, it's a miracle that they would need.
I just want to see him score a touchdown.
As Glennon takes the snap, drops back, looks right. He's got a man. It's Booker. Booker makes a man miss down to about the 3. And obviously, if you're the Giants, you want a prayer, so you want to hurry up here and try to get in as quickly as possible. 4:05 to go here in the 4th. Eddie, man, thank you very much. Why draft all these quarterbacks and spend so much money in the DBs when you have neglected the pass rush? Gettleman's built this team backwards. Should have built the trenches out. Gettleman is absolute trash, point blank. Hey, man, I can't defend him at this point. And I can't defend him. I mean, I don't want to rebuild. I want to continue to progress. But if they move on from Gettleman, you're not going to see me defend him at all. The team has.
I've already called for Gettleman's head this year. I gave him 4 years to fix it. He didn't fix it. He didn't fix it. Like I said, they might be in a worse situation on than when he took over.
Glennon takes the snap, drops back, buys time, throws up a floater, and kind of just got rid of that one. 3rd and goal. And Greg, man, thank you very much, man, for the $5 donation. He says, we're the most undisciplined team in football.
Yep.
There's been some sportsmanlike penalties in this game as well. You think back to the I'll look at the penalty stats at the end of the game, but both teams have had some bad penalties. But the Azeez Ojulari penalty was a crippling penalty. And Manny says, not you guys, the chat is ridiculous. I mean, it's New York sports, man. You know
it is. The fan base is sick of losing. They're sick of it. Yeah. It's just sick of it. If we were really good for 3 years and this year happened and people were complaining, it's one thing. But
by Ross. Ross comes down with it. He was able to tip it to his other hand with his left hand, come down with the touchdown, 34-19. And the Giants now within 2 scores with 3:19 to go with 3 timeouts. Obviously, you're probably going to be trying an onside kick. I don't know if he got both.
I don't know if he got the first foot down. I don't know if he had control of it. I think it's going to be incomplete. They review all scoring plays.
Yeah, because he gets possession. Yeah, I
don't think he got that first foot down. I think he has possession. You don't have it there. He doesn't have it there. He has it there. That's incomplete. It was a hell of an effort, but that's incomplete. That'll be ruled incomplete.
Boo says, is KT out next week? I mean, I have no idea. We'll see if he's suspended or not. I have no idea. I would guess not. I would guess he's going to get a hefty fine, but who knows?
Again, I'm not trying to defend what Kadarius Toney did at all. It's completely inappropriate. You have to. I understand you're frustrated. You have to. You can't be selfish. I get it. Listen, who doesn't want to take a shot at a Dallas Cowboy? I get it. But you can't do that. You have to keep your emotions in check when you're out there because you hurt your team. But if the official would have thrown the flag when Toney got thrown on the ground after the whistle sounded, maybe he doesn't do that. I don't know if he would have. I don't know what the hell he's thinking. Not in his head. But the official should have tightened that up before. I mean, that was pretty blatant that he got thrown down. It was pretty blatant that he was interfered with in the end zone as well. They didn't call that pass either, or that flag either. Can't do that, though. You just can't do that. But that's what's funny. I mentioned Odell Beckham, and then I see that, and I think of Odell Beckham and Josh Norman immediately. Yeah. He's people say we compare him to. I see a little bit of that guy. Again, maybe not as explosive. He's got to do it for a few years, but
he's got
Odell Beckham is part of really bad teams, and all I kept saying is every week, let me just throw it to 13. Just throw it to 13. Let's just watch 13 work. I feel like every week from this point on, I'm going to say throw it to 89. Let's see what 89 can do. Throw it to 89. Let's see 89 work. I like the skill set. I can tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited about Toney, but it's sad that that's what we have to look forward to.
That's what I'm saying. He's got it.
Get him, man. Thank you very much. How can you even be down about this? We were about to tie the game at 10-10. 2/3 of our offense on IR. What the blank? I'm not even taking the series, boys, on to LA. I'm not down about the loss at all.
I
should say it all. I always want to win. But to me, what I'm deflated about is the injuries. It's not losing to Dallas based on the circumstances and everything else. It's the injuries that we sustained today. It's not the loss.
Yeah, I agree. When we lost Saquon Barkley, it immediately deflates you. And then you lose Daniel Jones. And all this happened before the half. Then you come out of the locker room and find out Kenny Golladay is out with a knee injury. And you already had Andrew Thomas out for this game. You already had Darius Slayton and Sterling Shepard. It's just the injury. The injuries are disappointing. Even if we were completely healthy, we would have struggled in this game. There's no doubt about that. The defense couldn't stop a nosebleed against Dallas. Both Chris and I picked Dallas to score 34 points today.
Yeah.
So we just picked the Giants to cover, which hasn't happened yet. It's possible. They did rule that incomplete, by the way.
Wick says no. Toney cooked Diggs today. No, he did. He definitely did. And David says it's a shame Toney had a great game. I will still root for this team no matter how bad things get. I always bleed blue, and of course, man. I appreciate the support, man. Glennon's going to throw to Booker. Booker puts a nice effort there by Booker. That should be it. They're going to mark him short. I mean, let me see a replay. I don't want to flip out before I see a replay. Maybe he was down. And LA Lou says, Glennon is looking good, just saying. He's up there. He's still up. That's
not even close, Chris.
Touchdown.
That's not even close. It would have been one thing if he marked him down when his knee went down to the 2. He's not even close to being down at the 1 yard line.
Oh, my God.
These officials have had a really bad game today. Really bad. Really freaking bad. That's a touchdown. He's down there. If he marked him down there, fine. But he wasn't touched. He got up. His knee ain't close to being down.
As bad as I'm just don't want to miss these. He said somebody said, I think it was Blake said, as bad as this is, it doesn't hurt as much as the other two, the Washington loss and the Denver loss. He's pretty close, man. King of New York says Kadarius, not in terms of losing the game, but the injuries. King of New York says Kadarius Toney is better than Devontae Smith. He looks it so far. That's
a touchdown. Sure. And by the way, look at the face mask getting ripped off his head, Chris. So no foul for face mask. He tore his helmet. They gave him the touchdown.
They gave him the touchdown.
He tore his helmet off his head. No flag.
Kick's good. DJ says Dave Gettman has to go if we suck. I mean, he will. Trust me, he will. Irish says the Giants have not given up this whole.
Tore his helmet off his head. No flag. All right.
Yeah. Irish says the Giants have not given up the given up this whole game with all the injuries. I do not believe Judge has lost the team. I agree with that, Irish. I will say that. They have fought, and even Bad Dog said that early in the stream. They have fought throughout this entire game. They have.
He ripped his helmet off his head. No flag. No flag. Nope. No face mask on that one. Of course not. And he was down at the 1 somehow when he wasn't close to being down at the 1 yard line. These officials are all, I mean, they should be fined. Seriously.
And Stephen Lilly says, hey, Diggs or Parsons done anything this game? Well, he got an interception, but outside of that, no. We've beaten up their defense, running to the ground. We haven't done too bad against a good Dallas team. Love Tony's fire. Tony's great today. But yeah, obviously they're going to do an onside kick here, I would imagine.
Giants. Again, I'm not blaming the officials. We got our ass kicked today, but my God, I mean, come on, you got to be better than this.
What a horror! I mean, you very rarely recover onside kick, so I'm never going to flip out about it. But what a horrible effort there. I think by Gano on that onside kick attempt.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
And Barkley, yeah, they're showing the injuries now.
It's funny, man. I just had a bad feeling about Jones. I mentioned it in the beginning of the game when he ran and lowered his head. I said, that's just a recipe for disaster. And I don't like when he does that. I get that's by the goal line, but just the Giants have to use their timeouts here.
Pollard gets about a yard, maybe a yard and a half. It'll be 2nd and 8.
Giants will use their first timeout.
Hamid says these refs are on Jerry's payroll. Yeah, again, I never want to blame the refs.
Just be consistent. I mean, there have been blatant penalties that have not been called.
Yeah. I mean, it's been bad. It's been really bad.
Blatant. Dude, he ripped Devontae Booker's face mask clear off his head by grabbing at it, and there was no penalty? Come on.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Come on.
2nd and 8. Giants do use their first of 3 timeouts. 3:11 to go here in the 4th. Dak coming out under center from the Giants 44. Giants with a 5-man front. Dak will take the snap, gives, and he'll push forward there. Pollard gets about 2. Giants, I'm assuming, will burn their 2nd timeout.
Yep. No Shane Zemenes sighting, by the way. He was in on that tackle.
I don't know if he's played much today, but I haven't said his name. Fixed Bayonet, man. Thank you so much for being a member of the channel. He says, first, this should be a 1-score game. You can make that argument. Bad Dog, you're a pup. This team is not bad. I see improvement, no blowout.
What team's not bad? I never said the Giants. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
DJ says, Jason Garrett. And here we go. Play action. Dak drops back. Pressure, late pressure there by Leonard Williams, but he's able to get it out to Pollard. Pollard makes a man miss, and he'll dive forward. And I think he just got the first down.
Yep. Missed tackle. That'll pretty much sew it up.
And DJ says Jason Garrett got to go. We got him hurt. I guess. I guess. MYJ's 26 says Darnay never on the field. Haven't seen him yet. Yeah, well, I mean, they had an injury to Rodarius Williams. I'm trying to. I'll look for him now. I don't think he's out there.
No, he's out. He's out with a knee injury.
Williams is, but Darnay Holmes, is he in now?
Oh, that I don't know.
And Happy Huntsman says Dallas being good is good business for the NFL. It isn't a coincidence they get every call. Remember, Giants at Dallas last year. In my opinion, they definitely got the benefit of the calls today. We weren't going to beat them, I don't think, no matter what, but they've gotten the benefit of the calls. And that's a pickup.
Here we go. There's more stuff going on here.
And this is going to be on the Giants, by the way. Cowboys guy loses his helmet. They'll call this now for a face mask. 2:48 to go here in the 4th.
Bears beat the Raiders 20-9, so the draft pick continues to get worse.
Bears won.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty. That's pretty obvious, Chris. I don't know who that was. I know that was Leonard Williams. It was. Oh, good, Leonard. It's good for you to show some fight finally.
What a shootout. The Chargers and the Browns.
47-42. Saw that.
And the Browns got it at their 47 with 26 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Cardinals beating the Niners, trying to get the 5-0. And Sean, man, thank you very much. Man, I got to go to the Rams game. Jeez. Hey, man, let's see what, let's see the injury report. Let's see who's playing. But obviously, a lot of injuries today for sure for the Giants. Yeah. 2:48 to go here in the fourth. 1st and 10. Giants now out of timeouts. You figured Dallas should have to run 2 plays before the 2-minute warning. It depends on how much time it takes on this first play. From the Giants 18, Dak will take the snap. He's going to give it to Pollard, and Pollard will be tackled down at about the 16.
I'm honestly surprised that Dak is still in there. I'm not saying the Giants would go after him or try to hurt him, but this game has been chippy, and the last thing you need is for a scrum that's not even have Dak involved and he gets rolled up on or something. I just don't understand why he's out there. You can bring in your backup to hand off.
AV says, doesn't seem like Judge has a handle on the locker room. I don't know, man. We'll talk about it after the game. 2:11 to go here in the fourth. Dak coming out under center. Schultz in motion. Dak will take the snap. Hands up the middle as the Giants are trying to strip the ball out. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning. Picks up about 2. It'll be a 3rd and 5 at the 13.
Let me hit the pisser here. Let me hit the pisser and be right back.
I try to be as fair as I can. I know a lot of fans now are going to try to go after Judge after this. I mean, listen, man, Judge has done a lot of things this year that I'm not a big fan of, but in this game, yeah, did we have stupid penalties? Yeah. Tony retaliated, I guess, trying to defend his teammate. We definitely had 1 or 2 questionable unnecessary roughness penalties, and that didn't help the team. But I don't know, man. It's hard for me to put this game on Judge when you lose half your offense. Going up against a superior opponent on the road. I mean, are there reasons to be skeptical about Judge this year? Yes. I don't know how critical I personally can be of Judge after this game. I'm not saying you should not be critical about him for the year, but I don't know, man. So how high do we pick in the draft? I mean, right now we got to be top, I don't know, 6. I don't know. We got 1 win, man. Not good. Oh,
man.
And what's going on, man? Thanks so much for popping in, buddy. Says no flag went our way today. Dallas had no answer for carriers, Tony. He made Diggs look silly, but the worst part is watching the Bear being successful. We need that pick to be high. Yeah, I mean, the Bears have a challenging schedule, but this was a game I thought they would lose for sure. I still think they're going to lose a bunch of games coming up, but obviously we want them to lose as many games as possible. I don't like seeing them get off to a 3-2 start.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And Mike says they called up pass interference and we're likely at 34-27. Probably, yeah. Listen, are there some pros to take out of this game? Sure. We created some turnovers. We nearly created 3. We created 2. Bradbury probably should have had an interception. It went off of both his hands. Did a really good job jumping the route. And I do think there were times where we did a pretty good job confusing Dak, but we couldn't stop the run. Not that anybody's been able to stop the run against Dallas this year. Mm-hmm. But Tony obviously is the huge plus on offense. But outside of that, man, it's tough to say anything positive. It's also tough to really kill them because of all the injuries that we had in terms of their production and performance today. It's tough.
Yeah, you don't know what it would have been in the second half. You don't know because they did score the touchdown in the drive that Daniel Jones got hurt. But, I mean, it was 10-10. Daniel Jones brought them down there. So you don't know. Again, the defense, no excuses. Dallas's offense is really good. But you don't know what the offense could have been had Barkley been healthy. So it's hard to get on the offense's case. They still move the ball pretty good, but Tony is a beast. I don't know why they're throwing. I mean, why are you throwing?
They're trying to pad the stats. That's the only thing that makes sense.
I guess.
I never root for injuries, and I will never be happy if that happens. But if you're the Cowboys here, you're asking for it. I mean, this has been a super chippy game. Why are you throwing on 3rd and 5, man?
Yeah, and you're trying to rub it in?
I don't get it. I don't get it, man. The Giants, their quarterback's been hurt today. Their running back, their wide receiver. There's been a lot.
Why are they going for this?
Are you kidding me?
Why don't you kick a field goal, make it a 3-possession game?
They're not going to snap this. They're trying to draw him offsides to get a first down.
I guess.
They're not going to snap this. Dak under center, 5 on the play clock. And they will.
Yep, that is what they were doing.
Call a timeout. And Mark, man, very much. Guys, what player on the D can we build with? It's a joke.
It's tough to see.
I mean, in terms of a young player, yeah, I mean,
Azeez Ojulari.
Yeah, yeah. It's still yet to be determined if he's going to be a huge impact player. Adoree Jackson's a short-term answer. It's a three-year deal. Bradbury's only got a year left on his contract. Martinez only a year left on his contract. Williams only 2 years left on his contract, and he's underperformed so far this year. So, in terms of young talent on the defense, I mean, yeah, I mean, we don't have it. I'll put it this way: we don't have a huge impact player that's a young player in this defense right now. If I'm being honest,
no, definitely not.
Like I said,
Ojulari is the only guy I can think of.
I would say Lawrence and Ojulari, but neither one of those guys, at least as of now, are groundbreaking players. And 31-yard attempt here. Snap. Hold. Kick is good. So that'll be a 3-possession game for Dallas. Minute 53 to go here in the fourth. Zahai, man, thank you very much. Man, it's been bad, but when we're good, we win Super Bowls. Giants pride for life, but Leo needs to go. Well, Leo ain't going. I promise you that.
Yeah, Leo's here for, 3 years?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to trade him with that contract. He'll be here at least next year. I don't know what his dead cap it is the following year, but he'll be here next year for sure. Gerard, man, thank you very much. Our injuries are calmer for breaking Dak's ankle last year. That's pretty crappy, man, because it wasn't like it was intentional. But
wasn't intentional. And Logan Ryan felt terrible about it.
Yeah, we were nearly bawling watching it. I remember calling the stream with you. And
we were upset when it happened.
And the Giants players were upset too.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Every week we keep dropping interceptions, and it costs us every time, especially with how expensive our corners and safeties cost us. Oh, for sure. I mean, we've definitely dropped interceptions. You go back, you think about the Adoree Jackson missed pick. I think it was like week 2 or 3, whatever it was. And obviously today, Bradbury with a drop pick. For sure. You know, we've definitely missed opportunities throughout the year.
Yep, no doubt.
Minute 53 to go here in the fourth. Giants trail, and I'll update the scoreboard after the kick. Giants trail by 17. Kicks away. And Giants they're going to take this out from 9 yards deep. CJ Board at this point just try to make something happen. And Board does get back to the 25, so they'll set up shop there. And let me change the scoreboard.
This is one thing I'll say. I don't remember exactly when we played Dallas. It's not we played them in 4 weeks. When do we play Dallas again?
We played Dallas later in the season. One of the last 4 games of the year.
Okay.
It's late in the year.
So when they play later in the year, Giants season could definitely be over, and they could be playing for something.
Yeah.
The Giants are not going to forget. So I'm telling you right now, probably not smart throwing for it on 3rd and 5 and doing the shit that they did. That it's probably just not a smart thing to do because the Giants aren't going to forget. So the Giants are really mess their season up at the end of the year. I'm not saying that they would, but these guys, they're on the field, man. They know what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
And there could be some cheap shots that happen at the end of the year.
I hope not. I hope
not too, but I'm just telling you, man, you got guys out there that they have a lot of pride. And when you see certain things that happen today, who the hell knows? I'm not saying they would, but you don't know. Teams a bunch of loose cannons. I mean, they fought with each other for crying out loud.
Glennon hits Ingram there for about 14, pushed out of bounds there at the 39. And Cool says the game was rigged. Booker got his helmet ripped off and nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. The game was.
I don't think it was rigged, but
it beat us.
Questionable.
The officials sucked too.
Yeah. Minute 37 to go as Ingram got out of bounds. It'll stop the clock. They got it now at their own 38. Dan Jones says, "Where's my prediction? Where are all my weapons? Where are you?" I mean, just bad luck today, Jones. Here's Glennon. Glennon drops back to pass, and just a pick 6 to close the game out as the Cowboys are going to jump on this, and the icing on top, 44.
Exactly. Yes.
Exactly.
It's exactly what it was. Just the icing on the top of the cake. God, I freaking hate Jerry Jones. But I hope that guy lives to be 1,000. I really do.
Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I do.
So the Giants will drop to 1-4, and obviously serious injuries and major question marks about this team going forward after today.
Yeah.
And Dallas gets off to a 4-1 start and look as if, Washington lost today. Eagles, yeah, they have they already have a 2-game lead in the division.
And they already beat the Eagles once.
Yeah. And
not as bad as they beat us today, too. About the same score, same way. We gave up 38, and then we give up 6 on defense.
As he was looking for Colin
Johnson.
Johnson.
He just telegraphed that.
Yeah. When you got your 5th, 6th string wide receiver in there and your backup quarterback and your backup running back and what do you expect?
Exactly.
44-20.
Yeah. But listen, Dallas is freaking good. It's a damn good team.
Yep.
It's a damn good team.
I hope they get absolutely demolished throughout the rest of the year, but they got a good team. I tip my cap.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get demolished by many teams. I can tell you that.
I didn't say they will. I said I hope.
No, I know. I
don't
know. I don't know what team that can really demolish these guys.
Minute 28 to go here in the 4th. 44-20 Cowboys.
Nippers.
And kicks away here. Giants, and again, they're going to take this out 9 yards deep. CJ Board just asking for an injury based off the way this game has gone. And he's going to get tackled down at the 11.
He's being a selfish player. There's really no point. The game's over. Why even bother? Just take the knee. It might not be him. Might be somebody else that gets injured on the kickoff return. You're 9 yards deep in the end zone. You're down by 24. What's the point? Yeah. You can't gain anything from that.
And thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it. He says, I think from here on, our offense should run through Kadarius Toney. We have a superstar. Right now, with especially with Barkley out, I think it will. Him and Galladay, but I think it will.
Yeah, agree.
And
I don't know, Giants. How do you not get the playoff?
Glennon drops back.
They didn't even call it, but he didn't even get the play. He's way over the line of scrimmage.
Oh my God! And there's the flag. He was about 2 yards over the line of scrimmage.
They don't get the playoff before. They don't get the playoff coming out of the kickoff. It's delay a game by a mile. Refs don't call it. And then he's 3 yards over the line of scrimmage, and he throws the ball. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. First and actually that'll be a loss of downs, right?
Yeah.
Or no. Is it? I don't even know. No, that's intentional grounding.
Yeah.
So that'll be half the distance to the goal.
Yeah.
Oh man. And I'm with you guys at this point. Just knee it. You got your backup.
Yeah, hand it off. Just run the clock out, man.
You're down 24. There's no point in risking further injuries. At this point, I call for a draw or whatever.
Yeah, you got to.
Minute 04 to go here. They're at their own 9. Glennon's got Booker to his right. He's going to motion Ross.
Yeah, they're going to hand off here. And that's the thing to do.
And he hands to Booker, and Booker gets upended for about a gain of 4 to the 13.
Man, the Giants will have to run one more play before this is in the books. Another ugly defeat for the New York Giants.
Third and 11. One more play. Figure another run. And, hey, man, thank you very much. I got to say, I'm worried about DJ when a guy stumbles around like that. It's not a good sign. Probably going to miss a few weeks at best.
Hopefully not, but wasn't good. Wasn't good.
He might. He definitely might, Abe. It's hard to say, especially, as the game's over, by the way. Cowboys won 44-20. Yep. Especially with
still there's some stuff going on again.
No, this ain't going away. They're going to remember this. Both these teams.
I'm telling you. Look at Will Hernandez is walking away. I don't know who that is chirping, but I'm telling you right now, this Giants won't forget. If we have nothing to lose in that game, which
they're going to play like it. They're
good. It ain't going to matter. I
Yeah.
mean, you hope Joe Judge zips it up. But watching this game today, I don't see how that's happening. So,
Danny Jones says Kadarius Toney had almost 200 yards. I mean, he was great today. You know,
he was.
I don't care about individual. Me personally, I don't care about individual accomplishments. I care about team accomplishments. And when the team loses by 24 points, me personally, I care less about the amount of yards that a guy puts up. But obviously encouraging, and he's a guy that I think we definitely need to build this offense around for sure. And that's one of the few bright spots of this team so far. Him and Thomas have been the two biggest bright spots of this team, and two core pieces that you could be a big part of the future of this offense going forward. Along with Dane Jones, obviously he went down with the injury today, but he's been a bright spot as well.
Yeah. Well, listen, I gotta do my post game video, and I just want to say again, guys, girls, it sucks. I am as sick of losing as you guys and girls. We knew this would be a tough game, and again, more deflating than anything is the injuries that happened today. So that sucks, but Kadarius Toney played well. Again, I'll talk about all this in my post game, and I got the Lakers later tonight. That's why I got to get out of here so quick. But I'm going to do the post game. And Chris, I always appreciate you having me on. I don't know what to say about this team. It just sucks. It's hard. It's hard right now. We're all pissed off. We're pissed off about different things. So.
Yeah. No, man. I
don't want to go up from up, but up, right? I don't know else.
At this point, I mean, for me personally, I just think after this game, you're just like numb. It's just like, what can go wrong will go wrong with this team. But
exactly.
It is what it is. We lost to a better team, but to me, it's more than the loss than anything. The injuries is what really deflates you. But Bad Dog, man, thank you so much for coming on, man. Always love doing the games with you.
We'll do it again next week. Well, we're glutton for punishment. We'll do it again next week.
And hopefully next week, hopefully Jones is back, and we'll see. But
right.
Bad Dog, be good, man. Enjoy the post game. I'm sure you won't enjoy the post game video, but get done with the post game video. And I'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Take it easy, Chad. Best supporters and subscribers on YouTube, New York Giants fans. I don't know that many fan bases have it worse than us. Maybe the Lions, maybe the Jets, but we're right there with those guys. Anyway, get them next week. Thanks, guys. Have a great evening, and be sure to check out the post-game video where you get my true feelings. And hey, if you have nothing else to do tonight, want to come by and hang out, come on. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank God I have tomorrow off. Bad thing to do. Chris, take it easy. Thanks for having me on, buddy. See you later.
All right, hang out with you guys for a bit after every game. Maybe about, I don't know, an hour, however long you guys want to talk. But obviously, there's going to be a lot of down talk after a game like this, and yeah, I mean, I think it's the injuries that deflate you more than anything else, like I've said throughout the whole post game. Frank, thank you very much. Great. Another game where we can't judge the talent on this team. Yeah, well, next week, hopefully we can. Hopefully Jones is back. Hopefully Thomas is back, but hopefully Galladay's back. Barkley certainly won't be. But we'll see. So I forgot. I think it was Abe that said, we don't know how long Jones is going to be out, and we don't. We don't know how long he's going to be out. He looked wobbly coming out of that. We know that the concussion protocol is something that the NFL takes very seriously. So we'll see, man. Hopefully he doesn't miss too much time, but I could definitely see him missing at least one game next week. Hopefully no more than that. Obviously I'm hoping he plays next week, but he's got a clear protocol and everything else. Blake, thank you very much. How can we injure more players and embarrass ourselves more if we don't run plays down 3 scores with 2 minutes left? How can we injure more players and embarrass ourselves more if we don't run plays down 3 scores with 2 minutes left? How can we injure more players and embarrass? Oh, I think I think you're being sarcastic. But yeah, I would have just nailed it at that point. The game was over. There's no, and that's kind of what they did. They just run the ball in 2 draw plays up the middle. And Crown, man, thank you very much. Good game, man. Tony was incredible. Hope you all get healthy soon. Hey, man, best of luck. Well, obviously I'm not rooting for you guys, but thank you for being a Class C fan. There's a lot of Cowboys fans in here. I don't know if they were Cowboys fans, so I don't want to speak as if they were Cowboys fans, but that seemed like they were celebrating when the Giants had injuries. So that's classless, whether they were Giants fans, Eagles fans, Cowboys fans, whatever. But thank you for being a good supporter of the channel, and congratulations on the win. You guys are off to a 4-1 start. You guys look like a good football team. Brandon, thank you very much. Tony looks like OBJ 2.0 down to the ejections. Hey, man, I don't want to be over optimistic with Tony, but after a game like this, how could you not be? The guy had 200 yards. I mean, he completely tore apart the Dallas Cowboys defense, and he definitely looks like he's going to be a very good wide receiver in the NFL. And for anybody that compared him to Tavon Austin, I'm going to pull up Tavon Austin. I know that was like a guy that people frequently compared him to. They were like, oh, is he going to be the next Tavon Austin? Because Austin was and I think he's a former Cowboy. He was a guy that, he was frequently compared to because he was like a gadget guy. Well, Tavon Austin's career high in receptions is 509 yards. Tony had over 200 in this game. So he's a lot more than just a gadget wide receiver. And it looks like the New York Giants made themselves a really good pick with that 20th overall selection. Playboy, man, thank you very much. The Cowboys are dirty ash, but how long will Saquon be out? I mean, I'm not a doctor. I don't know the medical report. I don't know. It looked like a severe ankle sprain. And he suffered an ankle sprain, if you remember, I think in his second year. They said he should have missed, I think it was like 6 to 9 weeks, and he only missed 3, and he was not near himself. I expect him to miss at least 6 weeks. I mean, his ankle looked like a grapefruit, like it was blown up. So I'd be surprised if he's back, say, before week 10, maybe 11, maybe after the bye. So he's going to be out for a bit at least. And maybe it's worse than that. I don't know. He had to get carted off. But yeah, I think it's, from the looks of it, I think it's a really serious ankle sprain. Let's see. And Chris, man, thank you very much. He says, Sundays in the Whitetail Woods, no open F this. Chris, man, I wish we had something better to root for. Just bad luck. A lot of it's bad luck, and a lot of it's, just being a bad team. Mike says, I don't think we're a bad team. I think we're a team a drop and bad call away from being 3-1 going in. Now destroyed by injuries for the season. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely make that argument. And what I'll always say, and it's why, Mike, I'm getting and I understand where you're coming from, because you're right. Like, we should have beaten Washington. There were 6 things. If they went our way, we win the game. So we should have beaten Washington. I think even Washington fans would probably tell you that. And we probably should have beaten Atlanta. But what I'll say, Mike, and it's why I try to be consistent. It's why I try to be as fair as I can. I've said that now for 3 years. I'm getting sick and tired of saying it. I said in 2018, oh, we should have won this game. We should have won that game. You should have won that game. Said in 2009. Eventually, at least for me, I got to look myself in the mirror and say to myself, well, that's what bad teams do. Bad teams find ways to lose games. And until the Giants start winning more games, I'm going to continue to say that. You get to a point where the team needs to start winning some football games. Yes, we've been competitive in a lot of these games, but we're not finding ways to win. Or, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do at the end of the year. I really don't. In terms of whether or not we'll completely blow it up or we'll partially blow it up, I don't know. And that's something we'll talk about as the year progresses. But, let's see, who's healthy and who's not going against the Rams. Obviously going to be a really tough opponent next week. But Mike, man, always appreciate all the support you always show. Dave, man, thank you, Chris the Bad Dog, for being here and calling the game. Love watching you guys. Hopefully we start to win soon. Man, I'm praying. Cool says Daniel Jones might be out 2 to 3 weeks. Is that what they're saying, or is that what you're guessing? I mean, I would guess he's probably going to miss next week. And if I had to guess, he'll probably be back the week after that, but that's just a guess. But I would guess he's probably not going to play next week. Arlo, man, thank you very much. 2017, again, 80% of the offense gone by week 5. I felt that way today, man. I'd be lying if I told you otherwise. And obviously, we had a lot of injuries before that, this year, whether it be to the offensive linemen out for the year and everything else. We've just been bit by the injury bug a lot this year, even more so than most years. Saib says, we got to exploit the trade block. Great stream, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, man, at this point, Zahid, man, I never want to give up on a season, and I'm not giving up on the season yet. Like, if we could beat the Rams, get the 2-4 again, we got to see if we're healthy going into that game. But what I will say, Zahid, I wouldn't trade at this point. I wouldn't give away future draft capital for a team that's 1-4. For a team that Saquon Barkley's probably going to miss the next 6 or 7 weeks. I do think they need to make an effort, pick somebody up both waivers, at the running back position, get him in here, give him an opportunity. But in terms of making trade and giving away future draft capital for a team that, if we're being honest, we're probably not going to the playoffs. Does that make a whole lot of sense? I would say no. I do think that we should look to acquire somebody though. And I'm sure there's a decent running back to be had that you could bring in here to, be part of the rotation. And let's see what we got. JD says this season is Dave Gettleman karma for not fixing the O-line. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is, man. Like last week, I loved what I saw of the offensive line. And obviously, you knew the second that Andrew Thomas wasn't going to play today, it was going to be tough sledding for the offensive line. I thought at times the O-line actually did as good of a job as I could have hoped for, which was not good with Nate Solder starting on the left side, but they definitely had their struggles throughout this game. But you knew that going in. And, listen, man, that's something that we definitely need to focus on next year. There's no doubt about it. I don't care if we win the rest of our games. That's something that I think they need to focus on in the draft next year. There's really no long-term answers on this team outside of Andrew Thomas on the line. You know, if I'm being honest, you don't know what Nick Gates is going to be coming off that injury. Could be career-ending. I know that his agent's saying it won't be, but you don't know if he'll ever be the same player again. And even if he is, he was a decent lineman. Will Hernandez is a free agent next year, so we'll see if he's even back. And, you know, who knows what we have outside of that. I mean, so we definitely need to address the offensive line in the draft next year. No doubt about it. Frank says we have to stop saying we should have won more games. A lot of teams could say that each week. The good teams finish, the bad teams don't. I agree. That's kind of what I just said, Frank. You know, the football is a game of inches, and you know, and every team is going to lose games by inches, even the best teams. But the better teams win them more often than not, and the Giants are not one of the better teams. You know, I just, you know, I that's me being honest and not biased. The Giants are not one of the better teams until proven otherwise, and right now they haven't proven to be even close to be otherwise in recent history. And Nameless Man, thank you. So no injuries and competent refs, we would have won this game. Who knows? Do I think if Jones doesn't go down and we have Andrew Thomas from the start and Barkley doesn't go down, I think it would have been a much more competitive game. I don't want to say that, though. I have a lot of respect for Dallas. I think they have a really good team. But I'll say this. We don't get embarrassed. We don't get embarrassed without injuries. I'll say that. And the referees were definitely – some of the calls were definitely questionable. I never like to blame the refs. That's just not me. I know a lot of fans always like to blame the refs. I don't like to do that. But there were definitely some questionable calls in this game. But Dallas severely outplayed us. Of course, if our starting quarterback, our two best playmakers don't get hurt, our best offensive lineman doesn't get hurt before the game, of course it's a much more competitive game and a game in which I think the New York Giants would have competed in. But it is what it is, man. And Logical Man, thank you, says, Tony can't throw that punch, man. I agree. You know, in the moment, because at first I thought Ingram got punched, and then Bad Dog said that Tony got punched. And I said to myself, okay, well, the ref should have blown it dead there before Tony went back and got him. But Tony didn't even get punched. He went after, I think the guy that went after Ingram, again, I'm going to have to watch the replay, you know, in the moment when you're calling the game and trying to talk to the chat, it's hard to see everything. But yeah, I mean, Tony's got to have more cool than that. He's a rookie. I get it, but you got to have more cool than that. And I hate to come down on the kid after he had a career day, one of the best individual performances I've seen the Giant have in terms of yardage for a wide receiver. The guy I think he had 200 yards or damn near close to it, but you got to keep your cool, man. You do. And for a guy that expresses discipline, I understand Giants fans that look at that and they're like, well, Judge, what are you doing? You know, like I wanted to pull up the box score for the penalties and everything else. I'm just curious because I don't know. The Giants committed. Actually, Dallas committed more penalties than we did. Dallas committed 8 penalties. We committed 5. But we had a couple of crucial penalties. We had a couple of, I think we had at least one I know we had at least one unnecessary roughness penalty. And obviously 2 rather unnecessary roughness penalties. We had that one, and then we had the roughing the passer, which was a big one too. And Dane Jones says at this point it doesn't make sense to pay Saquon. I agree. The thing is, I don't think anybody's going to pay Saquon. Not right now, at least, until he can prove he can stay healthy. So I don't know. You know, I think he'll be back here next year. They already have him on the 5th-year option, and I don't know. Maybe there's not a market for Saquon, and maybe we keep him here at a somewhat affordable rate. Who knows? But at this point, I don't think there's any way that I could justifiably say that, I'm for Saquon Barkley getting a big extension with the Giants. Health is a huge factor, and running back is a position that has a very short shelf life. And you guys know I love Saquon Barkley to death, but can't do it. Lifestyle Realm, thank you very much. Almost every player in the offense has been hurt. I know it's been brutal. You know, our starting left guard going into the year was Shane Lemieux. He's hurt. Our starting center, Nick Gates, he's hurt. Andrew Thomas today missed the game. He's hurt. So that's 3/5 of our offensive line, to start the year, all have been hurt. Wide receiver, obviously, Galladay missed time today. And he was hurt a lot through the preseason. So he didn't really build up some chemistry with Daniel Jones. Tony missed a little bit of time in the preseason. Slayton's been hurt. Shepard's been hurt. Evan Ingram was hurt. So, it obviously Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley goes without saying. So it's been brutal, man. Rel, man, good to see you, man. I know you're a huge Knicks fan, and I'm looking forward to the Knicks this year. V-Man, thank you very much. At least the Knicks season, there you go. At least the Knicks season is around the corner because New York City football sucks. By the way, I went to the same school as the 76ers GM. That's pretty cool. Peekskill High School. That's awesome, man, V-Man. I'm looking forward to basketball, but obviously I'm still going to support my Giants and make videos of the Giants and talk about the Giants with you guys like I've done every year where they've been atrocious. And, I always say it, man, when people ask me, like, I'm going to do, people ask me, like, are you ever going to change your channel? Are you ever going to, talk more about the Mets or the whatever, or change the dynamic of your channel? When are you going to stop talking Giants? I say it all the time, man. As long as the fans support me, the Giants fans don't leave me, and they continue to support my channel, I'm going to talk Giants, man. I know that's the bulk of my channel. That will always be the bulk of my channel. If Giants fans ever abandon me, maybe I would change surface, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. You guys are the most loyal fans in the NFL. I can't say thank you enough for all the support that you always show, and I know that it's a absolute it's torture. The last couple of years to root for this, not couple, a lot of years, near a decade now, to root for this team, and it just seems like what can go wrong will go wrong for this football team. But I'm going to be here for it, and hopefully, when things start to turn around, we really appreciate the good times because we've been through a lot of bad times. Roldy, thank you very much. Chris, it's time to retool at this point. I understand the injuries hurt us in this game, but this has happened to us year after year, whether it's Jones or Barkley. Dave Gettleman out, restart. Dave Gettleman took Saquon Barkley. Roldy, at the end of the year, I fully expect Gettleman to be gone. For me, it was going to take at least 8 wins and Jones to have a great year. And I just don't. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, man. But with all the injuries today, it's hard for me to see that. And not everything in the NFL is fair, right? Injuries are a part of the sport, and whatever else it may be. And we'll see how the team looks throughout the rest of the year. I think that, to me, I don't even care. Obviously, I care what the GM is, but if they, I could definitely see them hiring from within, man. And at that point, like, what's the difference? So we'll see. I think at year's end, the Giants are going to have to decide whether or not they feel that Daniel Jones and Joe Judge are going to be core pieces of this team going forward. Or if they want to give them another 1-year trial period or whatever. And then I think based off of that is what will ultimately lead to the decision as to what they do at the general manager position. That's my answer to that. And that's going to be a major question mark throughout the year. Dominic, man, thank you very much. Takes a deep breath, sigh, New York Giants football. Dominic, man, it just feels what can go wrong will go wrong at times. I understand it. Timothy says, I don't get it. How can we have so many injuries? I live in Buffalo, and the Bills are shoved down my throat. One thing about the team is they don't have any injuries. How can we have so many? I mean, I think a lot of it's definitely bad luck. We also have injury-prone players. A lot of people ask me going into the year, Timothy, what's your biggest concern about this New York Giants football team? And my number one was offensive line, always was. Number 2 was injuries, was health. Because you look going into the year, Golladay had an extensive injury history. Barkley, Ross, even Jones had missed 2 games his first 2 years in the NFL. Andrew Thomas played with a hurt foot the entire last year. Nate Solder. So, on the defense, there's some players with injury history as well. So I do think we have some injury-prone players on this football team, and I'm sure a lot of teams do. But we also, I think, have some bad luck. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Maybe some people feel like Judge overworked some of the players, but there's been injuries long before Judge got here with this team. But I don't know, man. And Logical, man, thank you very much. You think Judge benches Tony for a while? I don't. He's too good, man. I do think Judge will talk to Tony. And who knows, man? I don't know how the NFL is going to, penalize him or whatever. Maybe he misses a game. Maybe Judge sits him for a game, maybe a quarter. Who knows? I'm sure Judge will talk to him and he'll say that can't happen. That can't happen. You got to be more controlled. You're a rookie. Learn from the mistake. Grow from it. I don't know. I don't know what Judge will do there. My guess would be probably not. But we'll see. And especially with all the players that are out, right? You think about all the players that are probably, could potentially miss the game next week. They need him, man. But again, you got to be a man of your word. You got to stay true to it. So I'm sure he'll talk to him. DJ says, you missed my chat. Is Dave Gettleman gone regardless? Oh, I'm sorry, DJ. I'm sorry if I missed it, man. I mean, I never want to say regardless because I can't predict the future. I don't know what this team's going to do over their final 12 games. And I'm going to wait until I get the injury reports for all these players so I know who's going to be back and who's not going to be. But, I mean, for Gettleman, the minimum, in my opinion, for Gettleman, I never like to put a win total on anything. It's a feel of the team for me as to whether or not he has a chance to be back. And the minimum for me is the Giants would have to finish really strong and have a minimum of 7 or 8 wins, and Jones would have to be terrific. because then you could at least be like, all right, we don't want to move on from Jones. The offensive line's looking good. There's pieces here we want to continue to go with, and we don't want to completely blow it up. But that to me is the minimum for him to keep his job. And if the Giants aren't going to at least reach that, I don't even think there's an argument to be had. I mean, the Giants went out there and they spent a ton of money this offseason, and you expected this team to compete. So I never want to say no matter what, but obviously, if you're a betting man, you're betting that more than likely he won't be back next year. I mean, I think that's an obvious answer. Nameless man, thank you very much. Whether our season is good or bad by Thanksgiving, I really want to get tickets for the Eagles Strand return. I'm going to the game. I'm going to be tailgating for that game. Hopefully I get to meet some of you guys there for that. I know a lot of you guys probably won't want to go, but I'm going to that game. I'm still looking forward to that game. Anytime I get to see a Giants-Eagles game, it should be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm going to that game. I can't wait for it. And obviously the Strand retirement is just an added bonus. And DJ, man, thank you very much. Give me Eric Bieniemy or Dabble for DJ next year. Hey, man, we'll see about Bieniemy. You know, Bieniemy obviously has the attachment to the Chiefs. I don't even know what we're replacing Judge. So it's very hard for me to talk about that, but you know, we'll see. But here's what I will say: if we do move on from Judge, which is possible, I would want to go for more of an offensive-minded guy. That I will say that personally. WB, man, thank you very much. Jones hurt because he was desperate. Jones desperate because of coaching. Fair. I mean, listen, man, in the moment, like I say to myself, it's hard for me to blame Garrett for that because that's a part of Jones' skill set. But at the same time, I understand where fans are coming from when they say, I mean, you know, Jones isn't the best in terms of avoiding contact. It's 3rd and goal at the 1. You know, why risk injuring your quarterback there? And if you're going to run with Jones, why not just run a QB sneak up the middle? If it's at the 5, I think it's a different story if you want to try a bootleg rollout and try to utilize his legs. But I think it had to do, I think for a lot of fans that were frustrated with that play call, it had to do with where they were on the field. Like, you're at the 1. Like, pound it with Penny. Do a QB sneak with Jones up the middle. The fact that they rolled him out with the bootleg for what looked like to be a designed run, I don't know, man. If you're going to do a design run there, either a QB sneak or maybe a read option, I don't like the bootleg rollout, and it didn't look – maybe it was a screwed up play. Maybe Rudolph was supposed to go out there as a receiver. It didn't look like he did. But regardless, yeah, I'm not in love with that play call after I had a lot more time to think about it. It's bad luck. Like, it's bad luck that Jones initiated the contact, and I know Jones is a competitor. You think back to the 2-point conversion where he lowered the shoulder against Grady Jarrett and he scored. And, you know, in that situation, you understand it. You're trying to score a touchdown. But in that spot, I do think they should have went for something different than the call that they went for. I will say that. And Sarah Tony, thank you very much. Cardinals started their rebuild same year as us. Yeah, and the Cardinals are in a much better place. You know, there's no denying it, man. And my hat goes off to the Cardinals. You know, I was a skeptic of the Cardinals. And, you know, I try to be as fair as I can. And I'm going to be wrong a lot. You know, I have an opinion. And sometimes I'm going to share my opinion. Sometimes I'm going to be wrong. Sometimes I'm going to be right, just like anybody else. Cardinals did a great job with that rebuild. Kyler Murray's looked great. I definitely had doubts about Cliff Kingsbury coming in from Texas Tech. He's definitely proven me wrong. They're off to a great start this year. And, yeah, I mean, they've done a great job rebuilding that football team. So, hat goes off to them. And the Giants are nowhere near that, man. John says, my problem is the Giants' backup are legit backups. Other teams' backups are talented players. So if a starter goes down, no problem. But with us, it's sad. Also, Judge doesn't have the locker room. It shows. I think there's some spots on the team where we have pretty solid depth, but there's other spots where it's limited. Like, I think at wide receiver, we're pretty deep. It's just that we've had so many injuries, right? Like Slayton, Shepard, Ross. Like, Ross is like our 5th or 6th. Like, we're pretty deep there. We just had so many injuries. Quarterback, when a quarterback goes down more, you know, if Dallas loses Dak, you saw what they were last year. So if you lose a quarterback, it's hard to replace that. The offensive line were incredibly thin. We knew that going into the year. It's why the New York Giants scoured the market right before the year started to try to get as much depth as they possibly could. We know we're really thin there. I definitely think there's spots on this team that are thin and some spots that aren't. But maybe we've had some bad luck at the spots that we are thin, where we've had a ton of injuries. Lifestyle, man, thank you very much, man. Giants hire within to keep Joe Judge one more year. I mean, Rel, I could definitely see that happening. And Rel, if we win like 3 games, I think they just blow it all up if I had to guess. Because I can't see the Giants trying to sell the fan base on bringing Judge back in a circumstance like that if we won 3 games. But if the team wins, say, 6 games, 7 games, I'm leaning that that's where they're going to go. My guess is they give the fans the pound of flesh with Gettleman. Right now, if you ask me, if they win, say, 6 games, then they basically try to keep this attack for one more year. They keep Judge, they keep Daniel Jones, and they try to push forward with a lot of these guys that they've spent a lot of money on, and they try to find lightning in a bottle. That would be my guess. I'm not even necessarily saying that's what I'm rooting for, but that would be my guess as to what they would do. But that's just a guess, man. And we'll see at the end of the year. Lay back, man. Thank you very much. Is Evan Ingram gone after this season? Yeah, he's a free agent. There's no way in hell the New York Giants are bringing him back. Mark says Mara has to fire Dave Gettleman to keep the fan base satisfied. Yeah, I mean, if we win 5-6 games, I don't see. There's no way they keep Gettleman. There's no way. No way. I don't see it. Like I said, it would have to. The only scenario where I could see it even being feasible would be if like Daniel Jones plays like a top 10 to 12 quarterback and they win like say 7 games and they're really competitive against good teams and there's progress on the offensive line and the defense kind of slacks off a little bit. But if that's like the bare minimum before it even becomes a discussion. With these injuries, it's probably going to be hard to even do that. But we got to see what these injuries look like. And, I don't want to give up on the season yet, but, I understand people that feel the way they do after today with all the injuries we sustained. Eddie says, it feels like our players are made of glass. Yeah, it does, especially after today, man. I think a lot of it was bad luck, for sure. It's just fluke things. Like Saquon rolled his ankle. Like, what are you going to do? It's part of the game. It's a physical sport. I don't necessarily think that injury necessarily makes him glass. I just think it's bad luck. I mean, that could happen. He rolled his ankle. He's running across the middle. He stepped on a guy's ankle. He had a very high ankle sprain. Jones, I mean, listen, man, he got rocked. And if he doesn't change his play style, that's going to happen more. There's been a lot of times where he's taken hits this year. And he's got to learn, if he's going to be a franchise quarterback in the NFL, which I do think he has the talent to potentially be one, he's got to learn. And in that scenario, though, I don't really want to kill him because I understand it more so than other spots in the field, but it happens midfield too. And he's got to learn to take what's there sometimes and not take that extra punishment. On that play, I think it's more understandable. And Blue Collar, man, thank you very much. My best spin, DJ and Saquon were playing well today. I mean, DJ was playing as well as he could. I mean, they were killing us. They weren't holding any blocks for DJ he was out there today. So he was just, but he had a good drive there when they scored the touchdown. And it looked like he was starting to get into his groove. Didn't hear Parrott's name much. Good call. I thought the offense, I mean, again, I have to watch back the game and watch the game film. It's very hard while you're calling the game. I do think the offensive line got better as the game progressed. And you're right. I didn't really call Parrott's name too much. KD bowled out again. The D fought, but we're tired. If DJ returns, this team will fight. I agree with you. For people that say, it's just opinion based, but for people that say the team have quit on Judge, I disagree with that. I do think the team showed that they fought today. It was just a lot to overcome. I mean, you're in Dallas, you're playing a much better team. I mean, you tell me which team is going to win when they lose their quarterback and their 2 best playmakers and their left tackle. When they thought all 4 of them were going to play before the game started. It's when you're an underdog to begin with on the road in Dallas. So I do think the team fought hard today. I do think that the defense showed effort. They didn't have a chance, man. The offense couldn't help them out at all, and a lot of that goes to some of the injuries. But I do think the team fought today. I don't want to say that the players quit on Judge, but there's definitely, and again, I'm being as fair as I can. I know a lot of people despise Joe Judge at this point, and they want to blame him for everything. And I do think it's fair to be critical of Judge this year. I'm not giving him a full pass even in this game, but I don't think that the team quit on Joe Judge today. I really don't. Mark, man, thank you very much. Chris Barkley broke his ankle. I did the same thing. Very well may have. I probably had a broken ankle. I called it a sprain while I played basketball, and it looked just like that. It was a fractured ankle, I think it was, whatever it may be. But I was out for about 3 or 4 weeks, but that's different than a contact sport like football where you need to make cuts. My guess is Barkley's out for at least 6 weeks. But it could be worse. He was carted off. Who knows? But it looked bad. And for it to blow up like that, and who knows, man? We'll get better clarity as the weeks progress. Timothy, man, thank you very much. He says, thanks for the content. Good night, everyone. Timothy, be good, man. And sorry, man, the team disappointed today. John says, I know our offensive line has been bad for years, but I don't understand why the Giants refuse to sign, draft good linebackers. Our Super Bowl teams have talent at that position. Yeah, I mean, listen, we need edge rushers. There's no doubt about it. That's definitely to me, the two biggest needs right now in this team, I've said it countless times over the last couple of weeks, is next year is offensive line and edge. Like those are our two biggest needs. It's not even close. We definitely need a dominant edge rusher for sure. I think the Giants looked at their defense as a defense that could create pressure through scheme and coverage, but it's not working this year. It's just not. And we definitely need a much more talented edge rusher group. Azeez Ojulari obviously showing some hope with the 3 sacks in the first 3 games, but we need a Bosa. Not to say that those guys are a dime a dozen, but we need that type of player, right? We need a difference-making edge rusher that could change the defense entirely. So I'm with you, man. We definitely need more talent at that position, and we need a lot more talent in a lot of places. I think we need a young inside linebacker. I don't know how long Martinez is going to be the guy here, especially coming off the injury he's coming off of. I think we need talent at a lot of places, man. I really do. On both sides of the ball, I think we need talent in terms of the interior defensive line. You've seen since we lost Alvin Tomlinson, that's probably something that we need to focus on as well. But in terms of the most immediate holes at the most important positions that we need help, I think it's offensive line and edge rusher. Alvin, man, thank you very much. Every Jones injury is from running the ball. Good call. Last year, I'm trying to remember his first one. I'm sure it was. Now that you're saying it, I just can't remember it. Oh, yeah, it was against Green Bay in the snow, right? I think. So Green Bay in the snow, the Bengals game, and today. So, yep, all 3 are from running. And when you put your body on the line like that and you don't know how to protect yourself, you're opening yourself up to more injuries. So, yeah, and he's got to learn, man. True Atlas, man, thank you very much. Kills me to say, but Saquon Barkley will not be a Giant long-term. The only way Saquon Barkley could be a Giant long-term, in my opinion, at this point, and I'm not projecting this at all, would be if he signed here for a very affordable contract. I can't, but at the same time, I can't really see any team giving him a big contract right now based off the injuries, man. Injuries are a part of the sport, best abilities, availability, and I don't know. What I will say conclusively, I would be shocked if the Giants extend Barkley on a big contract. That much I'll say for sure. And obviously, as a Giants fan, you can't blame him for that. Can't blame him for that. At least the Jets suck in 2 countries. What if Barkley got moved to wide receiver? He's not playing wide receiver. He's not playing. He's a running back. He's definitely capable of, being used as a pass catcher, but he's a running back. Jameson, be good, man. Now I can pull up some questions here. I'll hang out with you guys for a little bit. I know, obviously, you guys want to blow up some steam after a game like that. At least one player in the Giants is no more Bar. I don't think Barkley's going to be here, Chris GP. I think he'll probably be here next year because we signed him on the extension. We're not going to be able to trade the guy. But long term, I don't think Barkley's going to be here. I don't. Check Jordan Renan on Twitter. Let me take a quick look. Jordan Renan. And it's unfortunate, man. Jordan Renan. Joe Judge did not know the results of the X-ray on Barkley. Kadarius Toney was also shuttled on a cart to presumably get an X-ray after the game, like a precaution, was pointing to his leg or ankle. Saquon Barkley on crutches with a boot on his left ankle following the game. Not good, man. Mike, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, buddy. He said, what did he say? He says, the saddest part is we could have definitely won if everyone was healthy. If we were all there, this season wouldn't be over. I'm completely devastated. Mike, man, listen, man, I'm upset too. I'm upset too. And it is what it is. It's a gut check, just like last year was when Barkley went down. And obviously, I think a lot of us felt like the season, was in big trouble last year when that happened. And today, obviously, when you get a little bit of hope after the Saints game, you get that gut check. So it's tough, man. There's no way I could sugarcoat it and try to make you guys feel better, man. This is part of being a fan, and part of being a diehard, which obviously a lot of you, anybody that watches my channel for the last 3 or 4 years, you guys are obviously diehards. Part of being a diehard is being with the team when they're through the darkest of times, and this is as dark or near as dark as it gets. In my lifetime, as dark as it gets for the New York Giants. I'm accustomed to it with my teams, the Knicks. Obviously not as a Giants fan, but with the Knicks, they've been that way really since 2000. Outside of a spark here and there, and the Mets, they're the Mets. I mean, they give you a year every 10 years. So But with the Giants, you're not as used to this. Frank, thank you very much. We should trade Barkley to a team like the Rams or Bills for a second or third round pick. I don't even know if you get that right now. I mean, based off the fact that he can't even play right now, and he will not be able to play more than likely before the trade deadline has finished. I don't think you're going to be able to trade him in season. Possibly in the offseason, maybe. I don't know. But you're not going to be able to trade him in season. Talking equal, man, thank you very much. Hey, at least Kadarius Toney is a beast. A mix of OBJ and Cruz. Yeah, listen, man. If you want to try to find something positive out of this game, that is certainly it. Outside of the thing he did at the end of the game. But if you want to try to find something positive out of this game, yeah, I don't want to go back to the Odell days, though. Nothing against Odell. I want to win football games. I don't want to go back to, being excited to watch a game to see a guy catch for 150 yards and our team lose by 20 points. And, but I'm excited about Tony, but we got to build the rest of this team. We got to find ways to win football games. But, yeah, Tony was exciting today. Tony was really good, and he's looked really impressive. These first two games where he's really got an opportunity for the Giants, and hopefully they continue to feature him in the offense. And it looks to be a really good pick by the Giants. Hey, Chris, I figured the debacle out. It's the curse of the boat. I said that earlier. KCB, man, thank you very much. Giants have the inside track to another 1-7 start. Obviously, KCP, I wouldn't be shocked if it happens. Let's see what our team looks like in terms of health. But Rams are going to be tough. I think the Panthers are beatable. But if we're not healthy, they're going to be, it's going to be tough to beat. And then I think the Chiefs are after that, right? Or no, maybe the Bucks are after that. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, we'll see, man. I think the Panthers are still a winnable game if we're relatively healthy going in. But, who knows if we're going to be healthy. And, the Rams are going to be, especially if Jones misses the game next week, the Rams are going to be really tough to beat. Who on the Jets O-line is that great? Well, I mean, the Jets have Mekhi Becton, who's injury prone, but when he's played, he's really good. And they have Elijah Vera Tucker, who I was a big fan of. I don't know how he's doing so far this year in his rookie year, but I like some of the young pieces the Jets have on that offensive line. You just worry about the injury with Mekhi Becton. Let's see what we got here. Barkley is always injured. Yeah, he is, man. Today is the first time with back-to-back games, the O-line not giving up a sack. Really? They didn't give up a sack today. Wow. Yeah, the offensive line definitely gave up a ton of pressure. The first, I would say pretty much the entire time Jones was out there. Outside of the drive where they started to get it going, the offensive line, and again, I got to go back and watch it. The offensive line played pretty well, especially in the second half. The first half, they were bad. But they played pretty well as the game wore along. At least it seemed that way. Listen, man, I say it all the time, man. I try to give a ton of credit to Rob Sale, and I think Rob Sale's done by more than what he should be capable of doing with what the New York Giants have provided him with on the offensive line. And Blue Man, thank you very much, man. Colts made the playoffs starting 1-5. It's still doable. Tony looks good. DJ looked like he was getting it together. Hopefully we get him back soon. Hey, man, I'm never going to quit on my team, man. That's just me. And I understand, obviously, anybody that does, based off the way this team has played. Not quitting, but in terms of thinking the playoffs are not possible. But I'm always going to root my ass off for the team, and I'm always going to, hope that they could find a way to turn it around. But, I mean, a lot of it, in terms of it even being a remote possibility, comes down to if these guys could, get back and be healthy. We're not doing nothing if Daniel Jones misses any long period of time. And really the same could be said if, say, I don't know, Galladay misses time, and we'll see, but obviously it's not looking great right now. Rolly, man, thank you very much. Well, we are in the Barkley days, injuries, and we certainly ain't winning. No, we're not. We're not even close to winning, Rolly. At least in terms of consistently. And I really thought this year would be a year where, maybe 9 wins was definitely maybe more than I should have projected. But I really thought this was a year where this team was going to start to show consistency in terms of not even necessarily winning, but competing and having a fun team to watch, an explosive offense, and a team that was growing. And we started to see a glimpse of that last week, and it just feels like we got to take it away today with all the injuries, man. And I hate to be negative, man. I hate to be down, man. I want to be Mr. Happy and, Mr. Optimistic and root my team on, because that's the only way I know how to root for my team. I go all in, and, I love my team, man. That's just me. And I hate to be this guy that is doom and gloom, but, it's tough today, man. It's tough today. Jones won't last 16 years if he tries to make too many things happen. I agree. He's already missed time now each of his first 3 years. Jones has to refine his game, and he's got to learn not to take those kind of hits. Those hits take a toll, He'll be out of the league real quick if he keeps taking hits like that. He's got to refine his game, man. Got to fire Gettleman and Judge right now. I don't know, man. They're not going to do that. It may happen at the end of the year for sure, with Gettleman specifically, but they're not going to do that right now. Bradbury's overrated. Bradbury did not look good today. He did make a really nice play on that bull where he should have picked it off, but he did a really good job jumping it. But overall, Bradbury, I mean, to be fair, he's going up against elite wide receivers, and we couldn't stop their ground game at all, which obviously makes it much easier for Dak Prescott to throw the football when you have to commit 8 men to the box, and Bradbury has very little help. So it's kind of hard to really be super judgmental on Bradbury in a game like this. But, yeah, he's been underwhelming this year. Independent man, thank you very much. If we have a losing season, will injuries give the front office an excuse and life for one more year? Drafting Barkley was a mistake. No, I don't think so. I mean, unless we win, the only way, I don't know, man. Like, if we win 3 games, there's no way. There's no way. 3 or 4 games, there's no way. Even 5 games, no way. I don't see it. Maybe 7 if the team is really looking good down the stretch and, things are clicking. Maybe it opens up the door. But outside of that, I don't see it. I don't even see a possibility where the Giants don't shake this up if this team wins 4 or 5 games. I don't see the injuries being used as an excuse because at the end of the day, independent, and this is me being as fair as I can, that should have been factored in. When you knew when you signed a lot of these guys that they were injury-prone players. So no, I know it's been too much losing to use injuries as an excuse. Gowie's man, thank you very much. Aikman shouldn't be calling these games. He was laughing at the Giants and praising the Cowgirls all game. Makes me. I'm sorry to hear. Obviously, I don't hear it because I don't have the volume on, so I don't get to hear what Aikman has to say. I think he's obviously I hate Troy. Well, I should say hate. I never like to say I hate anybody, but he's a Cowboy. I don't have a lot of love for him, and I hate what he said about the Giants this week. But obviously, I said that he has every right to feel that way. I've never been the biggest fan of Troy Aikman in terms of calling football games. I say it all the time. He's always had a bias against the New York Giants, which is understandable. He's a former Cowboy, but it shows when he calls games. No doubt about it. Jones and Saquon, I hate the Cowboys. Yeah, I think we all hate the Cowboys. Definitely showing myself Barkley's trash, gets injured. Barkley's not going to be in the long-term plans. Bring up Isaiah Wilson and make him the starting right tackle. I don't think he's ready, but Lucian, I think when he is ready, he came in 50 pounds overweight. He was 400 pounds. They said he had to lose like 50 pounds. So I don't think he's ready. But if the Giants feel like he is ready at some point, I see no reason not to at least make him a backup on the 53-man roster. Former first-round pick, a guy that has some potential. You don't want to rush him in there before he's ready either, right? So let him get back in football shape. And if he does and he earns that opportunity, why not? Even if he's not a starter, make him on the 53-man roster and maybe he gets an opportunity to play. But yeah, I thought that was a good pickup just for, no risk, high reward. So we'll see how it plays out. But I just don't think he's ready yet, being that he came in 50 pounds overweight. DJ, man, thank you very much, man. He says, Justin Herbert could have saved us, Chris. See, I try to live in reality, and I know a lot of people talk about Justin Herbert and how it could have happened. Justin Herbert was never going to happen. If Justin Herbert came out, we could have taken Justin Herbert. He didn't come out. And at that point, you drafted Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones was obviously going to get a second year. So Herbert was never reality for me. It was never going to happen. He didn't come out. If he came out, he might have been a Giant, but he didn't come out. T, thank you very much. Teams that quit rarely brawl out. They still have pride and show. I agree that the team definitely didn't quit today and they showed fight. But they also showed a lack of discipline at the end of that game. And I know that they're emotions, right? They're human beings, right? A lot of the players went down today. The team is sick of losing. You're in Dallas. You're getting your head beat in. Your quarterback went down with an injury. Barkley, everybody. So I understand that they're emotional and the game got chippy. And I do think that the referee should have blown that dead long before Tony even got the opportunity to retaliate. But, especially having a feel for the game and knowing that the game was starting to get out of hand in terms of the chippiness. But It is what it is, but I agree with you. I don't think the team quit today, for sure. They definitely didn't. I've seen a team quit, and that was the 2017 New York Giants. That team quit. I don't think this team quit. Not today. Need a new franchise owner. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen, but I'd be up for it. Ryan Dunleavy, I'm told Saquon Barkley did not suffer a broken ankle per source. Giants avoided worst case scenario. Okay. So it's an ankle sprain, but it's a severe ankle sprain. I would still think he's out at least 6 weeks, if I had to guess. Knowing the Giants' schedule, I think they have 4 games before the bye, maybe 5. I think it's 4. So at the earliest, I see him coming back as the first game after the bye. That's the earliest. And true story, man. Thank you very much. Herbert or Jones, Giants defense stinks. I agree. Yeah, even with Herbert, I don't think we're a great team. Herbert's a great quarterback, and I think one of the more talented quarterbacks in the league. But yeah, I mean, the defense is still not good. The offensive line is still a problem with Herbert, and if we have the injuries we've had, we're still not going to be a great football team. We'd be a better team. Herbert's a really good quarterback, but we'd still have a lot of holes that we have to fill. Pink, thank you very much. If you were GM, what roster moves would you make this offseason? It's very, and I am going to have tons of content like this in the offseason, right? This is going to be a very active offseason. If this team, for people that said that this was kind of a slow offseason on my channel, because quite frankly, it was a boring offseason. There wasn't a lot to talk about. If this season keeps trending down the path that it is, there's going to be a lot to talk about this offseason. You could see a whole regime change with the GM, with the head coaches, learning new coaches on the coaching staff. We have 2 first-round draft picks. But it's very hard for me to say what I would do until I see the whole season. But, I've been pretty consistent in saying, man, if you watch my channel, I'm all about the offensive line. And no matter what happens for the rest of the season, I know the offensive line and the edge rusher are going to be big needs going into next year. So in terms of player acquisition, because I'm not going to have a lot of money to spend in free agency due to the fact that we're not going to have much cap space, that's what I focus on first, the trenches. That's where games, all you got to do is look at the Dallas Cowboys today. How could you watch that offensive line and not tell yourself, wow, I wish the Giants had that. I know we hate them for the uniform that they wear, but how could you not watch the way that offensive line operates and the fact that they've run for over 800 yards over the last 4 games and not say to yourself, yeah, I want that. And so me personally, I would focus on the trenches. I'm always a trenches guy, both the edge rusher and the offensive line, and I would continue to do that. Obviously, you're always open to a trade down. If somebody wants to come up and get a quarterback. I've looked at some of the quarterbacks. I don't think we're moving on from Jones, but even if we wanted to entertain it, I am not impressed with any of the quarterbacks in this draft to the point where I feel like they could be a game-changing quarterback. So I would fill in the rest of the holes on this roster and give Jones another year, me personally, and see where it could go from there. And if he's not the answer after that, then maybe, then obviously you look to make a change, but you bring in a quarterback with a much better situation. But that's where I start with in the offseason. In terms of what I would do at the trade deadline, I'm trading away any player that I don't think is going to be a part of the future of this team that I feel like I could get a good price for. If they are, say, 1-7, which hopefully they're not. But if it gets to that point, I'm looking to trade Peppers. I'm looking to trade Ingram. I'm looking at, anybody that I don't think will be back with this team next year. If I could get a decent price for him, I'm looking to trade. I mean, like that's just fact. So let's hope it doesn't get there. Let's hope it doesn't get there. Let's hope we start winning some football games. But that's my mindset right now, man. But edge rusher and offensive lineman, I'm going to continue to hit home with that. Orphanage, DeGrom says, Giants made fun of the Jets because the refs gave Atlanta a terrible roughing the passer call, which costed us. In return, you lost 8 out of 11 starters, karma. Well, I don't know who made fun of you for that. But I don't really view that as karma. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who made fun of you for that. Listen, man, at the end of the day, I don't think anybody should be like laughing at the fact that the New York Giants lost 8 of their 11 offensive starters and people go down with injuries. Everybody's entitled to, I guess, the way that they want to root for a team. And I could understand a fan after the fact being like, okay, Dak went down, gives us a better chance to win, maybe a day or so after. But in the moment, when you see, these guys go down with injuries, I don't know how anybody could laugh that off and poke fun at fan base for that. I don't know what you're referring to. I always root for the Jets, so I never poke fun at the Jets. I support the Jets, not nearly as much as the Giants because I'm a Giants fan, but I never poke fun at the Jets. I always root for the Jets. They're my second favorite team. A ton of my friends are Jet fans. My sister's a Jets fan. And I feel for the Jets. I'm a Mets fan. I know what you guys go through throughout the totality of your franchise, but I don't know what exactly you're referring to. Independent, man, thank you very much. Who do you keep? Keep Jones, Thomas, Tony. Tony, obvious. He's going to be year 2. Thomas, obvious. He's going to be year 3. Both of them look like they could be core pieces of the team for sure. Jones, I probably do. I mean, I can't say yet until the end of the year, but yes, I think I'm on board with saying yes. I'm giving Jones a 4th year. But outside, I mean, any of the young players you bring back. You know, any of the young players that are still in their rookie deals, you bring back. But I'm not bringing back Jabril Peppers. He's not in the budget. He's already proven to be injury prone this year. I'm not bringing back Evan Ingram, and I'm trading away pieces that I feel that may eat up salary cap space that may not be in the long-term plans if I could find something for him. So the core pieces on this team right now are Tony, Thomas, and you hope Jones. If we could build a team for him, but yeah, and I guess that's where you start in terms of the offense. The defense, we need to improve in terms of getting young talent on that side of the ball. But independent, man, thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it, buddy. Let's see. Saquon getting hurt told me the Giants will lose. Yeah, of course. I mean, once he went down, I thought for sure that, I mean, I think Jones was like the nail in the coffin. Like when Saquon went down, obviously you get hit in the gut when that happened, but when he went down, you still say to yourself, okay, maybe Jones could find a way to get it done. But when Thomas didn't play, if I'm being honest, and I want to commend the offensive line again, I think they did as good of a job as they possibly could. But when Thomas wasn't going to play to start the game, I didn't think we were going to win. Like, I have very little hope that we were going to win. But obviously, after Saquon goes down, Jones goes down. I mean, come on. Ojulari looks deep. Yeah, Ojulari definitely could be a part of the future of this team for sure. That is another guy for sure. Ingram looked good today, but he's not going to be the long-term plans of this team. There's no way. The Giants cannot pay Evan Ingram. Can't do it. Not in the budget. We have no money. But yeah, he made some good plays today. Gettleman's last 3 first-round draft picks are solid building blocks for the future. Yeah, I mean, if they could stay healthy, yeah. I mean, Tony, I don't think any fan's upset about him right now. Jones and Thomas. I think they've definitely all shown flashes this year, and we'll see what we end up getting with that Bears pick. So, I mean, hopefully, you know, if and probably when Dave Gettleman is replaced this year, those pieces help assist the future of this football team. And maybe New York Giants fans, if the team ends up turning the corner, will look back and say, all right, well, at least Dave contributed a franchise quarterback, a franchise left tackle, and a franchise wide receiver. But missed your members thing, Taco. Sorry, man. I'm looking on this chat. That's why. I'll get it here. Taco, thank you very much. Chris, this sucks. Thanks for everything you do. Hopefully one day we will be good, but man, I can't take it anymore. Where do we go from here as a franchise? I mean, we evaluate the rest of the year. We got 12 more games to go. Still a long way to go this season. And at the end of the year, we find out what the team's doing. And I think, you know, and hopefully they make the playoffs. But, you know, I never want to give up complete hope. But I don't want to look like a fool and people like, oh, Chris, you gave up. You gave up at 1-4. No, I'm a fan, man. I'm always going to have that slight glimmer of hope. But obviously, I don't think we're going to make the playoffs. And at the end of the year, we see what the team does. We see where we're at. And we evaluate from there as a fan base and the New York Giants as an organization. We see what they do, whether they bring in a new GM, whether they bring in a new head coach, and hope that they finally start to get it right, man. What else can you do as a fan? We have no control. I mean, some fans will say, stop going to the games. That'll show the owner. Owner's not going to sell the team, man. And you got to hope that the guys he brings in make the correct decisions. You know, and, you know, as a Knicks fan, we've been long-suffering Knicks fans for a while. A lot of it due to James Dolan. And I think he's finally got some of the right guys in there, but we'll see how they continue to build the team. And you hope the Giants start to make some of the right decisions if they decide to go in a different direction. John says, Leo hasn't done jack since he got paid horrible. Yeah, he's been a complete letdown. Certainly hasn't lived up to that contract. Yeah, I can't make excuses for him. When you make that kind of money, you expect results as a fan base. Rightfully so. That's part of what comes with playing in New York, man. The guy has not come close to living up to that contract, has generated very little pressure. And, you know, some of that definitely falls on the vacancy left by Dalvin Tomlinson. But regardless, when you're making that kind of money, you got to produce. And he is not even close. You know, every once in a while, he'll get some decent interior pressure, but has not been near the force that he was last year. Fragment, thank you very much. And the Bears won't stop winning. Yeah, I think they're going to start losing games. We'll see. I'm not going to quite hit the panic button yet on whether or not the Bears may win a lot more games than we expected. I thought this was a game they could win. I'm still not completely sold on the Raiders. Was not completely sold on the Raiders before this game started today. But looking at the Bears' schedule, like, let me look right now. But obviously, it's not good. You don't want them winning any games. But looking at the Bears' schedule, they play Green Bay, which if they win that game, then I'm going to really start to panic. Home in Chicago, at Tampa Bay, San Fran. Pitt doesn't look as good in Pittsburgh. Baltimore. Yeah, I mean, maybe they do win 9 games this year. Maybe they. Who knows? You know, who knows? Who knows what they end up winning? Ian Rappaport. Let me take a quick look. That's part of the gamble when you make a trade down, right? What did Rappaport say? Ian Rappaport, Giant star Saquon Barkley is believed to have suffered a low ankle sprain. Sources say an injury that likely knocks him out next week. He'll have more tests, but he's best characterized as week to week. A fast healer. Barkley will work to miss only one. I cannot see that. I hope I'm wrong. I pray I'm wrong because, obviously Barkley helps the team. I hope I'm wrong, but based off the way his ankle looked, I'd be shocked if it's 1 week. Shocked. If it's any less than 3 weeks, I'd be shocked. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope he's back. Look at chat. I am looking at the chat. Check Twitter. I did check Twitter. Let's see what we got here. No, his ankle looked horrible. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think he'll be back this year. I don't think it's a season-ending injury, but I'd be shocked if he's back within 2 weeks. I think he'll be out till after the bye, if I had to guess. And maybe he comes back by then. But maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am. Yeah, maybe that will be the case, Jacob. We'll see, man. Saquon is missing 1 week. Let's hope. Let's hope, the baby. Let's hope. So hopefully he's back. Hopefully it's not worst case scenario and he is back. Yeah. I'm not a doctor, so I'll wait to see what people say. He's week to week. This is just my guess. If he plays after 1 week, don't expect a 100% Saquon Barkley. But I hope I'm wrong. I pray I'm wrong. I hope he looks like 2018 Saquon Barkley in 2 weeks and he tears up the league. I'm just trying to be realistic and cautious. Let's see. Chris, what's going on with our roomies, Aaron Robinson and Ellerson Smith? Well, Aaron Robinson was on the PUP, so he's not eligible to come back till week 7. He was on the PUP before the year started. I'm not sure with Ellerson Smith. I think it's the same with him. I'm not sure with him, but I know with Aaron Robinson, he's been put on the PUP. Can't play till week 7. How many games do I see us winning? And let me get the answers to these injuries. Let me see how long Jones is out. Let me see how long Barkley's out. Let me see how long Galladay's out if he misses any time. Let me see how long Andrew Thomas is out. Let me get the answers to those injuries before I give you an answer on that. I don't know. I got to see. Like, if Jones is going to miss 3 weeks, not saying he will, not saying I expect that, my win total is going to be lower. Kate Keys, man, thank you very much. Don't rebuild the team, rebuild the lines. That will probably be what they do. If I had to guess, I don't think they're going to completely blow up the team at the end of the year. If I had to guess, I think they have too much money invested in a lot of players that it's hard to do a complete rebuild after this year. But I don't know. We'll see. But Barkley has a low ankle sprain. Adoree Jackson is not as advertised. Chris, why does Galladay look so unmotivated playing for us? Oh, he was hurt today, Hassan. I mean, he was hurt today, man. What I will say, man, I have actually gotten, and I don't know about the people in the chat on this. I'm curious to get your take as well. When Galladay's been on the field, I've actually gotten the complete opposite in terms of the way I felt about Galladay. Golladay, to me, obviously showed a lot of passion when he got into it with Garrett. And to me, he's lowered the shoulder. He's been very physical, trying to pick up extra yards. I don't know, man. I think Galladay's shown a lot of effort when he's been out on the football field for the New York Giants. Today he got hurt. I mean, he hurt his knee. So I don't necessarily think it's a lack of interest. I think he plays hard. I think he plays tough. But we knew going in he's not a route runner. He's a guy that's gonna make 50-50 catches. He did attempt to stop Diggs getting that pick today as well. Yeah, he's beat himself up for this. Yep. Would you rather have Daniel Jones or Zach Wilson? I don't know, man. I got to see a lot more of both of them before I could say that. I don't hate Zach Wilson. I'll say that. I also like Daniel Jones. I don't know. I got to see more of them before I say that. Neither one of them has been put in a great spot. Chris, Kadarius Toney at this rate will be an All-Pro. I'm not going to say this year, but in the future, he definitely could be. Regardless of frustrations, a punch shouldn't have been thrown. Yeah, I agree with that. But, guys, it is 8:39. I always like to go live a little bit longer with you guys, talk to you guys after the game, let you guys discuss. Obviously, now, to me, the Giants are not even at a point where me personally, I could flip out. I'm just, numb. I'm just ugh. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like I'm, stuck in, I don't know. It's like I'm stuck. That's the best word I could come up with. And it's not even worth, an emotional rant anymore. I know a lot of fans may want that week to week. That's just not me. When the time calls for it, at times it may come out. But to me, I'm just, numb, man. It's not that I don't care. Obviously, I care. I love my team. I'm passionate. So I disagree with what Legendary said. I care. But I'm just, numb. It's I don't know. I need to get out of that. I feel like the tires spin in the mud. Thinking about my cousin Vinny right now, and we need to start to push this forward eventually. And it's just numb right now, man. It's just numb, man. Should have drafted Slater. He's a home run. Yeah, I mean, I wanted him, man. But obviously, you can't really argue about Toney the way he's played so far this year. But I wanted Slater, and if Toney works out, great. We better address the offensive line this upcoming draft. Yeah, of course, Speedy recovery. I appreciate that. I am assuming you're a Cowboys fan, the Cowboys. Speedy recovery for the injured players. I appreciate that. Thank you for being classy. And congratulations on the win today. You guys got a good football team. So, we'll see how you do the best of the way, but appreciate that. Let's see what we got here. Where's Lawrence Taylor we could always use Lawrence Taylor. I started watching football right when the Giants won in 2011. All I've ever known is pain. Brian says, Ralph Vecchiano, the initial diagnosis for the Giants running back Saquon Barkley is a sprained ankle. They don't believe there's any ligament. Yeah. I heard that already, which is great news. And hopefully it's not something that's lingering throughout the year and he returns and he's 100%, man. And Travis, man, thank you very much. He says, stay live till the end of the first quarter of the Bills game. What's the Bills game right now? Let me see. Oh, they're playing now, right? They're the Sunday night game against the Chiefs, right? I don't even have the game on. That's actually a really good game. How much time is left? And John, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Showing Josh Allen there running for his life. Who makes the Pro Bowl on this team? Who the hell knows? I would have said Andrew Thomas had a shot before the injury. We'll see how he responds and gets back. I guess Toney has a shot if he keep doing what he's been doing. Barkley, obviously not now. Golladay, no. Hasn't even caught a touchdown yet. Defense, nobody. Who on the defense could I say should make the Pro Bowl this year? So I would guess that Thomas had the best shot, and now he's missed a game, and I guess Kadarius Toney has a shot if he could keep this up and play out of his mind, man. How do you root for the two teams in the same sport? I don't know who the hell is rooting for two teams in the same sport. I'm certainly not. I'm not. I can never. There's time like when the Giants. I never. Maybe you're referring to my Jets comment earlier. I just don't hate the Jets. Maybe some Giants fans feel the need to hate the Jets. I don't. When the Jets are playing, I'm not like emotionally invested. But I'm like, okay, I hope they win. But I'm not like emotionally invested. There's only one team in all my sports that I'm emotionally invested in, and that's the Knicks, that's the Mets, and that's the Giants. I don't believe in two-team fans. I think two-team fans is ridiculous, to be honest with you. I think it's a cheap way out. I think it's a scapegoat for people that don't want to go through the hard times like the Giants fans are going through right now. The term fan means fanatic. It means you're essentially obsessed with one team. That's just my personal outlook on it. I'm with you on that. I don't believe in two-team fans. I think that's an easy way out for fans that don't want to go through the tough times of being a fan for a team. I'm a Knicks and Cowboys. Oh, so that's how you found the channel. Well, I'm excited for the Knicks this year. So it should be fun. I'm looking forward to calling some games and appreciate the support on the channel. And congratulations again on the game. Kadarius Toney a beast, but why throw the punch and updates for Kenny Golladay and Daniel Jones? Yeah, listen, the punch I think was in like the spur of the moment. I think he was emotional. And it is what it is. It's a mistake, and hopefully he learns from it. He's a rookie. It is what it is. Whatever. I'm not going to kill him for it. If it becomes a recurring theme, it's something I'll worry about. But I'm not. Off the performance he had today, 200 yards. It was a chippy game, a division rival. A lot of injuries to his team. He felt like Evan Ingram got hit with a cheap shot. He was trying to defend his teammate. He's got to grow from it. If it's something that becomes consistent, I'll get upset about it. I'm not going to freak out, first time for Kadarius Toney. I'm going to be as fair as I can to him. And I recognize that football is an emotional sport, but yeah, he's got to learn from that. He's got to grow, and he can't let his emotions get the best of him. Things like that can lose you football games. No doubt about it. I think back to I think it was the 97 playoff game against the Vikings, penalty, I think it was I was still relatively young. I think I was 12 years old, but I think it was like an unnecessary roughness penalty, cost us that game. Things like that could cost you football games. And he's got to learn to keep his emotions in check. Roldy, Matt, thank you very much. This was an embarrassing performance by the defense. Yes, we had injuries, but I'm not going to blame it on that. It was just a pathetic performance. I mean, I'm not going to say the defense had a good performance. I mean, the Cowboys handed us one of the turnovers where Dak fumbled the ball on the snap when they were on the 8-yard line. The other turnover was a really good play by Lorenzo Carter. What I will say is, I expected Dallas to score between 30 and 40 points coming in. I knew that the offense was going to have to help them. They got no help whatsoever from the offense throughout the entire game due to the injuries on the offense. Not trying to make excuses for the defense. Defense didn't have a good game. They gave up over 200 yards on the ground. I mean, come on. So they struggled, but I thought they would struggle going up against Dallas, and I knew the offense was going to have to help them. I said going into the game, I think in my member stream, I might have said it at the beginning of this stream, that the Giants' best defense today was going to be their offense. Their offense was going to have to keep Dallas off the field, chew up the clock, and keep the defense fresh. I knew if the offense couldn't sustain drives today, that the defense was going to wear down over the course of the game, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, Dallas, to me, has the best rushing attack in football, and I knew the Giants' defense wasn't going to be able to keep up with them. So, yeah, the defense didn't play well. The punch by Toney shows all this preaching discipline is BS by Judge. It's on him. It's time to move on again. I think what I'll say about that, and again, I understand people that are down on Judge. I'm down on Judge at this point. What I personally will say about that is I will give, if it happens again with Toney, I will definitely come down on Judge for that. He's a rookie. It was a chippy game, and I agree. Discipline is a big thing that Judge expresses, and I know fans are tired of Judge and blah, 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 blah. I'm going to be as fair as I can. I try to be as fair as I can on this channel. And it's in the heat of the moment, and Toney responded, and he's got to grow from that. He's a rookie. He's a young player. I'm not going to put that all on Judge. I'm just not. And I know he expresses discipline, and it definitely is not a good look for him. And if that continues, I will be down on him. The other unsportsmanlike penalty on Azeez Ojulari, I mean, to me, that's not really something that Judge can control. Azeez Ojulari is trying to make a play, and, he kind of hit him in the head a little bit late. It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, if that continues to be a recurring thing, Judge is going to look bad. I will agree with you on that, Roldy. What's up there, John? He says, "What's up, Chris? Thanks for hanging. What grade would you give Judge so far this year?" I mean, how could I give him a good grade? I mean, the team's 1-4, and he has a lot to do with it. I haven't agreed with a lot of the things that he's decided to do. This game, I'm not going to pin so much on him, but there's been other games that I can. And even last week, I was actually more critical about his coaching last week in the win than the loss, even though it worked out. But I didn't agree with all of his decision-making. So, I don't know. Maybe a D plus. Like, not good. Not good. Not good enough. Blue Collar Man, thank you very much. Judge threw Tony off the field before the refs. Yeah, Judge was pissed. I know fans are looking for things to be mad at, and they want to turn on Judge, and they want him fired, and they blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be as fair as I can. I can't say that off of one unnecessary roughness penalty in a very chippy game, in a very physical game against a divisional foe. I just can't say that he's lost control of the team based off of that. I just can't. And a fumble here by the Chiefs, the Bills come up with it. Why do people say no excuses whenever the team have injuries? Isn't that a very important excuse? I mean, I think it is. I think it's a reason why we lost today, for sure. JD says, I am losing patience with the coaching, Dana. You test Diggs deep with CJ Board. Why not Tony or Ross on that play? Don't understand that strategy. You listen, I completely, a lot of people in the chat were saying that when that happened. And in the moment, I agree. First off, I agree. I would much rather Ross be used in that play. Specifically, Ross, I think that is what Ross is meant to do. He's meant to be a burner. I would have tried to feature Ross on that play. So I agree with that. I don't know if that's on Judge, though, or Garrett, right? Because Garrett's the play caller. And obviously, Board had to be out there with all the injuries. So it's very hard to see who I should diagnose the blame to in that one individual scenario. But what I will say, JD, if I'm being fair, go back and watch the play. And I agree. I would have rather Tony or Ross be the guy in that play. CJ Board had him beat. Mike Glennon underthrew the pass. So if Mike Glennon makes the right pass, nobody's talking about it. If Mike Glennon leads the receiver and doesn't underthrow it and Board catches the pass, nobody's talking about it. But I agree with you. I would have rather had Ross involved in the play than CJ Board. And watch and learn, man. Thank you very much, man. He says, are we ready to ordain Kadarius Toney the second coming of OBJ? Personally, I cannot wait to watch the Giants waste the next few years. You cannot wait to watch the New York Giants waste the next few years of his career. No, I won't do that yet. And trust me, I want to. I'm a fan just like you guys. I'm passionate, and I try just as much as I try to be patient in terms of trying to be as optimistic as I can. I also try to be patient in terms of not trying to be overly, I guess, complimentary, or at least I try to do that. There's times where I'm a fan, I'm biased, in terms of jumping the gun. I compare it frequently to the Knicks. When I first started on YouTube, I started doing Knicks content. A lot of people don't realize that because the NFL draft was kind of over. The NBA draft had just begun, and I was getting a little bit into, doing Knicks content to start when I was on YouTube. And I remember Knicks fans were being like, oh my God, Kevin Knox, who we drafted, I think like 9th overall, is the next Kevin Durant. So I know how New York fans can be. Like they want to jump to that next hot thing and they're like, oh my God, this guy's the second coming of this and this and this. I'm not going to do that yet with Tony. I like Tony a lot so far from what I've seen. I definitely think he's an impact player. I definitely think he looks like he's a very good pick by the New York Giants, and he is not a gadget receiver. I want to continue to say that. I think he could be a big difference maker. But for me to put him up with the likes of Odell Beckham, I mean, and listen, I didn't like a lot of OBJ's antics. You guys know that if you watch my channel. Odell Beckham, his first 3 years in the NFL, is the greatest start to a career in the history of the NFL. I cannot put him up there with Odell Beckham. He needs prove a lot more to me before I start to say he's on that level. But he's definitely got potential to be a big-time wide receiver in the NFL. That guy is an instant spark to an offense, and the Giants need to continue to utilize him in it. And Matthew, man, thank you very much. He says, got tickets to the Giants-Rams next week. What do I have hope for? I mean, Matthew, for me to be completely honest with you on that is, I need to see, who's playing. If Daniel Jones is playing, at least you have a glimmer of hope. If Andrew Thomas and Jones are both playing, you have some hope. At least in my opinion. I think, maybe you can establish some kind of ground game, and if Jones has time in the pocket, maybe he can make some plays. But if Jones is not playing, I'm not gonna lie to you, we're not beating the Rams. Let's be real. I mean, I'm gonna root for him. We're gonna root my ass off. But if we don't have Daniel Jones and we're starting Mike Glennon, I mean, come on. So, let's see who's playing this week. KT looks like he's going to be a hothead. That's fair to say also after this game, man. He's got to control his emotions. Yeah, I heard, Joseph, man. A couple people came in, and that's good news. That's good news. And hopefully he's back sooner than I thought he would be. When I saw that ankle, I said, "Oh my God, that guy's going to be out at least 5 or 6 weeks." So I hope he's back within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and I hope he's completely himself. Still going strong. Yeah, I'm not going to be going strong much longer. I forgot who it was. Somebody suggested I'd go to the end of the first quarter. It's 3:14 to go in the first. So I'm going to go till then, and then we're going to call it a show, and then I'm going to get something to eat and crawl up in a bowl in my pajamas. Rolly, man, thank you very much. Honestly, Chris, I think fans are going to start getting tired of Joe Judge nonsense, and soon with you, some are starting to see what most of us have been saying about this team. If you're going to get tired of me, go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm not telling you. You don't have to listen to me. I'm not trying to paint rainbows and butterflies. I just told you that this team may win 3 or 4 games. I don't know what you want me to do, Roldy. I don't know what you want me to do. Do you want me to say that Judge needs to be fired after 5 games? I don't believe that. On this channel, I'm going to give my opinion. If you don't agree with it, you're entitled not to listen. I don't care. That's my take on it, man. That's always been my take. I'm always going to share my opinion. And I know when I share, people are not always going to agree. And if you don't agree and you don't want to watch me because you don't agree, well, that's on you. I'm always going to share my opinion. I'm never going to be scared to show it. I'm not advocating to keep Judge, but I don't think he should be fired just 5 games into his tenure. I need to see the rest of the season before I could conclusively say that. I know that you want to fire everybody after every game. That's just not me. I'm a guy that wants to evaluate the whole season and then come to a decision on what I think the New York Giants should do. Am I leaning that Judge is doing a bad job? Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe I misread it. No, I don't know. I think he did mean me. He said, I'm just saying. Let's see what we got here. And HJ, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He said, our defense is flaming hot dumpster juice, and the injuries are not the reason. Is Graham's scheme or Gettleman's talent evaluation? Of course. Gettleman. At the end of the day, Gettleman's going to be the main culprit, right? He's the guy that built this entire team. The only guy, if the team sucks this year, the only guys on this team that are not Gettleman picks are, at this point, Evan Ingram, and I think and Sterling Shepard. Outside of that, the other 51 guys are Dave Gettleman picks. So to me, Dave Gettleman is definitely the main guy in terms of, the guy that's going to take the brunt of the blame at the end of the year, no doubt about it, right? Judge has only been here for 2 years. Gettleman's been here for 4. This is his team. With Gettleman losing his job, is it possible that Judge is a casualty? Absolutely. But I think Gettleman's obviously, I mean, you could say Mara, but we can't fire Mara. I think Gettleman will be the main source of the blame at the end of the year. And obviously we'll sort out the rest of it. And DeGrom, man, thank you very much. He says, Giants got the talent. It's just the O-line and chemistry. Well, to me, the O-line is part of the talent, though. That's part of the talent. If you don't have the O-line, you don't have the talent. You could have the best fantasy team in the world. You could have the best wide receivers in the world, the best running backs in the world. If you can't block, that's part of the talent. To me, that's the most important part of the talent on a football team. You could stick Wayne Gallman behind this Dallas Cowboys offensive line. He could rush 1,500 yards. You could stick the Giants receiving core behind this offensive line with the run game they're able to establish, and they're going to be better players. That's where you want the most talent, at least in my opinion, in the trenches, defensive and offensive line. Let's see what we got here. And BJ, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, I feel we really don't know what would have happened had our offense didn't go down like that because the defense was playing good. The defense was, I don't know. I don't want to say good, but they created turnovers, which is all I could have asked for going into this game. And had the offense helped them, I think the defense would have played better. They have no help today. So I agree. It would have been a much more competitive game, obviously, if Jones and Barkley and Galladay don't go down with injuries. That goes without saying. But we'll never know. We'll never know. Yeah, we're not. I agree, Authentic. And to me, and every fan has their own opinions, but to me, that's where games are won and lost. Having a great line on both sides, defensive and offensive line, makes everything else perform better. And until we get that situated, until we're not trying to fill a little, and I try to be as fair as I can. Last week, I praised the offensive line. I think Rob Sale's done a fantastic job, and I pray that he's back here with the New York Giants. The only way he's back is obviously if Judge stays on, but I think he's done a fantastic job with this offensive line, but you got to get better there. And DeGrom says, when Brady was in New England, he had a top 3 offensive line every year. Yeah, and I mean, some of that definitely goes to their offensive line coach. I forgot his name off the top, man. I'm sure somebody in the chat remembers it. He's known as like the best offensive line coach in the history of the NFL, and he was there for years. And a lot of that goes to Brady as well. Having Tom Brady, one of the most knowledgeable quarterbacks in the sport, obviously assists the offensive line. But the offensive line, and same thing with the Steelers. You think about the most consistent teams in the league, they typically have really good trenches. So, yeah, Scarnecchia, I think that's how it's pronounced. Yeah, he's known as like the greatest offensive line coach of all time. And let's see what we got here. Jamie says, honestly, if we had Shane, Nick Gates, and Andrew all year, this O-line would have been okay. Yeah, but we don't. But I agree with that. I do think the offensive line would have been okay. I agree with that. I think that's fair. Based off what I've seen from Rob Sale, if the offensive line stayed completely healthy, I think the offensive line would have been okay. I agree with that. I think that's fair to say, Jamie. But we're not. And the depth was a problem. Roldy says, Chris, I'm still going to listen to your punk ass. You my boy. I'm just fans are going to get sick. I'm not being, but Roldy, I don't know if you've noticed this, and maybe it's just because you're this is an overall terrible team. There was no, I agree, Andre. Overall, it's a bad team. Maybe it's just ingrained in your head that you think I'm always optimistic. I don't know if you've listened to me over the last month. Yeah, I know you've listened to me, but I think I've been as negative as I possibly could be. Like I was trying to be optimistic. I mean, you were more optimistic today than I was. You thought the Giants were going to win. You were more optimistic than I was when they played Washington. You thought the Giants were going to win. I did not. So I think I've been as fair as I could be. Like, I have not been a cheerleader. I've said that the Giants are in a really bad spot right now. I made a video after week 3 that I think the Giants are going to blow up this football team after they lost to the Atlanta Falcons. Like, I don't think I've been a cheerleader. I think I've been as fair as I possibly could be. Maybe it's just ingrained in your head because you think I'm always like this rah-rah cheerleader guy. I don't think I've been that way. And let's see what we got here. What's the problem with being – I don't think there's a problem with being optimistic. I think there are some fans, and I never blame fans for being optimistic. Listen, I never blame fans for being pessimistic, overly pessimistic or overly optimistic. You root for your team the way you want to root for your team, but I love Giants fans that remain optimistic, man, and to stand tall and root for your team and cheer for them in the darkest of times and still believe that, that they're going to come through. Man, I respect you guys to hell, but for me on YouTube, what I try to be on this channel is, yes, I try to be a glass half full guy because that's just me, man. I look for the bright times in dark situations, which is what this New York Giants team has been going through. But even I can't gravitate toward that right now. There's very little brightness. Like, I think Daniel Jones has shown some brightness. I think the line in terms of the coaching staff, a little bit of brightness, Andrew Thomas brightness. But overall, man, there's just not a lot of brightness to talk about. And, you got to be realistic. If you're not realistic, people are they're going to take you as a joke. I try to be as realistic as I can. And I think right now this Giants team is a mess, but I never fault fans for, coming out and rooting for this team and with everything that they got and believing that they can win football games, man. Frank, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, now, Chris, don't change. If you were overly negative, you wouldn't have the loyal of a fan base. We get enough of that on ESPN. No, I'm never going to change. I'm never going to change. Now, I'm going to be negative when I feel like I need to be negative because you got to. You can't be completely biased and one-sided and just be, a cheerleader. But that's me, man. I'm always gonna have my team's back, and I'm always gonna hope the best works out, and try to look from an optimistic point of view. That's just me. That's the way I root for my teams. That's just who I am as a person. But at the end of the day, when there's not a lot of optimism to talk about, I got fair. When I got to bet, the last thing I ever want to do, whether it's the Knicks, whether it's the Mets, whether it's the Giants, is come on here and bash my team. It's the last thing I ever want to do. But when it's something I got to do, I'm going to do it. And this year, I got to do it. I got to do it. But I'm always going to support my team, man. Mike, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He says, if healthy, this game would have come to the wire. I think that's fair to say. I do, because I don't think the final score is indicative of it was closer than the final score. But a lot of it obviously had to do with the fact that the Giants created those 2 turnovers, and then it kind of got out of hand at the end, and the fact that Glennon was in. So I think that's fair. It would have been a much more competitive game, obviously, without the injuries. I thought the Giants were going to cover before the game started, and I assumed that Andrew Thomas was going to play, and who knows? We'll never know, but I agree with you. I think it would have been within a touchdown if Jones doesn't get hurt and Thomas plays and Barkley doesn't get hurt, but it's ifs didn't happen. And it is what it is. Let's see what we got, man. Edge first 2 picks. Listen, man, I'm with you, JV, in terms of wanting an edge desperately. I'm a defensive guy. I know a lot of fans may think I'm an offensive guy, and I'm definitely an offensive line guy, but I'm a trenches guy. I'm a dirty, in the dirt, that's where you win football games type of guy. Now, I love weapons. They're fun. Kadarius Toney's great. He's definitely going to help this football team. But ultimately, consistency in the NFL, to me, comes in the trenches. Eli Manning got all. Eli Manning is my favorite player, but I love Eli Manning to death. He gets all the praise. He's the quarterback. It's the most important position. Eli Manning, let's be real, doesn't sniff those Super Bowls without his offensive line and without that defensive line. And that's always going to be my mindset as a New York Giants fan. The trenches on both sides. So I'm with you, man. We need an edge rusher. We need to fix this line. And until we do that, until we get a respectable unit on both sides of the ball, we're not going to be a consistent football team. Yeah, are there going to be years maybe where you can fill in some of the holes and find a way to be competitive against maybe a weaker schedule? Yeah, but you got to get good in the trenches, man. Lloyd, man, thank you very much, man. He says, DJ Barkley and Kenny Golladay, and they were supposed to score 30. Defense wasn't great, but that was not a winnable game. I agree. There was no way we were winning that game, Lloyd, after the injury. No way in hell. No way in hell. I'm not even coming down on the players. How could I? Half our team was out. How could I come down on the players? And it's hard to even come down on the coaches today with all the players that went down. And yeah, maybe you want to say that the team needs to be a little bit more disciplined. And I definitely think there's been games this year where it was very fair to come down on the coaches, whether it be Garrett, whether it be Graham, whether it be Judge. But in today's game, I mean, come on, we didn't stand a chance after all those injuries. I agree with you on that. I think that's fair. And John, man, thank you very much. Main issue to me is we have no pass rush and defense can't tackle anything. Tate Crowder should be warming the bench. And where is Darnay? Yeah, John, I don't know the answer to Darnay Holmes. I really don't. I know somebody. I have to look further into this. Somebody told me he had some kind of injury in preseason. I don't know how severe it was, but he hasn't been able to get out on the field. And I think Rodarius Williams got hurt today. And I'll look at the snap count tomorrow. I don't think Darnay Holmes even played after he went down with the injury. So I don't know, man. It's a great question on your part as far as that goes. I like Tate Crowder, and maybe that's just me being too optimistic. And I'm not saying he's an all-world linebacker. I'm not. I want a much more talented linebacker. Don't get me wrong. Like, I watch some of these other teams, and I see these linebackers, and I'm like, yeah, I want that. I think Tate Crowder is a pretty solid player, but I think we need a big-time linebacker for sure. And it's something that the New York Giants have not had in forever, consistently. Martinez was nice for the Giants last year, but I want an all-around linebacker, right? You look at Micah Parsons. I want a player like that. I want a player like that. And hopefully the New York Giants could, bring in a guy like that in the near future, man. And Rolly, man, thank you very much. Frank is wrong. You've got Giants content creators who's realistic and honest at their team that has subscribers. Bad Dog, I think I think in terms of there's different level. I mean, you can measure honesty however you want. Like, I'm honest when I analyze the team. When I talk about the team, you may not agree with the opinion, but that's my honest opinion. Bad Dog and myself, Bad Dog actually predicted more wins, I think, than the Giants this year. I think he had 10, I had 9. We both had 6 wins last year. I just go about analyzing the team differently than other people. I'm honest. You just may not agree with the way I don't harp on the negative maybe so much as other people, but I try to find, reasons to be hopeful in a situation where times are dark with a rebuild, but that doesn't mean I'm not honest. There are some content creators like Tim. I don't even, I'll be honest, Roldy. I try to stay off YouTube when I'm not doing it because I try to have a life off YouTube. But I try to support content creators when I can. Like I'll pop in Bad Dogs every now and again. I pop in the Hubs. I pop in Authentics. But I just think people analyze the team differently. Like some people will harp on the negative. I try to look for things to build towards. That's all. It doesn't mean I'm dishonest. And let's see what we got here. Would have lost regardless, Chio says. I mean, Chio, probably. I picked us to lose. I think Dallas is a better team. And I'm not trying to say we would have won. I think it would have been a competitive game, though. That's what I thought before the game started. And I do that, but it is what it is. We had injuries. It is what it is. But I'd be lying to you. Dallas is a better football team. That's why I didn't think we'd win. I thought we'd come out competitive, and I think it was trending that way, right? It was about to be 10-10. If Daniel Jones never gets hurt and it's 10-10, yeah, I think it's a competitive game. I think the Giants keep it relatively close, and the game comes down to the fourth quarter. But I do think Dallas would have won. We need a Myles Garrett or Aaron Donald on this team. Yeah, that'd be nice. And DeGrom, man, thank you very much. Never change. I only watch New York Giants because of you and Bale. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much, DeGrom. Yeah, I know you're a Jets fan. I'm a big Mets fan, so I'm going to try to do more Mets content this year. And hopefully you're a Knicks fan. I don't know if you are. I'm going to be doing a lot of Knicks content coming up. But, yeah, man, I appreciate all the support from all you guys, man. And you guys make me a better Giants fan, right? Because, I mean, obviously I've been a dire Giants fan for a long time. But, even me, I wouldn't be in terms of this much involved if I didn't have the base that I do. And, it makes me want to produce content for you guys and be active in the off season. And it's a lot of fun for me. So I can't say thank you enough for all you guys, man. Tank now and start over, but keep Danny Dimes for now. Yeah, I don't think they're going to tank. A lot of people say like NBA, you could tank. NBA's individual player based. NFL, like Joe Judge knows it's a results driven business, and Joe Judge knows if they win 2 games, he's getting fired. So you can't tell the New York Giants to tank. They're not gonna tank, but they may not have to. I mean, if these guys can't, if these guys are banged up and they're not healthy with the schedule we play. As far as Jones goes, man, I'm with you, man. I think Jones is gonna come back next year. I look at next year's quarterback class. Nobody's knocking my socks off. And I think Jones has talent. The question is, can he stay healthy? To me, my biggest question with Jones at this point is, can the guy stay healthy? This is now his 3rd year that he's missing time. And that's something that has to be factored in. If you're thinking about committing a long-term extension to this guy, that's something that definitely needs to be factored in, right? He's now missed 3 years in the NFL. He's missed time. He's got to get better with that, man. And he could. I think he's a smart kid, but he's got to do it. And today, again, I want to continue to say, I don't want to use this individual circumstance as a reason to come down on Jones, because I understand why he did what he did. You're trying to score the touchdown. You're on the 1-yard line. But there's times where he has to try to do his best to stay out of harm's way. Let's see what we got here. Simon, man, thank you very much. Not trying to make a statement, but the thing I like about you, Chris, is you don't jump the gun on conclusions. I appreciate that and make sure. I appreciate, hey, man, there's times where I do jump to conclusions, and I feel like after week 3, I pretty much did jump to a conclusion. I basically said that I think they're going to blow this up, and not necessarily Judge, but I said, yeah, Gettleman's going to be gone, and obviously it's still trending that way, but I like to let things play out and then talk about it after the fact. But there's times where I do it, but that's one thing I try to do. I try to be as fair as I can. And Jonathan, man, and I appreciate that, Simon. Jonathan, man, thank you very much. Giants' highest paid players have all been no-shows. Bradbury, Adoree, Leo, Ryan. Other than McKinney, we simply can't tackle. Zimenez didn't do anything, I think, until I don't even said it during the stream. We were like, oh my God, we said Zimenez's name. But Zimenez didn't do anything he hasn't done anything all year. And I don't know his snap count. I don't think he's been getting a ton of snaps. Same for Rudolph. Yeah, Rudolph made a catch today, but he's been very little, it hasn't helped in the red zone at all. New York Giants stuck with these guys. Yeah, and that's the reason why, Jonathan, when you look at that, I don't think we're going to see a complete blow up. Because I don't, like you said, we're stuck with those guys. So there may be like a half, maybe I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to completely blow up the roster, though. I really don't, because I think the Giants, depending on what they do, I got to see what they do the rest of the year. It's why I don't want to jump to conclusions, because if they win 3 games, okay. But let's see at the end of the year, but I'm at least leaning that I don't think it'll be a complete blow up. Frank, man, thank you very much. Because here's what I'll say, man, because I think a lot of fans, that say they want to blow up, and trust me, I completely understand where they're coming from. But I think a lot of fans that are like praying that we blow everything up and we start completely from scratch, they don't really, and I'm not saying that all the fans that say this do, some of them definitely, I'm sure, get it, but a lot of them probably don't really get what that means. John Mara, basically, if he says we're completely blowing it up and rebuilding, is saying to the fans, I'll say it for him in another way, you guys are going to have to wait for another at least 2 years before we can be a competitive football team. Because that's what happens when you completely blow up a franchise. And I don't know if John Mara is going to take that step this year with the New York Giants at the end of the year. I don't know. We'll see. Frank, man, thank you very much. Can't put words in my mouth. I never said you can't be negative about your team. If you were consistently overly negative about your team, people don't want to listen to that. Fans want to hear the negative and the positive. Yeah, I mean, that's what I try. I try to be. Obviously, I always say, man, I'm always going to be a little bit more optimistic. That's just me. But I try to be critical and negative when I feel like it's appropriate. But I don't look to be negative. Some people do. And I respect that type of content. That's just not me. Zahai, man, thank you very much. Nah, Chris, don't change, man. The proper way to analyze the team is with that mindset. Can't be jumping the gun and get all frenzy under pressure. Got to look at where we're at to see where we're going to go. I appreciate this, Zahai, man. And Jonathan, man, thank you very much. He says, the reason I say they're stuck with them is because they've restructured or signed most of these guys. Can't just cut them. Cap will be decimated. Yeah, no, I agree. And that's what, like, right now, Jonathan, like, let's look at the New York Giants salary cap next year. Let's look at it. I'm gonna give you the figures, and everybody can say, oh, you should just trade that guy. Okay, who's gonna want to trade for some of these players based off the money that they're making? Leonard Williams is a $26.5 million cap hit, $34 million dead cap hit. He's gonna be back. Kenny Golladay, he's gonna be back. He's $21.15 million. James Bradbury, maybe you could cut him or trade him if you want to start a rebuild. It's $7 million against the cap. It's $7 million dead cap. 20.5 cap hit. So that would save you 13.5. Maybe you could look to trade. I don't know. That, I guess, is at least a somewhat realistic possibility. Solder probably going to be cut at the end of the year. Dory Jackson obviously going to be back with his dead cap hit. Martinez could be cut depending on the injury. It would save you $9 million. So that's a possibility. Shepard more than likely going to be back after they backloaded the contract. You're not saving very much there, about $4 million. You're going to eat $8 million if you cut him. Logan Ryan, you're absolutely not cutting. Based on his dead cap hit, it's $12 million to pay him, 11.4 to cut him. Andrew Thomas, obviously not going to cut him. Daniel Jones not going to cut him. Kyle Rudolph could cut him, would save you $5 million. There's a couple of guys you could cut, but there's a lot of guys on this team that make a lot of money that you're not going to cut, and you're probably not going to be able to trade. So it's why when I really think about it, I don't think there's going to be a complete blow up at the end of the year. But again, I'll have a better feel of it after the end of the year and when I really get to see how this team does. But I don't know, man. It's really tough to right now speculate on what this team is going to do at the end of the year and where they're going to be headed, man. If you don't bring Jones back because of injuries, no way do you bring Barkley. Oh, we're not bringing Barkley back, John. The only, I always try to like come up with scenarios where I could see it happening. The only way, as I said during the stream, that I could see Saquon Barkley back with the New York Giants long term is if he like takes like a really cheap contract and like there's not like a market for him because of his injuries. But in terms of him like getting paid and getting a strong second salary, it will not be with the Giants. And to be honest with you, unless he could prove he can stay healthy for a year, will not be in the NFL. The running back position is a position where it's a short shelf life, and it's a position that's been proven when you have. And I hate this, man, because I love Barkley. I do. I love Barkley as a guy. I think he's a great guy, and I think he's a great talent when he's healthy. But that's just the facts, man. And sometimes it's a hard business, and I don't see teams seeing a lot of value in Saquon Barkley if he can't prove that he can stay healthy for 17 games with the injuries that he sustained. And it's just unfortunate. And hopefully this is a minor injury, and hopefully he bounces back and he's a beast. Because I would love to see him be here long-term and contribute to a lot of success with this New York Giants football team. But I agree with you. I don't think at this point, how could I come on here and tell you that I think Barkley's going to be in the long-term plans of this football team? Can't. Can't. It could change, sure, but but right now I can't say that. Terrible take, Chris. Someone will sign Barkley. The risk reward is too high. I don't think that's a terrible take, Cole. I don't think that's a terrible take. I want it to be a terrible take. Cole, there is nobody that is rooting for Saquon Barkley more than me. I friggin' love Saquon Barkley. Which team is rushing to the table to pay Saquon Barkley $15 million a year? Based off the fact that he's coming off an ACL tear, he's now suffering another ankle sprain. And we'll see at the end of the year. Like I said, my opinion may change, but right now, which team is rushing to the table to pay Saquon Barkley? I don't think it's a terrible take. I think it's an honest take from a guy that absolutely loves Saquon Barkley. I couldn't rush out to buy his jersey after the New York Giants drafted him. Thank you very much, Jonathan, man. I appreciate it, buddy. He says, imagine cutting Blake with no linebacker to replace him. That's a problem. That's a problem, man. And even if you bring back Blake, he's only got one more year on the contract. So it's why I've started to, when I've started to think about this team and the future needs of this team, I really do think the Giants are going to have to draft a linebacker relatively early in next year's draft, an inside linebacker, because I don't think Martinez, well, I don't want to say that, but it's at least a distinct possibility that Martinez may not be here long-term. And even if he is, he may not be the same player. I do think the Giants need to attack the inside linebacker position in this draft. Yeah, no, listen, man, it's been horrible luck with Saquon Barkley. Horrible luck with Saquon Barkley. Oh, man, I didn't mean to. I think I just got it, actually. I didn't mean to I think I just read it. Yeah, I just read it about Blake Martinez and the linebacker. Yeah, I just read it, Jonathan. So sorry, man. I guess I was going a little bit on a tangent talking about whatever I was talking about, but I did get to it. You didn't have to donate again, man. Says, never mind, you got it. I appreciate the support, man. And I've been going a little bit longer, but I listen, sometimes when I talk to you guys, I just keep talking because I love talking sports. I love talking Giants football. Yeah, man, you guys are the best, man. I say it all the time. And I wish I could come on here and talk happy with you guys all the time and talk about how this team is starting to turn the corner. And one day we'll get there. One day I'll get to come on here and be like, I don't know, like Tom Grossi with the Packers, where his team's winning like 12 and 13 games every year and things are rainbows and butterflies. And when that happens, it'll be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, it's not that way right now. Chris, if DJ keeps playing this way and we miss the playoffs and Gettleman is fired, does Jones return? What about? I mean, that's impossible for me to answer that. It would all depend on what the new GM's opinion is of Daniel Jones if they bring in an outsider. But it's impossible for me to answer that. Obviously, Jones's likelihood of staying with the Giants goes down if the Giants bring in an outsider. That goes without saying, right? Because think about it if you were a GM, right? Even if you thought Jones was a pretty good quarterback, think about it if you were a GM. You know, like think about Jerry Reese, for example, okay? And Jerry Reese obviously was hired from within the New York Giants staff. So it was kind of like basically if the Giants were to fire Gettleman and they were to hire Kevin Abrams. Basically similar, right? But think about it if you were Jerry Reese, but as an outsider. You didn't have any attachments to Dave Gettleman. You didn't have any attachments to the New York Giants. Jerry Reese does not get a ton of credit for those Super Bowls because everybody always goes back to the fact and they say, well, he didn't draft Eli Manning. He didn't draft Justin Tuck. He didn't draft Michael Strahan. He didn't draft the bulk of that, especially the first team and some of the most important players of that second team, even though I think he deserves a lot more credit than maybe some fans may give him for the second Super Bowl. If you're a GM taking on a job, you want to say to yourself, I want my guy. If this New York Giants team turns it around, I want my quarterback. I don't want people to be like, oh, well, that was Dave Gettleman. Dave Gettleman drafted Daniel Jones. So when a GM comes in, he's typically, and obviously the quarterback is the most important position, and when a new head coach comes in, he's typically going to want his guy. So obviously if we fire Gettleman, the likelihood of Jones coming back is less. especially if we don't hire a guy from within inside the organization. If we hire a guy from inside the organization, obviously, I think Jones stays. But if you hire an outsider, all bets are off. You don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, Robert, the more I've had an opportunity to really, because I had an opportunity to analyze what Reese did. I think Reese, first off, there's no doubt about it. Reese was handed a very good situation. He was. He was handed a team that went to the playoffs the 2 previous years. They already had an established offensive line. They already had an established defensive line, and they already had a future franchise quarterback. But Jerry Reese did make some good moves. And Jerry Reese's first 3 or 4 years with the New York Giants did a lot of good things. He did. It was after the fact that the team really started to unravel, and it was a disaster. But Reese definitely did some very good things his first 3 or 4 years with the Giants. No doubt about it. Didn't have sustained success after the fact. But he was dealt a very good hand, and he improved it his first 3 or 4 years with the Giants. Mike, man, thank you very much. I'm 68, and it hurts no less, Chris. They blow this up. They're crazy. I really don't think they're going to blow it up. I really don't. At least that's the way I feel right now. I really don't think they're going to blow it up. That doesn't mean they're not going to fire Gettleman, but I really don't think they're going to blow it up. Not after this year, but I could be wrong. Jonathan says, I think the Giants are close. Just need to fix both lines, and they are on their way. But, yeah, I would love it to be talking wins right now, but thank you. No, man, thank you, man. Thank you for watching the channel. Thank you for supporting the channel. And thank you for talking Giants with me right now, man. But, yeah, it's easier said than done, because I've been saying the lines need to be fixed now for 10 years, and they haven't been. But yeah, I mean, if the Giants could get even an average offensive line, and I could go into, I don't want to have to go into every week and saying to myself, is this, is the offensive line going to completely fall apart? I want to get, when the Giants were at their best in 2007, 2008, 2009, you didn't even think about the offensive line. You were like, all right, yeah. Let's get after the quarterback and let's play smash mouth football. And it's why I say a lot of times when I watch the Cowboys, I can't stand the Cowboys. I hate their football team. But it's why I say when I watch them, I'm like, yeah, I wish that was the Giants offensive line. Yeah, I wish our team was built that way. Because I think back to the Giants teams in 2007, 2008, 2000. That's how they were built. And Ed, man, thank you very much. If Gettleman is fired, who would you want as GM? Ed, I think it all depends on if I'm hiring an outsider, because people ask me that all the time, and I haven't done a ton of research in terms of outsiders. Obviously, everybody always says Louis Riddick. I don't want Louis Riddick. I don't get the major attraction to Louis Riddick. Maybe he's very well spoken. Maybe he's a great TV personality. Everything Louis Riddick said would have been a disaster with the Giants in terms of what he would have done. He wanted to keep Landon Collins on a long-term contract extension. He wanted to draft Saquon Barkley. He wanted to draft Dwayne Haskins. He wanted to not draft a tackle, which is the most ironic thing. He destroyed the Giants for drafting Andrew Thomas and said he was the worst of the 4 tackle prospects, but he was on record as saying that he would have drafted Isaiah Simmons instead of a tackle. So I don't get that fascination. If I was going to pick a GM, and again, I don't know names, but organizations I'd be looking at, like the way that I like that they construct their football teams, it would be the Colts and it would be the Saints. Those are teams to me that really put a heavy emphasis on the offensive line, and I think they've built a really good foundation, and the Browns as well. I think they built a good foundation as well, but I always have appreciated the way that the Saints draft in recent history over the last 4 or 5 years and the way they've built their team, and I think those are organizations I'd be looking at. VT Jake, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He says, props to you that you're still alive, haven't been watching, and I'm sure you already covered Tony's 10 catch for 189 yards game. Love him. Hope he keeps growing. Unnecessary punch. Prayers for all the injured. Love you, Tane. Hey, man, I love you too, man, Jake, man. Thank you so much for popping in. And yeah, dude, Tony was a beast today, man, and that is obviously the biggest, I guess, pro you take out of this game outside of the little thing that happened at the end. But Tony was great today, man, and as a Giants fan, you should be excited. He could definitely be a vital piece of this team going forward. We got a lot of other things we got to sort out, but he's definitely a guy. To me, he looks like he could be a cornerstone piece. Same thing with Andrew Thomas. I don't want to get ahead of myself with Tony quite yet, but it's definitely trending that he's going to be a big impact player. And I'll tell you what, if Tony played from the start of the year, it's hard to say that he probably wouldn't be the front runner to be rookie of the year in the NFL right now. Had he been playing since week 1, he's been really impressive so far for the Giants, and hopefully he can keep up, man. And Shadow Man, thank you very much, man. He says, just coming in here, Saquon's injury looked like a balloon. I don't think it's broken. He was limping. But yeah, no, so at least it seems as if it's been encouraging news. it seems like it's been encouraging news as far as the Barkley injury goes. It's been reported that it's a lower ankle sprain. So it's not a high ankle sprain. High ankle sprain, we know what the timeline is on that. He had that his second year when I think they said it was going to be 6 to 9 weeks and he only missed 3, but they rushed him back. They said it's a low ankle sprain. But when I saw that, man, I was like, holy crap. So maybe he will only miss a week or two. And he'll be completely himself. I hope that'll be the case, man, because I'm rooting for the kid. I really am. Jordan on Twitter. Let me take a quick look. Jordan Renan, Saquon Barkley is an ankle sprain. Oh, yeah, I already read this. But yeah, that's good news. Kyle, man, thank you very much. I think the Cowboys secretly like the fact that our players got injured, and that is what pisses me off. I hope that's not the case, Kyle. I'd like to think that's not the case. I really don't think that's the. But what I will say, you know, and you see it when you're streaming, and it just pisses me off as a human being. Like, it's one, obviously, like, I'm gonna rag on the Cowboys, I'm gonna rag on the Eagles. Like, that's part of being a fan. That's part of the fun of being a fan. But when you see people celebrating players going down with serious injuries, like, that just pisses me off, man. That's just me as a human being. Like, I never root for that. I would never root for another player to have, you know, a potential career debilitating injury. And there were, you know, at least a handful of people in my stream today that were doing that. That pisses me off, man. I don't know, you know, if they were Cowboy fans, Eagle fans, Giant fans. They could easily be Giant fans. You know, there's Giant fans that are like that too. So, but it just pisses me off, man, when people react that way. And Housestyle says, I cannot fathom that ankle injury only being a couple of weeks. I'm no doubt. I agree with you, man. Well, just based off the eye, it looked a lot worse than that. But again, maybe that won't be the case. And Brian, man, thank you very much. So why is Solder the starter at right tackle? I thought Matt Parrott looked better. Well, he was actually the starter at left tackle. Traditionally, he's the starter. Oh, you mean like when Andrew Thomas is in the lineup? Why is Solder? I mean, my only answer to you on that is they must feel that Matt Parrott's not ready, and maybe they're going to start to integrate him back into the lineup now, which I'm okay with, as long as Matt Parrott gets in there, you know, hopefully by midseason, and maybe that's a silver lining at the end of the season where maybe we can say, okay, maybe Matt Parrott can be a guy that we could trust to be the right tackle going into next season. I still want to probably draft the tackle if I can, but yeah, that's my only answer to you. And as a Giants fan, when they decided to start Nate Solder over Matt Parrott, I was discouraged, and it wasn't because I was like so upset that Nate Solder was going to start. It was because I said to myself, the fact that Nate Solder was able to beat out Matt Parrott when the Giants have every reason to start Matt Parrott, right? Gettleman talked about how the young, and I think he even mentioned Parrott specifically. He talked about how the young guys have to take over at some point in time, and this is the year they're going to do it. And when Solder beat him out, like, I was like, wow, that means that Matt Parrott must look really bad in training camp. But yeah, today I didn't call his name. He looked relatively good, and maybe that means he's going to get more playing time and get an opportunity to start for the Giants. Hopefully that'll be the case, and hopefully overtakes Nate Solder sooner than later, because we all know that Solder's not going to be a part of the future of this team. Could not have said any better. Entertainer. Anyone cheering on injuries yeah, that's ridiculous to me, man. It's ridiculous. You think no idiot Giants fans weren't happy when Dak? Of course, there were friggin' Giants fans that were happy when Dak went down, man. Let's be there's people like that in every fan base. I never like to single out any fan base. And T, thank you very much. Harden O-line plus edge rebuild is money over budget. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know what you mean by that, but I don't know if you're trying to. That's what they need to do. Period. End of story. And that to me is what's most discouraging as a Giants fan, and that is why I was. And again, for people that say that Gettleman didn't try, I disagree. He did try. It just didn't work. He spent a ton of money on Solder. He drafted Will Hernandez relatively early. He traded for Kevin Zeitler. He drafted 3 offensive linemen. Thomas is starting to look good. But that, to me, is what is so discouraging about Dave Gettleman's tenure, is the fact that, you know, I talk about that I want a GM that thinks the way he does. Just hasn't worked. But he talked about it in his opening press conference, how he wanted to address the offensive line, how he wanted to attack the trenches, and he hasn't come close. And it's discouraging, man, because I was excited as a Giants fan, because for 6-7 years I screamed about that. And I just hope the new GM that comes in, if it's not Gettleman, really finds a way to fix that. Adam says someone on Twitter said DJ was spitting out a tooth. I saw that, Adam. I don't know if it was a tooth, but it looked like, and I didn't say it during the stream. I thought maybe it was like a piece of the turf on the floor because it's kind of like, I think it's like a different kind of turf. It's not like traditional grass in Dallas. That's what I thought it was, but he had something funky on the front of his face by where his mouth is. And hopefully that's not the case, man. I hope he's okay. Can't be putting him in danger like that. Yeah, but part of that falls on him too, like, and again, I know it's a touchdown scenario, so I don't want to kill him for it in that spot, but he's got to learn not to lower his shoulder and take as many hits as he does. Slammer, man, thank you so much, man, for the $2 donation, man. I really appreciate it, buddy. It was saliva, not a tooth. Yeah, I didn't think it was a tooth, but there was something funky in the front of his face. When Knicks tip off, I can't do it. John, Knicks going to tip off soon, man. Knicks start on 10 days. I haven't done the pre-games because, I watch the preseason. I tape the games and I watch it back, but I'm like, I don't really care about doing the play-by-play. Like, when I do a play-by-play, I want to be, like, fully invested. I can't get fully invested during a preseason game. So, I'm super looking forward to doing the play-by-play for the Knicks, though, man. It's one of my favorite things to do on YouTube. Love doing that with you guys. And BB13 said Jones initiated the contact. I actually agree with that. BB. And again, I got to watch the replay again, but I saw like 4 different frames of it. I know a lot of people were coming down on Cox because of the helmet, but to me, it looked like Jones at least initially led with the helmet. And when you're a runner and you're not a quarterback, that's a risk that you run. It didn't look like that dirty of a play to me from the Cowboys' perspective. It looked like, and again, I got to watch it back. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody has a different opinion on me on this, but it looked to me like Cox, I think it was going down to try to make a tackle, and Jones initiated with the helmet, and their helmets kind of collided. It didn't look like it was like a dirty play to me. Local man, thank you very much. If Kadarius Toney breaks 1,000 yards, I'll get a Joker tattoo on my left butt cheek. Well, you might be getting a Joker tattoo. You may be getting a Joker tattoo on your left butt cheek then, because the guy had near 200 yards today, man. Yeah, I'm gonna end it now, Emmanuel, man. I'm crazy. I start talking to you guys and I can't stop talking. Jonathan says, Entertainer, do you absolutely attack the O-line first 3 rounds? At least, I don't know if it's exclusive offensive line the first 3 rounds, but I attack it heavily in next year's draft. I'm not going to say the first 3 rounds because there's other needs on this team, but I definitely attack it heavily. I would prefer 2 out of the first 3 picks, definitely 2 out of the first 4, and 1 within the first round. But yeah, guys, and Jonathan, man, thank you very much, man. He says, anyway, Saquon Barkley plus Evan Ingram could be traded this offseason. I will never say never. I mean, if Barkley comes back and looks really good, maybe he does have some value in the offseason. Ingram, who knows? I mean, if you're going to trade him, it's not going to be in the offseason because his contract expires before the end of the year, right? This is last year on the 5th-year rookie option, so it would have to happen in season. If you get anything from Evan Ingram, you do it. I mean, he's not going to be in the long-term plan, so you do it. But, I mean, Barkley would have to come back and look really good, and you would have to come to the conclusion that he's not going to be in your long-term plans. But let's get there first before we say that. He definitely won't be traded before the trade deadline. Ingram could be. The Iowa kid looks great. The center, you're talking about the center. He looks great. But, guys, I am going to close this out because my voice is shot. I'm sure I'll probably go live at some point this week, talk more Giants with you guys. I'm sure I'll have a video up. I'm sure there'll be news about the running back tomorrow. I'm sure we'll talk about that in terms of running backs that they could be looking for to try to bring into this football team. And, hopefully I have something to talk about tomorrow in terms of trying to be somewhat uplifting. But obviously today's a big bummer. Congratulations to the Cowboy fans out there. You guys got a really good football team. I always try to be as fair as I can. I hate your football team, but I try to be respectful. And you guys got a really good football team. I'm not going to use injuries as an excuse. You guys should have beat us. You guys beat us. Do I think it would have been closer? Absolutely. And I think obviously everybody's going to agree with that. Giants lost a quarterback, left tackle, wide receiver, and running back. But Cowboys are a better team. You guys earned it. And, we'll see what you guys do the rest of the way. Obviously, you guys got a stranglehold on the division right now. As far as the Giants goes, man, yeah, man, let's see what we got coming out. Let's hope we got Jones next week. We got a really tough opponent with the Rams, and obviously our schedule doesn't really let up too much after that. The Panthers look winnable. The Eagles beat them today. They kind of look like they were kind of a fake 3-0. The Raiders look somewhat beatable. They lost to the Bears today, so maybe they fall back a little bit to the pack. But obviously, next week a must-win game. I mean, you got to find a way to get to 2-4, and it will not be easy with all the injuries we sustained today. But we'll see. We'll see if the Giants can find a way to do it. But thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. You guys have a great rest of your day, and let's go Giants. Be good, everybody.